पे पहुंच के रहेगा भारत। और ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
नरेंद्र मोदी हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने जा रहे हैं।
जेल का जवाब, जेल का जवाब।
बीजेपी को भी उखाड़ देंगे, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है।
इस देश में संविधान बचाने का शपथ लिया है, इसको बचा के रहेंगे।
The exit polls have predicted a thumping victory for the NDA. Most polls expect the BJP to dominate the Hindi heartland and make inroads into southern India.
Clearly, all the polls showing a big majority for the NDA, a thumping victory for the Prime Minister, the BJP, and some polls even going across to say it could be 400 and 400 plus.
NDA सरकार 400 पार।
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है। ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका।
The BJP is betting on its 10-year track record as it hopes for an even bigger majority than 2019.
4 जून के बाद मोदी आपकी शक्ति को महाशक्ति बना करके रहेगा।
The opposition alliance got off to a rough start on seat sharing, but they have managed to put up a united front in several battleground states like UP, Maharashtra and Bihar. The Congress is fighting the polls on its 5 promises.
सरकार में आने के एकदम बाद हमारा पहला काम होगा कि 90% को 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां हम दे देंगे।
Mamata Banerjee is fighting to halt the saffron surge in Bengal. The BJP is hoping to make inroads in southern India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, voters are also choosing their MLAs along with their MPs. Can Jagan Reddy and Naveen Patnaik return to power?
On social media now you will see various memes with the taglines that perhaps Lapata gentlemen are back. So we were never out, we were always here.
As the verdict emerges, the markets will react. Catch all the action live on CNBC-TV18, your election destination.
इकोनॉमी पे पहुंच के रहेगा भारत, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
नरेंद्र मोदी हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने जा रहे हैं।
जेल का जवाब, जेल का जवाब।
बीजेपी को भी उखाड़ देंगे, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है।
इस देश में संविधान बचाने का शपथ लिया है, इसको बचा के रहेंगे।
The exit polls have predicted a thumping victory for the NDA. Most polls expect the BJP to dominate the Hindi heartland and make inroads into southern India.
Clearly, all the polls showing a big majority for the NDA, a thumping victory for the Prime Minister, the BJP, and some polls even going across to say it could be 400 and 400 plus.
एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है। ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका।
The BJP is betting on its 10-year track record as it hopes for an even bigger majority than 2019.
4 जून के बाद मोदी आपकी शक्ति को महाशक्ति बना करके रहेगा।
The opposition alliance got off to a rough start on seat sharing, but they have managed to put up a united front in several battleground states like UP, Maharashtra and Bihar. The Congress is fighting the polls on its 5 promises.
सरकार में आने के एकदम बाद हमारा पहला काम होगा कि 90% को 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां हम दे देंगे।
Mamata Banerjee is fighting to halt the saffron surge in Bengal. The BJP is hoping to make inroads in southern India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, voters are also choosing their MLAs along with their MPs. Can Jagan Reddy and Naveen Patnaik return to power?
On social media now you will see various memes with the taglines that perhaps Lapata gentlemen are back. So we were never out, we were always here.
As the verdict emerges, the markets will react. Catch all the action live on CNBC-TV18, your election destination.
टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी पे पहुंच के रहेगा भारत, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
नरेंद्र मोदी हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने जा रहे हैं।
जेल का जवाब, जेल का जवाब।
बीजेपी को भी उखाड़ देंगे, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है।
इस देश में संविधान बचाने का शपथ लिया है, इसको बचा के रहेंगे।
The exit polls have predicted a thumping victory for the NDA. Most polls expect the BJP to dominate the Hindi heartland and make inroads into southern India.
Clearly, all the polls showing a big majority for the NDA, a thumping victory for the Prime Minister, the BJP, and some polls even going across to say it could be 400 and 400 plus.
एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है। ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका।
The BJP is betting on its 10-year track record as it hopes for an even bigger majority than 2019.
4 जून के बाद मोदी आपकी शक्ति को महाशक्ति बना करके रहेगा।
The opposition alliance got off to a rough start on seat sharing, but they have managed to put up a united front in several battleground states like UP, Maharashtra and Bihar. The Congress is fighting the polls on its 5 promises.
सरकार में आने के एकदम बाद हमारा पहला काम होगा कि 90% को 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां हम दे देंगे।
Mamata Banerjee is fighting to halt the saffron surge in Bengal. The BJP is hoping to make inroads in southern India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, voters are also choosing their MLAs along with their MPs. Can Jagan Reddy and Naveen Patnaik return to power?
On social media now you will see various memes with the taglines that perhaps Lapata gentlemen are back. So we were never out, we were always here.
As the verdict emerges, the markets will react. Catch all the action live on CNBC-TV18, your election destination.
Good morning, hello and welcome to the CNBC-TV18 HDFC Sky Studios. Today is D-Day. It's been a grueling 6-week-long election in which over 65 crore people have voted. And today we get the final results. Most exit polls are predicting a straight term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, with quite a few of them projecting a 2/3 majority for the ruling BJP-led NDA. Stock markets saw a sharp 3.5% rally yesterday. And of course, the wanted PSU space jumped 8%. Today is when we will find out the real numbers, and the numbers will start trickling in from 8 a.m. add up to what the exit polls have showed us. If Prime Minister Narendra Modi is re-elected, as is likely, it would mark the first time since 1962 that a sitting PM gets re-elected for the 3rd time. It's going to be big and it's going to be historic, and we're going to stay with you through the course of the day from start to finish. I'm Prashant. With me, my colleagues Surabhi and Nigel. Guys, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Prashant. Good morning, Nigel. Big day lined up ahead. And I think there's one word that's been the buzz over the last many weeks, right? In the market and beyond, that's continuity.
Yep.
So the exit polls are telling us that we'll probably is the word, political continuity. And the market is telling us that we may just end up having a little bit of sector continuity. The same themes that have worked in the last 1 year, they are still the dominant and big favorite themes.
Well, explains why we had such a bazooka reaction to the exit poll yesterday, right? And going by today's gap up as well, you put it together, we'll be up close to around 1,000 points ahead of the official verdict. So let's see how it goes from there.
I said it on Saturday evening, 1,000-point week coming up. So if you get this gap up, 1,000 points today, and then you'll start to wonder what now,
Yeah.
Beyond today, right? So,
but Prashant, that's the thing. So 700 points happened yesterday.
Yeah.
So you're saying just about 300 today, best case?
I think it could be bigger. It could be bigger.
Yeah.
And, I'll tell you why. Let's just sort of kick it off and tell you what the sort of trade setup overall is looking like. By the way, there is the global stuff as well, which we're completely ignoring, and for good reason, right? Now, so the counting awards begins, and, it'll start at 8 o'clock. Numbers will start trickling in at 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. this morning. And we'll start to get the leads, etc. Remember, first of all, the postal ballots are counted, and then constituency-wise, there are voting will the counting will begin. Numbers will be tallied. It will be communicated to the political party representatives, election commission officials, and those are the leads that you will start to see coming in from 8 o'clock. Process actually is very fast. If you go by what 2019 and 2014 look like, we should have a fair idea by 11 a.m. Actually, even by about 10:30 or so, we should have a fair idea of what this election is looking like. Now, markets will watch if final results match up to the exit polls, right? And what did the exit polls showed? Very broadly, BJP poised to win 325 seats, NDA poised to win 360 to 400 seats. That is essentially what the exit polls showed us, and that's what's basically triggered this big rally as far as markets are concerned. Now, final results, if they are better, and I said this yesterday as well, you look at 2019, 2014, exit polls got the direction right, the broad wave right, but they underestimated the winners' sort of tally by a big margin. So if you go by that, it's possible that the final numbers are actually even better than the exit polls, and markets will welcome that. It'll add confidence to what's already happened and the big gain that we've seen. Any weaker result than projected, I mean, I think, there is a bit of a risk here. But if you want to really think about it, below what level does the market start to pay attention and start to get worried and we'll start to see weakness? I would say for the NDA, if that number falls below 325, right? I mean, then the market perhaps starts to get worried. Actually, distill it even further. I mean, as long as I think the BJP by itself is around the 285, 290, 295 kind of numbers, I mean, I think the market even then should be okay, even though intraday there could be a little bit of disappointment. But, full absolute majority. The numbers, of course, I mean, can vary depending on what comes through today. But if they sort of manage that 290, 295 numbers on their own and NDA at about 325 plus, I think we should be okay. So broad kind of way to think about it. Now, yesterday, the market saw a big rally. The Nifty was up 3.5%. You had the Bank Nifty, which was up 4%, the PSU Bank Index. And I said this yesterday morning at 8 o'clock as well. The one space to watch is PSUs. And what's done well, I mean, I think that momentum there should continue. It's also one of the highest beta spaces, the PSU space. The figures that we got after sort of close, right? In cash markets, FIIs pumped in 6850 crores. I think I sort of tried and I went back and tried to look at, this is the highest since when? It's since a long time. I mean, I think you go back all the way to March, early March or something. But that's a big number which started to come in. And many were talking about Prashant Khemka, for example, who's managed global money in his past roles, said that FIIs should start to come in from Monday itself. So we'll see if these numbers, provided the other numbers, the results tally holds up, looks good. Now, on the FII short positioning, there are still shorts in the system left. I mean, it's not fully gone. So if you look at index futures, the number was 3.18 lakh net short on Friday. As of yesterday's close, that number is just under 2 lakh contracts net short. So, which basically means that there is about 2 lakh contracts waiting to be covered. Now, not all of it is a view. Not all of it is basically naked short positions. It could be, a lot of it could be hedging as well. But in any case, it gives you a sense that the market is sort of net short and there is more covering to come. Just a quick bit on the overnight markets. It's been okay, but I mean, Nasdaq is up 0.5%, S&P is kind of flat. You've got, but the big sort of moves have come in two spaces. One, the bond yields have cooled off substantially. 10 basis points lower on the US 10-year. Dollar index is down 0.5%. And then oil prices. Oil prices fell 4% and we're at about $78 per barrel. Actually 77.91, under 78 now this morning. This is big. So, and this kind of will give a lot of confidence. It's big positive for macros here on a day like today, especially. Oil marketing stocks were all flying 8-10%. So keep an eye out on that, just purely based on these big fallen oil prices. Where do we go from here? I mean, it'll depend on the numbers and we'll talk more about this. I won't spend too much time on this. But, broadly, if you look at extension levels, you look at essentially the move that we've seen and projected higher for the Nifty, target should be in the region of about 23,742. This is very near term, right, even today. And supports come in at about 23,200. That is on the upward sloping trend line. For the Nifty Bank, similar kind of numbers, 51,500 and then 52,082. And supports come in the gap area between 49,112 and about 50,092. But as I said, more on this in terms of intraday kind of strategy and what to do. I will be with you through the course of the day as those numbers start to come in and markets start to trade. Surabhi.
Oh, absolutely, Prashant. There's so much to digest. But yes, you're right. Global cues do take a bit of a backseat. Yeah. On crude, the reason, just to point out, the reason behind that big fall that we saw overnight was that there's a lot of chatter about whether the market will start getting better supplied now, because now OPEC is saying that a lot of the supply cuts that were in force, maybe, OPEC members can start winding them up from October. So that's led to, some money coming off the table in the oil markets. But just to get back to the rest of the global picture, so, equities have been largely flat, both on Wall Street. Asia is very mixed this morning. And the fall in the US yields that Prashant alluded to, in fact, yesterday the fall was, very, very marked. You couldn't ignore it because the US 10-year went below the 4.4% mark. Today morning, it's back above that level, 4.4% thereabouts. And that's because of weak manufacturing data that came out. The ISM manufacturing index for May it slipped further into that, a territory below 50, which obviously is talking about the weakness there. 48.7 was the reading coming in, it was below expectations as well. So therefore, that move in the US money markets. Now back home here, obviously, all of this right now is sort of out of the window. Center stage is what happens over the next 2-3 hours as those result numbers start trickling in. Now, yesterday, a lot of people were hoping for that dip to come in and then enter the market on the dip, but the market simply gave you no opportunity. We opened gap up 800 points. We closed up around 730 points. That was the extent of the move yesterday. The VIX was down about 15% as well. The VIX is now back, in that zone of about 20, 21 thereabouts, closer to 21 than 20 right now. And the big question really ahead is whether the bulk of the short covering move is over or whether that will be one engine that keeps propelling the market higher if the numbers go along expected lines. Because yesterday, the most of it, Bank Nifty futures, Bank Nifty options, Nifty futures, barring Nifty options, I think for the better part of the F&O market, there was massive FPI buying pretty much across the board, with a lot of put riding happening in that zone of 23,200 to about 23,400, 500 as well. So that's how the F&O queues are changing. Just on the cash market position, the numbers again on your screen for reference, 6,850 crores of buying coming in. Domestic institutions, they've been supporters throughout in the last so many months. So I just brought up the FPI tally for the year as a whole, because that's the big question. When is that big foreign money coming in? Was yesterday a sign of things to come? And it's been patchy throughout the year so far. March was a good month, but May was a major dip, down about 26,000 crores in May. Yesterday, first day of June, we opened the tally on the positive side, and that's the critical question. Where does that June bar move? And because of the FPI buying that came in yesterday, I mean, look at the money markets, just rounding off with the money market check. The rupee was seeing an upward drift yesterday. There was a nice 0.4% sort of an appreciation. The rupee closed at 83.14. Let's see how the currency moves as those numbers roll along. And of course, for us, I mean, the bond yields are at around that 7% mark. They're tracking a lot more than just the electoral outcome. But the chatter, even in the domestic bond market, is that perhaps, we should have a very benign move, maybe sub 7%. And that could be a further leg up to bank stocks, if at all they needed one. But I guess, whichever way you're looking at it, I guess technicals of the market are looking good, Nigel?
Well, that's right. If you're looking for a positive outcome globally, you've got that as well, right? Crude prices lower, the yields softer, and in fact, you had economic data as well that was fairly soft. The big points that I'm looking at, yesterday the FIs bought in cash. They covered some positions in the index futures, but the clients as well, interesting, they booked some profits, and they took some longs off the table as well on index futures itself. And the question is, part of this mandate, is it in the price? With that 700-point rally yesterday, and today you'll get close to around 200 points approximately. So we'll get to a scenario analysis as well towards the end of this chat. First up, what are the FIs doing yesterday's trading session? Well, they added long positions, close to around 66,000 long positions, and they covered close to 56,000 shorts. That's a swing of close to around 1.2 lakh contracts in a single trading session. And that's why the long positioning, which was at around 14%, that went all the way to around 28% odd. But it's more interesting to see what did the clients do. So the FI short positions, yes, they have come down from around 3.2 lakh to a little sub that 2 lakh contracts odd. But the clients, well, they were aggressively net long. They're still aggressively net long. But in terms of profit taking, they have taken some money off the table because the client positioning, the long positions have come down by close to around 1 lakh contracts odd. 3.1 to around 1.9 lakh contracts. Next up, what about the stock futures? We made this point yesterday as well. Yes, the FIs are short in index futures, but on stock futures, actually, the long positioning is at the multi-month high out there. So there's a bit of a hedge that's taking place out there. And the clients as well, they continue to remain net long on stock futures, though they have trimmed it a little bit out there. That's the most important graphic play that I'm bringing up for you on the screen. 2014, 2019, getting into the election verdict, the FIs were big buyers. This time around, and particularly in the last 2 months or so, well, they turned sellers. And that's why year to date, we're down close to $2.5 billion approximately. So that number needs to turn around. If that's the case, that's going to be the driving factor that takes us higher from here. The FI cash market buying, as well as the covering in the index futures itself. And you'll say it's an emerging market phenomena. Well, probably yes, but there is an element of this election verdict that the FIs are waiting for as well. That's a broad scenario analysis that I'm looking at. What's factored in? A number around 350 for the NDA. Well, that will be factored in with the SA 700 plus 200 point rally that we're likely to see. Further upside, if you see the NDA get around 370 plus, then you're giving it a further kicker in there. And maybe, in fact, then we climb, we move towards the 24,000 odd mark. But the fear is, if the NDA gets up this, 340, 350 approximately, then part of the good news is in the price. So in the near term, so just in the near term, we'll see some profit taking also. Let's see how it goes. But I think the FI cash market buying, that's the big factor. That's the driving factor. And that's going to take us higher from these levels.
Absolutely. And that's something that the market is really looking at. By the way, guys, I just slip back in history. Actually, in the last two elections, the market hasn't popped that much. I mean, it's been between 0.5% to about 1% or so in the previous election on the day of the result. The moves happened later. The last massive pop was 2009, which is when we had the double-digit gain on the index. But the last two counting days, just to place on record, have been fairly quiet for the market. Will it be any different today? We'll find out.
Yeah. No, but and it's a fair point. The point is that if the numbers are what the exit polls shows, right? I mean, there is, today is just one day. Beyond that, you got, you don't have to do everything today in that sense. I mean, I think that is also important to keep at the back of your mind. It's not as if you'll miss today, then there's nothing to do for the next couple of weeks. I mean, there is a full 5 years, right, of hopefully stability, etc. So I think I think one has to keep that in mind and not have that FOMO. That agar aaj miss ho gaya, subah 9:15, 10 o'clock, by the time results come in, I'm not in, then it's a lost cause. I don't think that is the way to look at things.
No, absolutely. There's so much ahead that in terms of agenda, policy, so on and so forth. It all starts unraveling. And it all starts unraveling right here as well. Of course, it's a power-packed lineup. So let's tell you about what we've got ahead for you. The best of the best local and global market watchers, economists and corporate leaders join in to decode the election result and the impact on the market. So let's tell you what is lined up for you throughout the course of the day today. Catch the biggest and most influential voices in the market. Our market masters, Ramdev Agarwal, Sameer Arora, Nilesh Shah of Envision, Madhu Kela, Navneet Munot, Vikas Khemani, Venugopal Gare, and Amish Shah. All of them help us decode how the election results will impact the market and, of course, what's the way forward. Arvind Sanger and Rupal Bhansali will be with us to talk about how foreign investors will be reacting to these election results as well. Industries creme de la creme will tell us how the Lok Sabha polls verdict will impact the balance sheets of corporate India and whether the animal spirits are going to be fired up or not. We will also be joined by the top policymakers from North Block, Amitabh Kant and Ratin Roy. Also, we will have with us some seasoned industry investors, Sanjay Nair and Christopher Clary, to talk all about how Lok Sabha polls verdict will have an impact on the economy and on financial markets.
Okay, well, let's go across to Parikshit now. Our colleague in Delhi was joining in with a ready reckoner ahead of the big verdict today. What to watch out for? Parikshit, good morning.
Morning, Prashant. Yes, it is the big day. 8 a.m. is when the paper ballots counting will begin, and we expect early leads to come in by around 8:30 to 9 a.m. this morning. There are states which are definitely going to matter, but right now our magic wall is showing one lead, and this is the constituency of Surat. This orange seat that you see here, it is the BJP's candidate Mukesh Dalal, who has been elected unopposed. But this is not new. It happened in the last week of April 2024. Mukesh Dalal was elected unopposed because the Congress candidate's nomination was rejected and other candidates withdrew their nominations. So that is the only lead we're showing at the moment. But this time around, states which are really going to matter if the BJP wants to win and win big are states like West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and 135 seats in the South Zone. These will be very crucial. Our exit polls are showing that 1 to 3 seats in Kerala and 1 to 3 seats in Tamil Nadu. If the BJP manages to win anything, even one seat in either Tamil Nadu and Kerala, it will be historic because they've never won in these states before. Let's quickly take a look at how the parties, different political parties, performed in 2019 in 5 of the states with the highest Lok Sabha seats. Now, the NDA won 350 last time with a 47% vote share. Our exit polls are showing a 47% vote share for the BJP and the NDA this time itself. The India Alliance had won 129 seats. They're expected to be in the range of 125 to 140 this time around as per our exit polls. Now let's begin with the state of Uttar Pradesh, the biggest prize of them all with 80 Lok Sabha seats. Let's look at the numbers for 2019. Now, The NDA had won 64 last time around, the BSP 10, the India Alliance 6. The India Alliance is expected to win 6 to 9 seats this time around, so it could marginally increase their number. The NDA is hoping to gain in a big way. They want to gain anywhere between 68 and 71. And all these seats will be very crucial. And in case there is a need for a post-poll alliance, what the BSP does will be very important as well. Don't forget, they won about 10 seats last time around, and they're not allied with the NDA or the India Alliance for that matter. The next big state is the state of Maharashtra, where there have been a lot of political developments over the last 6 months or so. Here you have 48 Lok Sabha seats. This is second highest number of seats in any state. The NDA had won 38, the India Alliance 9. Because of the fragmentation in political parties, we're expecting, as per our own exit polls, the NDA tally to come down slightly. But yes, it will be the largest grouping in the state. Let's move on to the state of West Bengal. Fierce politics there. Even this morning, we're getting reports of a crude bomb blast that has taken place in a factory where bombs were being made. Out of 42 seats, the TMC had won 22 last time, the BJP 18, the Congress 2. This time, the Congress is expected to win only 1 seat, and I suspect that will be Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's seat only. The BJP's tally, the reason why the BJP is very confident is because they have a strong base. They feel they have been able to attack Mamata Banerjee quite successfully on the development and the Vikas agenda. Their numbers, according to exit polls, could increase anywhere in the range of 20 to 22. The TMC's tally could come down to 18. But it's going to be a very fierce fight, especially in the last phase, which was completely dominated by the TMC traditionally. Let's see what happens. Let's move on to Bihar now. Bihar is another key state which will be very interesting to watch out for, especially to see how the alliance with Nitish Kumar has worked for the NDA. So the NDA had won 39 seats last time. The India Alliance won. We're expecting the NDA to lead across the state, but the numbers could come down. And this is what our exit poll is predicting. And let's finally tell you about Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, a very critical state for the India Alliance. This is where they had won in a big way in 2019, primarily because of the DMK. Yes, the India Alliance had won 38 seats here in Tamil Nadu. The ADMK had won 1. The BJP did not win any seat on its own. This time they have allied with about 9 parties, not the ADMK. They're hoping to win at least 1 or 2 seats. There were 5 seats that the NDA really concentrated on, and they're hoping that K. Annamalai, the BJP chief in the state, will really help them solidify their position, increase their vote share in the state and make some gains. So on the whole, states like Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal will be very critical, and if they can make any gains in states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, that will be important. But one thing that I really want to point out, and that is you have the India Alliance putting up a very tough fight right now. You've got the BJP talking about 400 plus, and the India Alliance is talking about 295. So it's been a very fierce fight. Let's see how things go on now.
Absolutely, Parikshit. 295. Who can forget, Rahul Gandhi's statement on why 295? He was speaking about one song of a Punjabi artist saying, you know what that song is, and that's the number of seats we'll get. Sidhu Moosewala. But thank you, Parikshit, so much for that. Viewers, remember you're getting all of this analysis live from the CNBC-TV18 HDFC Sky election headquarters. Well, with that, let's move on and welcome our first guest on the show. We have N. Jayakumar, Managing Director and Group Chief Executive Officer at Prime Securities, joining in. Jakes, good morning. Great to have you on this day. It is a big, big day. And while the market perhaps has, one can argue, factored in a lot of it with the 3% pop yesterday, all-time highs, do you think we are in for something big today, if indeed that number for the NDA goes meaningfully above 300?
Well, good morning. And, far from making predictions this is like making predictions 2 minutes before the event, as it were. So the way I would say is that I have, no way to determine whether everything is factored in. But I think for me, at least, it's not about necessarily, of course, you need to get over this numbers and this hump of the actuals coming in at, the 350 plus minus 10, 15 seats, if you will. I think the real thing is it's a much bigger story. It's a story about the next several years. It's a story about the next at least 1 decade as far as India is concerned, where systematic planning from an individual perspective, from your viewer perspective, has never felt more promising than it feels at this point in time. So the way I would say this is that regardless of the numbers today, unless it goes well outside this range that channels are talking about, I think we are largely done. There may be intraday spikes galore, 100 point up, 100 point down kind of moves that might happen. But I think the market is largely gearing up to buy on dips. And I think that's going to be the story for the next several years. And the underlying theme again is that the Indian markets, all going well today, will remain overvalued optically and will remain expensive for some length of time.
Yeah. Well, we can live with that, right? Jakes, hi, morning. Prashant here. Now, so just since we're talking on the results day morning, let me just humor me for sort of a couple of minutes with just today. What is the number? So upside is pretty clear. If the number and exit polls in the last 2 times underestimated the margin for the winner, so so upside is clear. But on the downside, what is the way to think about it? Do you think if the BJP itself ends up with around 300, market should be okay, even though exit polls put them at about 325, 330? But do you think around 300 it should be okay?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, but I mean, essentially the majority on their own is what matters, and some margin beyond that, right?
I mean, logically, yes. Yeah. But I don't think we should convert this to a science. I just think it's a feel-good associated with these numbers coming through. So there was a time 48 to 72 hours ago, maybe a little more, 96 hours ago, where we said if 280 plus comes along, continuity is assured, we move on in life.
Yeah.
We are moving that bar to say 280 go to 300, 310. I think it's not a science. I just think it's a feel-good. And, to the extent there is comfort with a little buffer, so much the better.
Hi, Jakes. Good morning and good to see you. And, Jakes, couple of themes that you have been spot on. One is PSUs and the other is the metal space. Let's talk about the PSUs first, because yesterday, post the exit poll itself, we had these stocks that are rallying big time. How do you approach them? The theme as a whole has done very, very well. And I think banks in particular is something that you've liked as well. But what's still looking attractive from these levels?
So I think I've always maintained that the underlying theme of PSUs is that they can get orders, especially on the manufacturing side, on a nominated basis. And that's what leads, since the government itself was keen to galvanize capex and galvanize investment by the listed space or the companies themselves, the private sector, the way they did it was actually lead through the public sector. And most of the capex here came through nominated orders. They don't have to bid for them. So notwithstanding the traditional sort of inefficiency of the PSU, if you will, the tag that has been there for last so many decades, the PSUs this time have been replete with orders. They've been sort of, overwhelmed with orders, and they're able to therefore execute. Classic case, whether it's railways, whether it's defense, whether it is, the metal space in terms of expansions, etc. So the way I see this is that with the passage of time, with the passage of technology adoption, with the passage of technology transfer, PSUs with inherent capacities have become more and more efficient, are becoming more and more efficient, and they're getting orders. So a combination of high capacity utilization, orders coming through, and efficiencies kicking in, I think it made for, tremendous tailwinds as far as the PSUs were concerned. It was true in the banking sector where the RBI took the mantle of actually creating norms that cleaned out, legacy issues, that made banks recognize their problems of the past and recapitalize them whenever required. So given that kind of a scenario, banks have now moved to 1.3, 1.5 times book in some cases, even more expensive than some of the smaller private sector banks. And as far as the other manufacturing, Make in India theme, etc., from defense and other standpoints, you've had actually, the sort of a Goldilocks scenario and a golden period where a lot of things just kicked in as far as the PSUs are concerned. Valuations today are not expensive. organic growth will keep them going. But I think the bigger play there might well be the division, if you will. Many of these companies have historic land banks, historically held land banks. They have mining rights in the case of metals and mineral companies. They have, manufacturing capacities. And the demergers in some of these corporate actions could well unlock more value as you go along.
All right, Jake, so you've given us for the PSU, you've answered the PSU question. By the way, just telling our viewers that we're getting initial leads that are flashing for our viewers as well on the screen, so keep an eye out on that. Jake, the other one that you briefly mentioned was the metal space. And I know a couple of stocks in there, you had a bit of a contra trade when the street was not really looking at it. JSPL and Vedanta, both of them have done very, very well. Talking about demerger, Vedanta could unlock some value as well. Are you still positive on these two?
Very much. I think the theme in both these has been a combination of capacity increase, some deleveraging, governance issues dramatically improving, and in some cases, like in Vedanta, could be demerger. I mean, the obvious disclosure and disclaimer is that, I either have held these stocks or currently holding these stocks. So my interest should be, put out as a disclaimer. Having said that, I think the theme is different, which is that the dollar index in the backdrop is weakening, number one. And we have a wonderful period where actually even commodity prices, while certain commodities are moving up. This scenario existed several years ago. But the reason it didn't play out was China became the party pooper because their economy collapsed. So at that point in time, when the transition to EV was happening, transition to clean energy was happening, many of these commodity moves could have happened even 2 years earlier, but for, as I said, China playing the party pooper. Today, China's economy seems to have put a floor, seems to have established a base, and to my mind, a weakening dollar, and in that the commodity prices, you have oil not actually moving up, which is great for India, but some of the base metals have been actually helped a lot by things like supply disruptions, issues in various parts of the globe regarding mining closures, ports being shut down, movements being affected, floods, etc. So given all that and capacities now being triggered into action because countries like India are pulling in their weight, I think we could have a really golden period in the next 2-3 years for commodities. And who better than the names that you mentioned because they actually have mining rights, they are some of the base metals, and they're kind of world level capacities in most of the cases. So long answer to a short question.
Jake, stay on. By the way, just going back to those numbers, we've got trends for 34 seats as of now, NDA 23 and India 11. Those are the early leads that have started coming in. Of course, Jakes is with us. In a bit, we'll be chatting with Arvind Sanger as well. And I think we have Shireen joining us now from New Delhi. Shireen, big day.
Yes, it is a big day, Super Tuesday as we're calling it. Nitin Gadkari leading in Nagpur, that is his constituency, of course, continues to be a stalwart of the BJP. The early counts indicating 28 for the NDA, 11 for the India Alliance, 26 for the BJP. As we go through these numbers, and I think Prashant was talking about this at the start of the program, Surbi, is this going to be an early call just as it was in 2019? Remember, by 2019, 10:30, we were all done. The verdict was sealed and delivered. Or is this going to be a sort of hold on to the edge of your seats kind of day? Well, we're prepared for all of that. But it's a very interesting conversation that I was listening in on last evening of the three big pollsters, Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, and of course CSDS and C Voter. And I think what is very clear are a couple of things. Prime Minister Modi continues to be, as far as voters are concerned, one of the tallest leaders. The momentum that the Prime Minister enjoys is unparalleled at this point in time, and that is the calling card of the BJP, and which is why, even though this is a parliamentary democracy, the election has virtually become a presidential style election. So that is a factor that, in seats where you possibly could see slimmer margins, the Modi factor is going to be one to contend with. 2, vote share. You can argue about, who's giving how many seats to which party and which alliance. But as far as vote share is concerned, again, if you take a look at what the pollsters are suggesting at this point in time, it is indicating that it is almost double the vote share that the BJP enjoys over the Congress. So between 39 to 40% is the kind of all India vote share that exit polls are suggesting for the BJP, and the Congress is anywhere between 20 and 23, in fact, on the upper side as far as the vote share is concerned. So that's going to be another important factor to watch out for. The battleground states, I think what is indicated from all conversations that I've heard from the pollsters, Maharashtra is going to be the tough one to call, and that is because it is not a straight BJP versus Congress battle. There are complications on account of the split of the Shiv Sena itself, and that has muddied waters. Which way will it swing is going to be the key question. But like 2014 and like 2019, have the exit polls underestimated the results? Remember, last time around, the results went even higher in favor of the NDA eventually when the official results came in, or is it going to be a different picture? The latest tally, 60 for the NDA, 51 for the BJP, 25 for India, 13 for the Congress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading from Varanasi. That is the latest information that's coming in. So you have the Prime Minister leading in Varanasi. Of course, that's a predictable contest there. No surprises on that one. Also to point out, there are going to be two crucial state elections to watch out for, Andhra Pradesh and Orissa. Will it be the return of Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh? That is going to be the question, and that is what the BJP is certainly going to be hoping for, because remember, there are alliance partners. And Orissa, is this the end of the road for Naveen Patnaik when we talk about the assembly? Look at the polls. Access My India virtually giving nothing on the Lok Sabha side as far as the BJP, as far as the BJD is concerned. So could we see an upset both from the Lok Sabha as well as the assembly side as far as the state of Orissa is concerned? That will be important to watch. South, that has been one of the big aspects of this election. The Prime Minister has spent a considerable amount of his time, his energy, rallying through southern parts of India. And again, going back to the exit polls, this is the interesting thing that they are suggesting, that even if we don't see a significant seat share increase as far as South is concerned, they do expect a significant vote share increase. In fact, including in states like Kerala, if those numbers are to be believed, that will be a significant inroads for the BJP in the southern bastions. 83 now for the NDA, 73 for the BJP, 35 for the Congress, 35 for the India Alliance, 18 for the Congress. At this point in time, Vikramaditya Singh trailing from Mandi. Remember, he is up against Kangana Ranaut there. So Omar Abdullah trailing at this point in time from the seat of Baramulla. Omar Abdullah, of course, from the National Conference. And we have Jitendra Singh of the BJP trailing at this point in time. Of course, he is currently a minister as well. But I will keep bringing you updates on what the leads are suggesting. Anurag Thakur leading from Hamirpur. Again, Himachal Pradesh going to be an important state. Remember, the Congress is in power there as far as the state is concerned. I'm going to keep bringing you updates, guys, but for now, back to you.
Well, the process is so fast, right? I mean, these results, once they start to come in, they come in fast, and we'll keep coming back to you, Shireen, for that. And I was thinking that the focus for markets, etc., has been Mumbai and kind of inward looking, but I think today and over the next many weeks, I think all eyes on Delhi and what comes out of there, right? And what happens really beyond today as well. So, yeah.
I'm saying we have to get through. We have to get through today, Prashant, and then we have the big event, the budget coming up. Before that, we have government formation. Who is going to be the Council of Ministers in, if it is in fact Modi 3.0, as the exit polls are suggesting? So, there is going to be no respite for any of us.
All right. Well, look forward to that, Shireen. We'll keep coming back to you for more perspective, and of course the numbers as they keep coming in. The trends are coming in. Look at how fast they're coming, right? 141. We got trends for 141 out of 543 constituencies already. So, 100 for the NDA, 102 for the NDA. The India Alliance at about 39, and others at about 3. Will sort of, goes, because it's not just about the full numbers. The big numbers, of course, is what the market will latch onto immediately. But I think beyond that, what, as Shireen said, happens in states, right? I mean, West Bengal, the southern states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Odisha, for example, where Axis My India was sort of showing a big sweep. I think all of those has implications because, I mean, the BJP from being seen as a party of the Hindi heartland, I mean, essentially it becomes pan-India. I mean, if the especially the Axis My India polls are the actual results as they come through. Jakes is with us, but let me also welcome in Arvind Sanger, who is joining in with what he's making of the big day. Arvind, we spoke with you yesterday. Welcome back. Good morning again. You know, so it started, I mean, the numbers, the tally is coming through thick and fast. Your thoughts? I mean, we had a big day yesterday, 3.5% for the Nifty. What is your sense? Today, of course, will be what it will be. But do you think the base shifts higher and we're if the exit poll results hold, markets looking good for longer?
Well, yesterday seemed to be more of a short covering rally. That's why you saw the large caps largely lead the way. I think that as we get more comfortable about policy continuity and in general, the economic outlook starts to dominate again. I think, let's be honest, at the end of the day, elections are primarily important to the extent that we worry about policy. But at the end of the day, the Indian economy is more about what's going on at the fundamental level. And I think the government has been very good, this current government, in terms of infrastructure and manufacturing support. And if we have continuity on that, then we can go back to focusing on which parts of the economy are going to do well. And I think, Jakes was talking earlier about metals. That's clearly one of the areas we like, as I said yesterday. I also think the natural gas economy. So I think there's a lot of things that the government has talked about in the past, but also a lot of stuff, is the consumer going to come back, the domestic consumer. So these are some of the sectors where it wasn't necessarily a big day yesterday. But those are important things to keep in mind, not just for today, but, is the domestic consumption story going to come back? So these are some of the things that I think are going to be important in the coming weeks, months, and couple of years.
Absolutely, Arvind. That's the question on a lot of people's mind, whether you should be increasing allocation out of sectors that have not performed. And definitely consumer and staples is one such pocket of the market. Jakes, before we let you go, you made that point in your opening remarks about how this is a market that is looking to buy the dip. The problem, however, for this market is that the dip is simply not coming, and they're usually very, very shallow, 2-3% at the best. And, we've not seen any serious, substantial profit-taking from domestic institutions either. So, I mean, do you think, would you still have expectations of that dip? And if yes, then how would you approach the same space that you like already? I mean, within PSUs, what would you go in for first? Or would you look at any contrarian bets like consumer, like what Arvind was just alluding to?
The way I think it's more an expression to say that the market's looking that if there is a weakness at any point in time, you need to be committed. I mean, you're talking about first-time investors. 3 years ago and over a period of time, percentage of retail savings that have moved into the markets now gone up to close to 5%. But it's still an evolving theme. The month-on-month SIP numbers, etc. So I think the point here is that with this kind of flow into the markets from retail investors, you will literally be, seeing a sort of a gradual secular trend of more and more commitment of retail individual money in markets. So from that point of view, multiple themes, I would say themes which involve manufacturing, we talked about. So defense stocks for the moment are still reasonable. I mean, I gave an example of the biggest in the picture, like an HAL, which still is trading at about 25 times if you annualize the last quarter numbers. So this is not, completely off the charts kind of valuations. Yet you need to be selective. As I said, the PSU space is expensive, make no mistake. But having said that, there are still a number of gems you can pick up, but you have to take a much longer view. Instant gratification, that's not going to be the theme forward. And in the private sector, there are enough and more people who are willing to step up to the plate, increase capacities. We've talked about the, one space, which is the metal space, but like that, you could go down individual, those that feed into the defense sector, chemical companies, NBFCs, which are fostering growth in the MSME space. So there are spaces that you need to do, but you need to go back to the drawing board and get bottoms up. This is not a market where you can throw darts and assume that everything will work.
Oh, yeah.
So the easy money days are over,
yeah.
But the secular trend of the markets, I think, is intact. In fact, has been reaffirmed by these numbers, which as we speak, is about 68 to 70% of the early leads are going through in favor of the NDA.
Yeah.
And if you extrapolate that to 542, that's about 350 to 370 if my maths helps me.
Yeah.
So I think we're still on track for what was laid out in the...
An expected outcome. Yeah, I mean, going by this, but it's still early, so let's not, second guess. Jakes, it's been a pleasure having you on this morning. Thank you very much. And we'll keep in close contact as the day rolls out and, the market gets through the next couple of sessions as well. But let's just head back to Shireen before we continue our conversation with the market experts. So, Shireen, more numbers now. 157 is the tally for the NDA.
Yes. That is right, 140 for the BJP, 62 for the India Alliance, 23 for the Congress Survey. But very quickly, let me just run you through some of those big names. Smriti Irani reading now from Amethi. Remember, this is not a contest between Irani and Rahul Gandhi any longer. Smriti Irani at this point in time is leading. Interesting development in Delhi. Somnath Bharti, who's up against Basuri Swaraj of the BJP, Sushma Swaraj's daughter. Somnath Bharti at this point in time, Aam Aadmi Party leading in Delhi. Vikramaditya Singh, remember at the start of the program, we said that Kangana Ranaut was leading in Mandi. It is now changed. Vikramaditya Singh is leading in Mandi. Shashi Tharoor up against Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Shashi Tharoor now leading in Tiruvananthapuram. Rahul Gandhi leading in Wayanad. So that is the latest in terms of some of these VIP seats, some of these VIP contests that are currently underway. Jyotiraditya Scindia is leading from Guna. As the exit polls have suggested, it is going to be a wipeout for the opposition as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. Mandi, as I pointed out, the contest between Kangana Ranaut and Vikramaditya Singh. Now it is the Congress that is leading, which means Vikramaditya Singh in the lead at this point in time. That is the picture. 141 for the BJP, 62 for India. And, the reason why we are getting the results coming in so quickly, or the leads coming in so quickly, is because we have feet on the ground. Every booth, we have a News 18 reporter, a News 18 asset resource that is monitoring and tracking the action, and which is why you're getting the fastest and most accurate numbers here on the News 18 network. So some of the leads that are coming in at this point in time, and it's moving very, very quickly. But interesting one, Somnath Bharti at this point in time leading in Delhi against Basuri Swaraj, and we've seen a change from about the last 30 minutes as far as Mandi is concerned. The other leads so far along predictable lines.
Well, Shireen, thanks very much for that. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think, the numbers that you're seeing here on CNBC-TV18 and the News 18 network, I mean, I think is the fastest that you're getting. And I think, as Shireen explained, feet on the ground, I think, is what makes all the difference. So very, very quick trends coming through. These are leads, of course, but they give you a real sense of, which way this election is going, the results are going. 40 minutes to go for market opening, actually, that's the pre-open, and then, of course, 9:15 market open. We also have Rupal Bhansali joining in now, Chief Investment Officer at Double Duty Money Management. Rupal, great to have you with us here on the program. Important day, a big day. Arvind Sanger, of course, is still with us as well. Rupal, the pet peeve for locals here has been, for all of us, has been that foreigners have been big sellers in India. I mean, actually coming into this election last month, that's the month of May, they sold over $3 billion in stocks. And of course, I mean, do you think this changes it if the exit poll numbers, etc., hold? It changes because India is, of course, the fastest growing large economy in the world. And there is this sort of dividend with regards to political continuity. What's your sense, Rupal?
So I think, as you know, I'm a known consensus investor. So I want to bring to bear something that is not so obvious. You're correct. India is one of the strongest growing economies in the world, and there's a growth scarcity. So obviously that bodes well. But I think the problem with that growth is it's very lopsided. In fact, I would call it one-sided. It's all government expenditure on infrastructure that is driving it, which is good, but it is certainly not supported by many other large components of GDP, like agriculture, very, very weak. Consumer spending, very weak. Even private capital expenditures, very weak. So I think, those are the things that I'm watching out for as to why is this economic activity not broader and so narrow. So while, again, it's very great to see this kind of growth, I think it needs to broaden out for this rally to continue.
All right. Hi, Rupal. Good morning and good to see you in. This is Nigel on this side. What about from the emerging market themes? You know, the Indian markets, they're standing tall, both in terms of returns as well as in valuations. How are you positioned out there? Because the Chinese market actually in the last 3 or 4 months has been a relative outperformer. So that could be tactical in nature. How do you view the emerging markets?
You're correct. I think the Chinese, investment dollars that have flown there are certainly tactical in the sense a lot of fast money has moved in, sensing an opportunity because they've been so weak and they've underperformed for so long. The Chinese premier from time to time does promise a bit of stimulus, etc. It tends to be short-lived, but nonetheless, it has certainly attracted some dollars. I think from an Indian standpoint, if this growth broadens out, I think that will allow the market to continue to prosper. But if it doesn't, I think the valuations will prove to be a very high bar, to cross. And also, don't forget, we need to watch out for, the kind of majority. It's clear, of course, the Modi government is going to come back in power. The question is by what margin and by what majority. And if you look at the Mexican elections, which literally just happened over the weekend, one of those things that, if it's sometimes too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. The Mexican stock market sold off heavily because, people are concerned that with such a wide majority, there'll be no checks and balances of the government. The good news, I think, from Indian standpoint is one of the manifestos of the Modi government was fiscal responsibility and not sort of engaging in populist spending, which, many governments are prone to do. And the fear certainly is that in Mexico that they might do that. In India, it's quite the contrary. The government has been far more of a beacon of, I would say, fiscal responsibility. And that's part of the reason why the Indian market has done so well, because people see this Goldilocks period of, not only is the government spending so much, but tax receipts are good, the fiscal budget deficit is under control, and that, of course, has played out in the valuations that you see.
Okay, fair point. Arvind, just to come back to that whole point on what to buy in this market and how to buy it, I want to talk about banks because, look at what happened yesterday. You had that thundering move on State Bank of India, almost 10% higher, right? It's become the second biggest bank by market cap in the country now. So, again, the issue is, do you put money to work where things are good, which is, some of the larger PSU bank names? Or do you go back and wait for something like an HDFC Bank to revive, or maybe Kotak to get through its RBI digital issues and then to revive? The basic question is, put money on what's working, or go and try and find value and then wait for it to turn.
Well, that's a very interesting question. We are always looking for growth at a reasonable price, and so one of the challenges in the Indian market is that the growthier stocks are very expensively priced. And frankly, the PSUs are expensively priced. And, yes, PSUs have performed incredibly well. But, we at some of the private sector banks, which have long track record of strong returns, some of which have struggled recently because of, in the HDFC Bank case, the merger creating some short-term imbalance in terms of, loan versus deposits. I think those are the kind of opportunities that we think are more value oriented and yet have a long-term upside. So in a market that is not cheap, we're being much more selective in what we are buying and looking for, laggards where we feel there's a long-term sustainability of growth rather than the more frothy, more populist ideas that are out there. And I think, you were talking earlier about India versus China. One of the things is, India is the best growth story in the world, but India is the most expensive story in the world by a long shot in terms of its own valuation relative to history. It is far ahead of almost every other market in the world that we look at. So I think that's what creates some of the challenge for us when we look globally is in the Indian market. Finding relative and maybe even absolute value is a tricky task, and which is why we have to look under rocks and see where there might be areas that have been overlooked.
All right. Arvind, one theme that you have been spot on has been on the power space and some of those PSUs as well. I recall when you visited India as well, we had a chat with you in our studio, and Coal India was a stock that you liked. The stock has done very well from there, but some part of the street believes maybe if they are successful in moving some of that money towards a renewable theme. As of now, the markets only evaluate on the traditional business, on the conventional business, but they have been making investments in, some of these non-conventional businesses as well, which could derive some value, and then in fact you could give it a higher multiple. Do you believe that could be the case?
I'm not a fan of coal companies trying to be wind companies or solar companies. I would rather play my wind and solar business directly through wind and solar companies. It's too large a coal business to ever get a renewable multiple. I invest in coal companies around the world, and my advice to all managements is don't try to be what you're not. Try to be the best at what you are. And so, yeah, I'm not a believer either in India or anywhere else in the world thinking of a coal company as suddenly becoming a renewable company.
Power themes, you still like Coal India, Power Grid, if you could name a couple of them?
Yeah, I think, the NTPCs, the Tata Power, Coal India, these are all plays. Look, at the end of the day, India needs all sources of power. And the main challenge in India is not that we don't have enough renewable power at 10 or 11 in the morning or 12 noon. The main problem is we don't have enough power at 6 or 7 in the evening when the sun goes down. And so the opportunity really is more in the thermal sector, and that's not going to change in the next couple of years.
Got it.
This is not a short-term theme. This is the next couple of years theme.
All right. Arvind, stay with us. Rupal, stay with us. Let's go across to Shireen. She got more. Shireen?
Yes, it's barely, what is the time now? 8:30, Prashant, and look at how quickly things are moving. 200 crossed for the NDA, it's 220 now, and 100 crossed for the India Alliance, 114 for the India Alliance, 37 for the Congress. Again, let's just go over some of the big names. Piyush Goyal currently leading his first Lok Sabha election that he is fighting. So Piyush Goyal leading, Sambit Patra of the BJP leading from Puri. Remember, Odisha, a crucial battleground state for the BJP. The BJP is hoping to dislodge Naveen Patnaik in the assembly and of course gain seats in Odisha as well. So far 11 leads coming in out of the 21 seats, and it is even Stevens as far as Odisha is concerned. Sambit Patra, as I pointed out, leading from Puri. Let's take a look at Chennai and the state of you have DMK's Kanimori leading there. You have Mansukh Mandavia leading at this point in time as well. Amit Shah leading from Gandhinagar. Baramati, and this is going to be the big battle. Supriya Sule at this point in time trying to hold up the legacy of Sharad Pawar. Supriya Sule leading in Baramati. That is the latest that's coming in. 123 now for the India Alliance. 231 for the NDA. And you know, it's so far, if you go by what the leads are suggesting, look at MP and look at Karnataka going exactly as the exit poll suggested. So as far as Karnataka is concerned, it looks like, irrespective of what happened as far as the assembly election is concerned, it looks like it is going to be a clear win as far as the NDA is concerned. 20 to the NDA, 1 to the Congress at this point in time is what the leads are indicating for Karnataka. And in Madhya Pradesh, 20 to the BJP, 1 to the Congress, 21 of 29 at this point in time are the leads that have come in. Odisha, the latest number, 6 to the BJP, 5 to the BJD. So as I said, it is much more evenly balanced there as far as Odisha is concerned. But some of those big names coming in as far as the early leads indicate. Of course, Prime Minister Modi, as we've been pointing out, continues to lead from Varanasi, and Rahul Gandhi is leading from Wayanad. 127 now for the India Alliance and 232 for the NDA. And I want to once again come back to why you are seeing these numbers on your screens, because you might be looking at very different numbers on other screens if you are at all watching other screens, and that is because we have feet on the ground in every single polling booth, and that is why we're being able to give you accurate and the fastest numbers. So almost getting to 250 for the NDA Alliance, 132 for the India Alliance at this point in time.
Right. Shireen, I mean, if this trend holds, I mean, you're basically looking at what the exit polls showed. I mean, 252 already. Out of the 350 odd seats which are for which trends are coming, 350, 370 seats for which trends are out, right? I mean, so you're looking at, NDA 350, 360 in that zone.
Yeah, well, again, we want to caveat this. Early days, it's only 8:30 in the morning, and of course, things are changing. But it looks like a formidable victory at this point in time as far as the NDA is concerned. The BJP now at about 218, the Congress edging closer to the 50 mark, 49 for the Congress at this point in time. Interesting, Amritsar, Taranjit Sandhu of the BJP, former diplomat like S. Jaishankar, deciding to enter electoral politics. Taranjeet Sandhu is leading from Amritsar. In fact, Amritsar was one of those constituencies that also saw very low voter turnout, but it looks like, as far as Punjab is concerned, again, the exit poll suggested, which was very contrary to the general perception, given the reception that the BJP candidates got in the state of Punjab. But the polls suggest that vote share will go up for the BJP, even as far as the state of Punjab is concerned. And Taranjeet Sandhu leading at this point in time from Amritsar. 49 for the Congress, 218 for the BJP, 252 for the NDA and 134 for the India Alliance at this point in time.
Well, right now, the NDA is just 20 shy. I mean, these are obviously leads and trends we're talking about, but 20 shy of the 272 figure. The rest, obviously, is a lot of analysis. It's a lot of conjecture. It's a lot of, ifs and buts and what happens. But 20, now 19 shy of 272 is what we have. Results, or rather leads and trends already in for 400 seats. Shireen, at this rate, the pace at which the News 18 network is going, I remember, you're very right. I remember 10:30, it was all done and dusted in 2019. At this rate, we'll be done and dusted at 9:15, Shireen.
One doesn't want to speak too soon, Surabhi, but I distinctly remember we were planning for a long day, and then by 10:30 it was all done in 2019, and it's moving very quickly. In fact, just a quick note on Karnataka. Now you see the Congress leading in 3 states, 3 seats in Karnataka. The NDA tally at 19. The Congress has opened its leads as far as Karnataka is concerned. So we will, of course, get down to that. And importantly, guys, the EVM counting has now begun. So what we were seeing so far was postal ballots. So the EVM counting has begun, and that is the process, as we've been outlining, that the Election Commission basically follows. So postal ballots are done. EVM counting has now begun. 253 for the NDA, 219 for the BJP, 49 for the Congress at this point in time. And as I said, Delhi, it is 1 to the India Alliance, which looks like it's Somnath Bharti that he is leading up against Masuri Swaraj. Otherwise, 6 to the BJP in Delhi at this point in time. BJP leading in Gurugram as well. So that is, of course, Haryana. And we will update you on some of the other high-profile constituencies and high-profile battles. But Supriya Sule leading in Baramati. It is going to be Sharad Pawar's legacy that is on the ballot this time around post that NCP split. You've got the Shiv Sena split, you've got the NCP split. So Maharashtra, of course, has turned out to be one of those cocktails that is very, very hard to call at this point.
No, absolutely. I think one thing we'll have to do for sure is bring forward some of the guest bookings.
I'm telling you, 9:15 is a long way off, Prashant, from sitting where we are today.
But it's actually, it's not a bad thing that you get markets before. Yes. I was talking to somebody in the morning and said, well, counting should begin actually not at 8, but at a little earlier, right? So by 9:15, it is so, the schedule is such that by 9:15 we get the results.
And then you can decide what's your strategy.
Otherwise, through the course of the day, what happens sometimes is there is volatility, the market waxes, wanes, and, there could be that. Not looking at these numbers, if these trends hold up, of course, but I think it's interesting. Shireen, thanks very much for that. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you. And for some of those other states as well, I mean, Tamil Nadu, etc. I don't know if you've got starting to see anything there. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and those states. But more leads coming through. 285 for the NDA, 159 for India. So, this holds your halfway. Absolutely, halfway done. Mark. And it's 8:35 in the morning. Arvind is with us, and so is Rupal. Arvind, just sort of slightly forward thinking, right? So, what has been doing well has been doing well from a market perspective. So the one option is to sort of pile in, and it's kind of hard to do because stocks have done so phenomenally well, outsized gains. The other is to try and think about what could be the next theme, right? So, for example, one of the things which potentially the government could focus on is housing in a big way. We don't know. I'm just thinking aloud. But the starting point there is that housing finance stocks are actually cheap. That's the starting point. So maybe downside is kind of limited for that space. It's not as if stocks are up 3x, 4x. And then you think about whether the government can focus on, maybe a subvention scheme, subsidizing sort of housing both in urban and rural areas, Of course, we'll find out if that really is the case. But your thoughts, Arvind, on some of this stuff? Go on.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. I think, housing finance, there are interesting ways to play it. There are the various NBFCs that have not necessarily participated in this rally. But I think there's the other thing. When you talk about housing, think about cement, think about steel. Infrastructure, we like, some of the beneficiaries of the infrastructure spend. So we think of it both from the financials, where we think there's a lot of opportunities. If India Inc. is going to grow overall, the financial sector, there'll be many areas. But, the natural gas economy, I just mentioned that earlier. So, yes, I don't disagree with your housing comment, and I don't disagree that there are many NBFCs that have been left behind that could be beneficiaries. But I think there are other related sectors, and then there are other sectors that we think that are interesting, where things haven't been quite as bubbly, and there are still opportunities. And we think if we take a 2-3 year view, we are not taking a 1-2 month view. I think there are things that are going to emerge. Some of the recycling companies that are going to benefit from the green economy. I know we talk about wind and solar a lot, but there are other niches in the economy where there are things that could be interesting. So we're looking at some of these niches and seeing that this could be, a sustainable theme over the next few years. And I think the question about the domestic demand remains an open question. We don't have a strong view, but it's something we'll watch to see whether the domestic consumption recovers, because that's important to create a broad-based rally.
All right, Arvind, we will let you go on that note and hope to talk again soon in the coming days, because once the dust settles on this mega event is when sort of the market decides what next to focus on. Thank you very much for being with us on this important morning. So there you have it. The tally as of now, 291 NDA, 161 to India. Shireen, back to you.
Well, Surbhi, I just wanted to go over some of the key battleground states. Maharashtra at this point in time, 27 seats for the NDA. Sunetra Pawar, in fact, now leading. She's up against Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule was leading, but now it is Sunetra Pawar of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP now leading in battleground Baramati. Let's talk about Karnataka, because the Congress has now started to move higher there. So 5 seats where the Congress now taking the lead, 20 to the BJP in the state of Karnataka. West Bengal, this is the big battle between Prime Minister Modi and Mamata Banerjee. It is split down the middle at this point in time. 17 seats to the TMC, 17 seats to the BJP is what the early leads are indicating as far as West Bengal is concerned. This is going to be the big one to watch out for. The BJP going in feeling very, very confident about being able to pull off an upset as far as West Bengal is concerned. Mamata Banerjee giving it all she's got. It's 17 to the TMC, 17 to the BJP at this point in time. Andhra Pradesh, remember, Andhra Pradesh also voting for the assembly, and at this point in time it's very clear Chandrababu Naidu, the ally of the BJP, so you've got 18 to the NDA, and the YSR Congress 3 at this point in time in Andhra Pradesh. In Rajasthan, once again, this was an area where it looked like the Congress would be able to reclaim a little bit. Remember, last time around it was a clean sweep as far as the BJP is concerned. Early leads indicating 17 for the BJP and 5 for the Congress in Rajasthan at this point in time. So that is the latest picture that is emerging. It is now 59 to the Congress, 160 to the India Alliance, 295. So almost at the 300 mark for the NDA Alliance, 249 to the BJP, and others about 19 at this point in time. So that is the story that's playing out. West Bengal, as I pointed out again, and I'm looking at the numbers, still 17 each between the BJP as well as the TMC at this point in time. So Maharashtra is going to be an interesting one as well, where you, at last count, as far as the leads were concerned, 27 seats leading for the NDA so far.
Okay, all right. I guess, yeah, absolutely, Shireen. West Bengal, that's the real cliffhanger at this point in time. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you. Rupal is still with us. Rupal, so, the way things are moving, it's extremely rapid, and this market might have a lot of clarity even as it, sets out for open. So again, what would your advice be, given where we are, given the galloping moves in the last couple of days, including yesterday? What's the best way to sort of, play this from here on, just in terms of deploying money, taking profits, just, a little bit of a tactical advice here, if possible?
That's really hard for me. I tend to be a very long-term investor, but I think it's clear from all your narratives and even the market, this market is looking a bit too rich And clearly, a lot of this election good news was priced in, well before the election results came out. It's been widely predicted, this outcome. Now, of course, there can always be upsets, but it's clear there's not going to be one today. So I think a lot of the good news is in the price. I think in general, worldwide, this is not just true of India. We have gorged on capital appreciation as being the form of, returns in the market. And people have forgotten that in long run history of markets, dividends have typically contributed almost half the total returns when you look at it over, a couple of centuries perspective. And I think dividends are going to be the way to generate total returns in the market because capital appreciation is likely to disappoint. So that's kind of how I would position my portfolios, with companies that can pay. Now, of course, that's not exciting. It's not sort of very fast money, but I think slow and steady sometimes can be the best way to win.
All right. Let's talk about one of the things we want to talk about is banks, right? And because banks saw such a large move yesterday. I mean, the index, the Bank Nifty was up 4%. Names like SBI ended up almost 10% higher. Anand Swaminathan is with us. He's, of course, senior research analyst at Bank of America Securities. He tracks the financial space. Anand, good morning. Good to have you with us here. Thanks for your time. The conference is on. You met foreign investors. It's a sector which sort of FIIs go into first when they want to sort of express a view. Do you think interest is coming back, especially for private banks, is likely to come back in a meaningful way from here on? Go on.
Absolutely. I think what we are seeing is good bullishness on the macro outlook for India, and to some extent, foreign investors are waiting for continuity post-elections. Once that is done, we think more flows could come into the financial sector. And if you think about it, Nigel, in the last few years, all the FII outflows, more than half of it was funded by the financial sector. So whenever the flows come back, we do think the financials will benefit. And this time around, interestingly, we are seeing more interest in the government-owned banks as well. And we think that is a structural play which can continue to work over the next few years as well, over the medium term.
Anand, Prashant here actually. Nigel is with me. He'll sort of come to you shortly. But, SBI went up 10% yesterday. The moves that we saw yesterday, is that something sort of specific with regards to this or that? Or is this just a expression of the positivity with regards to India? And are you getting a sense that, especially for names like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, actually, of course, Kotak as well, the same amount of interest can creep in over the next few weeks?
Absolutely. I think, the starting point is a very low investor positioning in the government banks. That's why we saw a higher move up for them yesterday. But in a broader sense, government banks will be the primary players whenever the capex cycle, the private capex cycle picks up in India. I would say that is driving a lot of bullishness at this stage. But eventually, all the big banks, I would say the big private banks and the big government banks, will benefit from a stable macro, and a capex cycle will benefit players across the board. I think it will get broad-based soon, but at this stage, it's driven by stocks which are under-owned, I would say.
All right. Hi, Anand. Good morning and good to see you in. Nigel on this side. One query that we normally get is, are the ROEs of these PSU banks peaking out? And will credit costs slip from here? What's your comment on that? Many believe that bulk of the good news is in the price and things will slip on both these two factors from here. Your take?
Sure. The ROEs can potentially peak, but it doesn't mean they're going to come down very fast. And that is where the continuity on the macro and the asset quality outlook matters a lot. And from the ground, we are not seeing any pockets of stress, which is meaningful, which can turn this story around. And this time around, what is changing is with the digital ecosystem and the approach from the regulators as well. The banks have been a lot more cautious when taking on new risk. I think what this means, a combination of these two, is the cycle could be a bit longer. And eventually this will mean higher multiples for the banks as well. But at this stage, we all go back and think about previous cycles and think things might turn quite fast. That doesn't have to be necessarily the case. And lastly, because the rate cut cycle seems to be pushed out, that also helps bank ROEs. That's also a positive, I would say, over the next few quarters for the banking sector.
Oh. Okay, all right. Well, we are getting some very interesting trends. It seems the BJP could be on track to opening its account in Tamil Nadu Some interesting numbers in Punjab as well, where as of now the leads are not giving any seat to the AAP. Very, very interesting state-wise data on our screens, Shireen.
Yes, very interesting indeed. 300 now for the NDA, 171 for the India Alliance. But I want to bring up two important states for the benefit of our viewers. And we're getting leads now for UP. And this is interesting. Watch this closely, guys. 53 for the BJP, for the NDA at this point in time in UP, and 24 for the India Alliance in UP. That's the latest number. So 77 out of 80 seats, we've got the leads coming in. India, the NDA at this point in time, we're leading in 53 and 24 for the India Alliance. Bihar, the other crucial state, 35 leads out of 40 coming in. NDA at 26, India at 9. So those are the two important ones. Remember, you saw that move away from the India Alliance of Nitish Kumar joining hands with the BJP just before the elections. And, there's been a lot of speculation on the role that Nitish Kumar is likely to play post-government formation. But Bihar at this point in time, NDA leading in 26, UP, NDA leading in 53, India in 24. Haryana, again, it's a even Stevens fight. BJP in 4, India in 4. Madhya Pradesh, as I pointed out, it seems like a clean sweep as the polls were suggesting. 25 for the BJP, 2 for the Congress. Karnataka, things are changing in Karnataka. The Congress seems to be edging higher. Remember, just a couple of minutes ago in Karnataka, we said that it was 5 for the Congress in terms of leads. And now the Congress is leading in 8 seats as far as the state of Karnataka is concerned. Tamil Nadu, India 32, the AIADMK 2, and the NDA Alliance 2. So clearly the India Alliance doing well in the state of Tamil Nadu as was expected. That is the latest picture. That's 70 for the India Alliance, and the Congress now crossing 60, 66 for the Congress, 256 for the BJP. Just some key leads in terms of the big names. Bhupesh Baghel, the former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, leading at this point in time. Rahul Gandhi leading from Raebareli as well as from Wayanad. Vaibhav Gehlot, Ashok Gehlot's son, is trailing at this point in time in Rajasthan. Rajiv Chandrasekhar up against Shashi Tharoor. Well, that's the big battle. He's trailing at this point in time. And remember, guys, Sandesh Khali in West Bengal, the controversial constituency. There's been so much said about it, back and forth over allegations, counter allegations. At this point in time, the TMC is leading in Sandesh Khali and Telangana as well. The BJP, the NDA essentially 15, and the Congress, the India Alliance at 7 at this point in time. That is the picture playing out for Telangana as well. Haryana, very evenly poised, 4 for the BJP, 4 for the India Alliance. 8 out of 10 seats is where the leads have come in at this point in time.
Okay, all right. Got it, Shireen. Thanks very much for a lot of those very interesting, analysis points and the trends there. By the way, the ticker just alerted us that Mr. Piyush Goyal, he's leading in Mumbai North as well. So, I mean, back home, that's something that, of course, we're eyeing as well, the trends in Mumbai. We're still in conversation with Anand Swaminathan as well as Rupal Bhansali. Rupal, so, on banks, just leave us with how you would approach things. And it's not about the here and now. I mean, a little more sort of strategic, longer-term call, whether one should wait for that big mega revival in private sector banks and then therefore the higher allocation, whether it should be there, or whether, considering that PSUs are the toast of town, whether you should be, fairly allocated to PSUs as well. What would you say?
Well, I think your bigger question, which is, should one be invested in banks at all, whether it's private or public, is the larger one. And I think I would still invest in the banking sector. If you look at globally, I've been following markets for 30 years and looking at history of markets. Whenever there is strong infrastructure spend and there is very good economic activity, banks tend to do very well. I mean, it's true what happened in Hong Kong. When Hong Kong was in its heyday, it happened in Singapore, it happened in Malaysia. You want to be careful to not be there at too fag end, of that cycle, but we seem to be still in the very early innings of it. So I'm not too concerned about an NPL cycle. I'm not too concerned about, margin compression. All of that happens much later. For now, I think, given we are not clear as to where economic activity is going to be driven from, whether it's private sector manufacturing, whether it's the consumer, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's agriculture, banks tend to be a good way to hedge, that bet we don't need to worry about where growth comes from as long as it comes from somewhere. And so, yes, I'm still going to be sort of bullish on the banking sector. Now, you mentioned, PSU banks went up a lot. One is always valuation sensitive. I actually think the opportunity is more in the private banks. And frankly, HDFC Bank, which has lagged quite a bit, partly due to company-specific execution issues. But, it's interesting play on real estate, as you well know, being part of the HDFC sort of larger group. And also, I think, in general, with the manifesto of the government being, to promote housing, I think banks are a good way to play that theme, and HDFC Bank in particular.
Okay. All right, Rupal, thank you very much. We will let you go on that note. Really appreciate you being with us on this important day, on this big morning. In fact, I want to take up that last point that Rupal made with Anand as well on the private sector names. Rupal was just talking about something like an HDFC Bank. And Anand, hi, morning, this is Surbhi here. And that's really the big question. The narrative on valuations is well understood, and everyone knows that valuations are on their side, these big blue chip bank stocks, private bank stocks. On the fundamentals, is there any reason to doubt a bigger move or a bigger recovery? Is there any reason to believe that maybe investors will keep allocating more to the PSU side? What should we watch out for? Fundamental triggers, the critical ones that could set the trajectory ahead for private sector banks.
Sure. I think two fundamental triggers that are going to be important over the next few quarters. One is CapEx cycle, and theoretically we would believe the public sector banks are the ones who benefit from this in the initial 1 or 2 years, and then the private banks take it up from there. But the broader theme sort of be for the next 1 or 3 years in India is going to be the tighter liquidity, and more importantly the competition for deposits, which is where the government banks have a leg up. And only the private banks who have a sustainable liability strategy and who are able to get deposits from the retail depositors are going to win this game. And that's why we have a preference for the bigger private banks, where we think they have the franchise and the digital products to get in those deposits. I would say between big private banks and public sector banks, it's quite balanced in terms of fundamentals. The rate cycle and liquidity will probably decide the balance over the next year.
Yeah. Anand, thanks very much for that. I just want to quickly make a quick mention of the GIFT Nifty as well. Take a look at the GIFT Nifty. It'll come up on your screens. It was indicating a 170-point higher start, I think, when we started at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's down about 0.25%. So 56 points lower on the GIFT Nifty. That's the implied open after what we saw yesterday. And that is largely because in some states, especially in states like Uttar Pradesh and maybe even Maharashtra to some degree, the gains, take UP, which is, of course, the big state. They got 62. BJP got 62 out of the 80 seats last time. And I think expectations were that they would actually increase that tally by 10 or 12 seats. And going by what we have right now, actually the trends which are coming through, it doesn't look like some of those numbers will come through. They're comfortably, of course, they'll win the state. But the fact is the numbers may not be as strong. There you go. That's the number. NDA at 53, right? As compared to what the expectation was, which was putting them at 70 plus. Especially the Axis My India poll was putting them at 72. So Maharashtra, for example, is up on your screen, also very close as opposed to what was being seen earlier. There is, of course, Bihar, which is 26 for the BJP plus, which is NDA and others as well. The point is, and I was saying this in the morning, upsides are clear. Maybe time to start thinking about downsides a little bit. And the number which the market will be okay with, will be able to use that to justify, where it is at least, 290, 300 for the BJP, around that 300 mark for the BJP itself. So, you can extrapolate these numbers or wait for maybe 15, 20 minutes more, and we'll have trends for the entire 543 seats. Parikshit is with us on the magic wall with some more interesting trends as these numbers continue to come in thick and fast. Parikshit, over to you.
Well, yes, numbers coming in fast. The NDA at 302 as of now. These are early leads. 173 for the India Alliance. Now, the states that I'm going to focus on are the states of West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and the South Zone. So let me begin with Odisha. This is crucial for the NDA's success. Currently, you've got leads in about 18 seats. The Biju Janata Dal leading on 8, the BJP on 10. These were states where the BJP was either second or third. And if it wins big in these states, it could increase its overall tally. So 10 for BJP in the state of Odisha right now. Let's move on to the state of West Bengal, where we've seen a very fierce battle between the TMC and the BJP. The BJP leading on 17, the TMC leading on 19 seats as of now. According to exit polls, the BJP could get anything between 20 to 22 in West Bengal. Any gains here will matter for a nationwide tally. Let's move on to the state of Telangana right now. These were all states where the BJP was hoping to win more. Now in Telangana, as expected, the BJP is doing well initially on 8 seats, but these are early leads. BRS, of course, has lost a lot of ground as expected. Congress at 5 right now. Remember, this is a state where the Congress is the ruling party in the state assembly. Whether they get that edge in the Lok Sabha, that remains to be seen. Let's also move on to the state of Andhra Pradesh, where the alliance with TDP and the Jan Sena, will it work for the BJP, or will YSR Congress be able to succeed? Doesn't look like advantage YSR Congress right now. They are only leading on 3 seats. Remember, they had also approached the Supreme Court just a few days back, but their application was rejected. The India Alliance leading on only 1 seat. Remember, YS Sharmila is up against YSR Congress leader Jagan Mohan Reddy here in Andhra Pradesh, and that could be cutting the votes as well. The NDA leading on 18 with the Jan Sena and TDP. They're expected to win big. So this state could contribute. Also, what happens in the South Zone? Let's look at Karnataka right now. This was a state which the BJP had literally swept last time around. The NDA right now winning about 20 seats, 8 for the Congress. Siddaramaiah had put in a lot of effort over the last 1 year with the 5 guarantees. We also have to see whether the Prajwal Revanna factor has any impact on the ground. For the moment, it seems to be advantage NDA. And then if you look at the South Zone in total, let me look at region-wise. Yes, the South Zone has 131 seats, and what will matter is whether they can make gains in states like Tamil Nadu, whether they can make gains in states like Kerala as well. Even 1 or 2 seats in either of these states could matter in a nationwide tally. Currently, the big numbers coming in from states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, UP, Haryana, also Jammu and Kashmir, Assam. So the BJP overall doing well in the Hindi heartland. Let's see how they do well in the South Zone, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh as well.
Oh, Pariksha, thank you very much. Just in time for to finish, because at 9 a.m. we'll start getting our pre-open rates. And looking at these numbers right now, and these are leads for just over 500, I think 500, 501 seats so far, 502. That number.
Hello and welcome to Election Exchange. We're getting you live coverage of Lok Sabha election 2024. The counting has been on since 8 a.m. this morning. Now, as per early leads, we're getting leads for 508 seats across the country. NDA leading on 293, the India Alliance 192. Very early leads. Too early to give you a national picture, but the BJP making gains in states like Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, Himachal, Jammu, Assam, also in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Let's remember states like West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh will be very crucial to the NDA's fortunes. Assam, the Chief Minister there, Himanta Biswa Sarma, has been saying that they are aiming for at least 12 to 13 states. Let me go across to all our guests right now. We're joined by Sujata Paul of the Congress Party, Konda Rajiv Gandhi of the YSR Congress, and also Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. But Konda Rajiv Gandhi, let me come to you right now. It seems that things are not looking very good for the YSR Congress at this point. What is the best case scenario that you are hoping for right now?
No, actually it is very early to say that things were not going according to YSR Congress Party, but definitely these are all leads, and moreover up to now there's only first round counting has been done. Before that, postal ballot, yes, there is a lead for postal ballot for the alliance, which is Telugu Desam, Janasena and BJP. There is a lead for them in postal ballots, no doubt about that. But coming to the EVM counting, just now first round is completed. Even in that also, if you go to the MP segment of Tirupati, we are in leading. If you go to the MP segment of Kadapa, we are in leading. If you come to the assembly constituency wise, either Gajpat Nagaram or in the district of Kurnool or like in a Chipurpalli constituency, in a major place of the constituencies also, YSR Congress Party is leading. At the same time, some leads were being shown to the TDP, but it is very too early to judge and decide which party is going to form the government. We have to wait and see. The rounds have to be completed. So, but we are very confident enough that definitely we are going to regain the government.
Okay, let me go across to Tuhin Sinha of the BJP. Tuhin Sinha, this would be an encouraging sign for you, wouldn't it? 18 seats in Andhra Pradesh. So if we were to go by these early leads, then the alliance with the Jan Sena, the alliance with the TDP seems to be working on the ground. Would you say that states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, West Bengal, Odisha would be very crucial to the NDA's fortunes this time if it wants to increase its tally beyond 2019?
Well, good morning everybody. I think, this is going to be a mammoth victory. More importantly, because we are opening up, we have made massive inroads in newer states in the southern part of India and in the eastern parts of India. So, in fact, the Congress Party had been parroting a very stale line for the last 3 months, Dakshin mein saaf, Uttar mein half. Now, in Dakshin, in South India, we are going to our seats are going to be higher than that of the Congress Party, and in Tamil Nadu we are expected to win 2 to 3 seats. In Kerala we are expected to open our account. In Karnataka we still continue to be way ahead of the Congress Party, and of course the game changer has been Andhra Pradesh because of some very adroit, because of some very intelligent alliances cobbled up together a few months before the polls. Also in Telangana, where we had 4 seats last in 2019, we are expecting double of that number. So yes, South India and states like Orissa and Bengal in the eastern part of the country are going to provide us a huge impetus going ahead even for 2029.
Right. Let me go across to Sujata Paul of the Congress Party. Sujata Paul, right now, as far as the early leads go, 196 for the India Alliance. How do you see these numbers right now? And I ask you in the context of what Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, tweeted yesterday, appealing to the civil servants to do their job, be impartial, uphold the constitution, not come under any sort of pressure. Why was that done, and how do you read the numbers right now?
When you have a dictator, the dictator will not follow a democratic process, even if the democratic process says, please leave. So it is important that our civil servants do their duty, perform their responsibilities to the best of their abilities, because they have taken their oath on the Constitution of India, and they should be subservient only to the constitution and not to one man. First point. Second point, when we are talking about what is happening across the country, people are rejecting the divisive, hateful politics of Mr. Modi. And I just heard the arrogance of the BJP spokesperson. The fact is that even the Northeast is rejecting them. So let's wait and watch. We are not going to declare anything. We are waiting for the verdict of the people, and a fair verdict.
Right. So you're saying you're waiting for a fair verdict. Let's see how that pans out over the next few hours. I'm talking about the numbers. As you see, these numbers keep on changing. A little while back, the NDA was at 300. Now they're down to 290. This is because we are at the very early stages of counting. And hopefully, by around 11 or so, you will get a nationwide picture as to where we stand currently. Let me go across to Konda Rajiv Gandhi of the YSR Congress right now. In case things don't go well for the YSR Congress in terms of this election, either in the assembly or in the state, what do we expect the party, Jagan Mohan Reddy, to do then? Will you ally with the NDA or the India Alliance, depending on which bloc wins this election?
No, actually, since the inception of YSR Congress Party, our chief or the leader of the party, he led our party in an individual manner. We have alliance with the people of Andhra Pradesh. We have alliance with the standards of the state, but not with any other political party till now. So definitely, whatever may go the result, but definitely we are very confident enough that we are going to form. Even just now, I am getting the leads results. Even our party chief is in a good majority from Pulivendula. Not only that, Udaygiri, Atmakuru, like naming some other constituencies, we are also coming into the lead. Definitely, we are expecting a very positive result. Though it's an early trend, we have to wait for the ultimate result. So whatever it may be the result, definitely we stand with the people of Andhra Pradesh. We align with the people, but not with any political party. This is the track record of YSR Congress Party till now.
All right, we are getting early leads. In Punjab, you've got Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, the former Indian ambassador to US. He's trailing right now. In New Delhi, the BJP seems to be winning on all the seats except for New Delhi constituency, which is Bansuri Swaraj constituency, and they are trailing there. Dharmendra Pradhan from Odisha, he is leading in Sambhalpur. Dimple Yadav of the Samajwadi Party leading from Mainpuri. Prime Minister Modi leading from Varanasi. Amit Shah, Mansukh Mandavia, all these are leaders leading in Gujarat right now. Now, Gujarat is a state which has been with the BJP fully since 2014 and 2019, and the BJP is hoping to make a hat-trick there right now. In Madhya Pradesh also, the BJP seems to be gaining on almost all seats. Jyotiraditya Scindia, who had lost from the Congress, from his bastion of Guna, is leading right now. He has really worked a lot in Guna this time around in terms of campaigning, going from door to door, making sure he wins right now. The BJP also making gains in Karnataka, almost 20 seats as of now. Let's see how things pan out. Let me come back to Tuhin Sinha right now. Tuhin, give us a sense of how difficult was this election for the BJP, considering there was no single issue nationwide. If we speak about 2019, at that time the election took place in the backdrop of the Pulwama attacks, India's response. National security was a very big issue uniting the country. This time you don't have any unifying factor. And how difficult was it to capture the imagination of the voter?
Well, this time the issues were the developmental work which has happened in the last 10 years. 25 crore people being pulled out of, multidimensional poverty. 13 crore new tap water connections. 55 crore new Jan Dhan accounts. 13 crore new Ujjwala gas connections. A 70% increase in the stretch of national highways. 31,000 kilometers new railway lines, 800 kilometers new metro lines. So all of these were very important issues. Infrastructure, the way the defense sector has seen a complete turnaround. And, the sad part is that this opposition, after 4 phases of polling, they would keep making changes in the manifesto. That is how they were confused. You know, suddenly one day Kharge ji said that aap 5 kg anaj denge, hum 10 kg denge. This was after 4 phases of polling where they realized that they were completely desperate. This is the opposition that doctored the video of Honorable Home Minister to spread malicious falsehood about reservations being, you know, ended. So this is how desperate this opposition was. These early trends notwithstanding, we are in for a huge and a massive victory and the creation of history in a couple of hours from now.
All right, we're also getting early leads from Himachal Pradesh, and those early leads are telling you that constituency number 2 in Himachal, Mandi, Kangana Ranaut is in the lead. In Kangra, you've got Anand Sharma of the Congress party. He is trailing right now. So this is a VIP seat of Kangana Ranaut, something that we are watching out for very, very closely. But coming to you right now, Tuhin, and one question that I would also like to ask you. Why is the BJP worried? 2 days back, the BJP went to CEC and said that there could be attempts to create violence and unrest across the country. There could be attempts to create doubts in the minds of voters. Why would you do that if you were so confident?
No, we are not worried at all. You know, we are purely going by facts. On 31st March at a rally in Delhi, Rahul Gandhi had very clearly threatened that if BJP comes to power, the country will be on fire. Subsequently, what did we see? A doctored video of Home Minister, which was meant to, you know, stoke misconceptions in the society, to create class divide. And now in the last 3 or 4 days, the kind of activities which Jairam Ramesh has indulged in, you know, Jairam Ramesh has suddenly claimed that Honorable Home Minister has called 150 district magistrates when he was asked by the Election Commission to provide proof. Till date, he has not been able to provide proof. Rahul Gandhi comes out and suddenly says that the 295 figure is inspired from or whatever, you know, Sidhu Moosewala's song. So all of these don't give a very healthy signal. At least in the last 3 decades, I have never seen this kind. And yesterday, by the way Akhilesh Yadav talks about Andolan, I don't know what he meant by Andolan. So in the last 3 decades, I'm sure you also have covered many elections, this kind of a unhealthy posturing by the opposition on the eve of election is something I don't recall ever. And therefore, there were valid reasons for us to go to the Election Commission and, you know, make our case very clear that we suspect that the opposition will not take these results well, and therefore the Election Commission needs to do it
very quickly, Tuhin. Right, Tuhin, one question very quickly, and I'm just putting a marker here because the NDA had spoken about 400 plus. Would you say that was just a slogan to enthuse the voter and not something really that the BJP and the NDA are expecting? Anything in the range of 300 to 350 would be good enough?
Not at all. We set very high targets. You know, after 1984, till 2014, there was not a single election where a single party had won absolute majority. We did it twice over in 2014, 2019. Our expansion, you know, at the very start of this show, you yourself mentioned that our expansion in the south and in the east are very significant. So when we are covering new geographical zones, new states, it is but obvious for our seats to go up. It is but obvious for our seat share, vote share to go up. So I think, you know, our expectations were very real. But like I said, you know, the exact figure does not matter at the end, because an election and a third consecutive win, any which way, is creation of history, because that has not happened after 1962.
Okay. Let me now go across to Sujata Paul. Sujata Paul, as of now, 197 leads for the India Alliance. It's really not a moment for anyone to take joy from, either in the opposition or in the ruling regime, because these are early leads, and in about 2 hours, the picture might start getting clearer. So 197 leads as of now. The India Alliance is targeting 295 plus. So where do you get your confidence from? Which states are you most confident about right now? If we were to ask you about the chatter within the Congress party and within the India Alliance, where are these 295 plus seats going to come from?
You know, I worked in Telangana for 5.5 months, and I have seen how people are reacting to the BJP in Telangana. So in the south, what is happening to the BJP is they are being rejected big time. And in Telangana, the fight has become BJP versus Congress, whereas BRS has been kind of relegated. However, when it comes to seats, you can rest assured that BJP is going to be completely wiped out in spite of the hype and hoopla they did with Madhvi Lata on the Hyderabad seat. She is not going to be anywhere on the ground. If you look at the Northeast is rejecting them completely. And look at the ECI website from where I am drawing my data. Uttar Pradesh is showing NDA lagging far behind. Look at the Varanasi seat. The Prime Minister is trailing. I don't know why any channel is not showing that. That is, I think, one hot seat. And these are early leads, and that is why I said we are waiting for a fair verdict. We are not arrogant like the BJP.
All right, so you're saying that you're waiting for early, for the national picture to come out. But in case the verdict does not go in your favor, Sujata Paul, is the Congress planning to approach court, the Election Commission?
Let us wait and watch and let us see if it is fair. It is the people's verdict. Who the people choose, that is what we are going to be relying on. And the atmosphere of anarchy which has been created by the BJP in the last 10 years is nothing which is a surprise for people. And we know exactly who is behind the kind of lynchings which have happened in the country, the hatred which has been spread in the country. So we'll just have to wait and watch for the results. We believe in the people of India, we believe in democratic institutions, and we are hoping that the democratic institutions will be allowed to function, and the Prime Minister is not going to try and impress upon the civil servants to give the verdict in his favor. It is the people's verdict and not the civil servants' verdict.
All right, let's bring up the UP numbers right now. Currently, out of the 80 seats, 46 for the NDA, 33 for the India Alliance, none for the BSP and 1 for other parties. Now, this was a state where, according to exit polls, the NDA was predicted to win anything between 68 and 71. The India Alliance was expected to win anywhere between 6 to 9 seats. Let's see how they perform. Currently, it's 33 India Alliance and 46 NDA. Telangana, that was one state that Sujata Paul was speaking about. Let's bring up numbers for Telangana. So 9 for the BJP, 5 for the Congress. And yes, as Sujata Paul was pointing out, it seems that the BRS has been pushed towards the margins. The biggest issue for the BRS was the formation of Telangana. And it seems that the Congress is gaining ground from them, and that vote is going back to the Congress party. And some of it may also go to the BJP. Let's see how the parties perform. So currently, it's quite a close fight between the BJP and the Congress. And it will be critical for the BJP to win big in states like Telangana, Odisha, West Bengal, if it wants to have a nationwide picture to itself. If it wants to meet the 400 plus tally. Now, let's also look at the state of Karnataka right now. Let's bring up the numbers for Karnataka. Another very crucial state. The Congress has been putting a lot of emphasis on their 5 guarantees, hoping that the allegations against Prajwal Revanna, which they've been taking up in a big way, will hurt the BJP. As of now, it seems to be 20 seats for the NDA, 8 for the Congress party. From these early leads, Sujata Paul, it seems that the Prajwal Revanna factor may not play a very big role in Karnataka. What is your sense? What's going to work for the Congress party in Karnataka? Currently, it's 8 seats for the Congress, 20 for the NDA. But even if the Congress gets these numbers, this is higher, much higher than what the Congress got in 2019.
Exactly, and we are going to better this number because we have faith in the people of Karnataka. And what we rely on is always positive politics. We are not the BJP, and that is how this country functions. You have 2 ideologies. One is positive, the other is negative. We are depending upon the guarantees that we have given to the people and we have implemented on the ground. In spite of and despite the fact that the BJP has been spreading rumors that they haven't been implemented. Even in Telangana, the guarantees have been implemented. And Karnataka, the people are very happy with our guarantees.
All right, you're saying that in Karnataka, people are happy with the guarantees. Let's see what happens in the next few hours. We had also heard that there was an issue with regard to candidate selection in Karnataka, but that has been a problem for the BJP as well. For example, if you look at states like Rajasthan for that matter, or even Madhya Pradesh, even if you look at it at a nationwide level, there are more than 100 MPs that the BJP dropped to replace them because they wanted to avoid any sign of anti-incumbency. Rajasthan, they replaced more than 11 MPs. Currently, it's a very close fight in Rajasthan, 13 for the BJP, 12 for the India Alliance. So let's see if the anger within the BJP because of candidates getting replaced hurts them in some seats or not. That is something we'll have to wait and watch as a factor. Now, coming back to the South Zone, and if I can get in Konda Rajiv Gandhi for one final question, 130... All right, I believe Konda Rajiv Gandhi has moved on to another channel right now. But my final question to you, Tuhin, from the South Zone, 131 seats there. It's always said that the train to New Delhi goes through the state of Uttar Pradesh. But would you say that this time the train to New Delhi will go through South India or begin from South India?
Well, yes, South India has, been a huge turnaround for us in these elections, and a lot of efforts have gone into it. If you remember, Honorable Prime Minister had initiated this Kashi Tamil Sangamam, which invokes civilizational roots between the North and South India. So that has hit the entire core of Dravidian politics. Dravidian politics, which, unfortunately has been all about creating a division between North and South India. The number of devotees of, who have visited Ram Temple from the southern part of the country, especially from Tamil Nadu, will surprise you. So I think, yes, all of these factors have led to a change in voting pattern in South India. There has been a huge support in our favor. But finally, one last point, I'm very shocked today that even today, the Congress spokesperson tends to cast aspersions on the Election Commission. In the last 2.5 months, the Election Commission has done a phenomenal job. There has been an increase of 3 crore voters, the least number of repolling. I think we should thank them rather than cast aspersions. And not just the Election Commission. They cast aspersions on cephalogists and the media 2 days ago. When the exit polls were, they have repeatedly cast aspersions on the wealth creators of this country. So finally today, at the end of the day, I just hope that they don't cast aspersions on the people of this country and their intellect, because the people of the country will continue to support a progressive government, a progressive BJP government, which has a vision for the next 20 years for the country.
All right, finally to the state of Madhya Pradesh. This is where the clearest leads for the BJP seem to be coming from right now. Let's pull up Madhya Pradesh. Here you have 23 seats out of 29, which seem to be going towards the BJP, 4 to the Congress. Early leads, but this seems to be a clean sweep right now, at least as far as early trends go. Thank you very much, Tuhin Sinha, Sujata Paul, for joining us. We will continue getting analysis from the election counting centers all across the country. Keep tuning in. We are getting you live updates through the day. You'll get the fastest updates here on CNBC TV18.
Check.
So now let's talk about Maharashtra. With 48 seats, this is the state which has the second highest Lok Sabha seats, and that clearly shows how significant Maharashtra is for any party which wants to make it to the center. So before we talk about how every party is placed and what's it there at stake for whom, let me show around. This is Maharashtra, this is Mumbai's BJP headquarters, and see, for now there are very few party workers. Obviously the party workers will start coming in once the results are clearer, but you can see the decoration, you can see that how the preparations are there in place. So if BJP needs to celebrate, if that happens, they are ready. That's the whole idea. Now let's talk about how all these parties are placed. Now Maharashtra undoubtedly is one of the most important seats, not only from the point of view of second highest number of seats, but also because the state is going to go to assembly polls in the next 4 to 5 months. So by September, October, Maharashtra is going to go to state assembly polls, and that is exactly why not just BJP but Congress also is extremely interested in this state. But remember, in Maharashtra, it's not just about these two parties. In fact, as far as Congress is concerned, it's not even the most prominent player here, because if we talk about the Maha Vikas Aghadi, that's MVA, in that Congress is the third partner. the most important players here in Maharashtra are the regional parties. BJP, because it got around 105 seats last time in the assembly polls. That's why it has a significant presence in the state, and that is an indicator how strongly BJP is placed in Maharashtra. But from the other side, the regional parties are going to play a more important role. So in 2019, things were absolutely different for both the sides. Mahayuti, that was at that time the Saffron Alliance, was very clear. It was a combination of BJP plus Shiv Sena, which was undivided at that time. And on the other hand, there's Congress and NCP, which once again was undivided at that time. But after 2019 state assembly polls, everything changed. So that's why now there are two alliances. First one is the ruling Mahayuti alliance that comprises BJP, Eknath Shinde's faction of Shiv Sena, and Ajit Pawar's faction of NCP. On the other hand, there is Maha Vikas Aghadi that comprises Uddhav Thackeray's faction of Shiv Sena, Sharad Pawar's faction of NCP, and the Congress party. The seat sharing formula for Mahayuti, it was 28, 15 and 5. That means 28 seats BJP contested, 15 Eknath Shinde got 15 seats during the seat sharing formula, and 5 were with Ajit Pawar's faction. For the MVA, the formula was 21, 17, 10. That means Uddhav Thackeray fielded his candidates on 17 seats, Sharad Pawar on 10, and Congress on 17. So now what's there at stake for which party? Let's start with the grand old Saffron party. For BJP, as I said, assembly elections are that one thing everybody is eyeing. So assembly elections, keeping that in mind, BJP wants to score as many seats as possible so that during the seat sharing formula for the assembly elections, their position strengthens. See, for now, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or the other key BJP leaders, they have already made clear that because BJP scored 105 in the state assembly elections in 2019, that's why BJP will get the maximum numbers of seats. We saw a reflection of that in the Lok Sabha seat sharing formula as well. So that's why BJP's whole approach towards Maharashtra, the plan for Maharashtra was to sideline the regional parties, which was undivided Shiv Sena at that time and NCP, the undivided version at that time, and assert its dominance. The grand old plan of the party is to sideline the regional parties and become the most important force in states like Maharashtra. Bihar and Uttar Pradesh are an example of this approach, this plan of the Saffron party. So BJP definitely wants to secure more seats, not more seats in terms of not just more than the other alliance, but also more than its own allies. So that's how BJP is placed. Talking about Shiv Sena, Lok Sabha elections are actually, despite the fact that Eknath Shinde won the battle in the court, Eknath Shinde got the stamp of approval from the ECI as well. But 2024 Lok Sabha elections, this is going to be the actual stamp of approval if Eknath Shinde manages to, he has fielded his contestants on 15 seats. So if he manages to secure a good number, not only his bargaining power for the 2024 state assembly elections in Maharashtra will significantly improve, but he will also he can show his report card, he can show the results and say that he has finally gotten the approval of the people of Maharashtra as well. Because remember, after the split in Shiv Sena, which was caused by a rebellion led by Eknath Shinde, this is the first time Eknath Shinde is going to has faced the public at such a massive level. Now let's talk about Ajit Pawar's NCP faction. The same formula is applicable there as well. Ajit Pawar, who always saw himself as the rightful heir of Sharad Pawar and the true leader of NCP, he also followed Eknath Shinde's formula, split the party, took his MLAs with him and formed a separate faction and got an upper hand because of the stamp of approval from EC and also the way courts favoured his case. So for Ajit Pawar also the battle is the same. and this particular election is going to establish that, for him, it's going to establish that whether or not the real NCP is his faction or not. So this is how Mahayuti alliance partners are placed. Now for the MVA alliance, it's all about survival for all the three parties, starting with Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray, who is banking on the sympathy wave, thinks that it's the people who is going to give him their stamp of approval and will finalize that his faction is the real Shiv Sena. He's always mentioned that how the real party is with him. He's the son of Balasaheb Thackeray. He's the one who has been, has contributed to the success of Shiv Sena all these years, and the way the party was split and the way his government was overthrown was illegal. That was the case Uddhav Thackeray made at that time, and he continued that. So sympathy wave is that one thing he's banking on, and these elections are extremely important for Uddhav Thackeray as well. So after the split in Shiv Sena, of course he joined hands with Congress and NCP in 2019 itself, but it was only after the split in Shiv Sena that he actually emerged as one of the tallest opposition leaders. So if Uddhav Thackeray manages to secure a good number of seats in this election, it's going to increase his stature at the central level, at the national level, and it's going to give a new life to his party, his faction as well. That's Uddhav Thackeray. Now let's talk about Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar, who undoubtedly is one of the most important, one of the most tall leader of Maharashtra, is also fighting this battle, and he is also for him also this is a fight for survival. The way Uddhav Thackeray's party was split in the very next year, Ajit Pawar also led a rebellion, and he also caused the split in Sharad Pawar's party. So for Sharad Pawar, it's not just about his political future, but also the political future of his daughter Supriya Sule. Because remember, the fight for the rightful heir, who is it going to be, whether it's Ajit Pawar or Supriya Sule, that's what led to the split in the NCP. So for Sharad Pawar, it's not just about the survival of his party, but also the political career of his daughter. Let's talk about Congress. So Congress, which did very poorly in 2024 Lok Sabha, 2019 Lok Sabha elections with only one seat, is banking on the sympathy wave for Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. It's also banking on the anti-incumbency. It's also banking on election issues like farmers' distress and Maratha reservation to get some ground in the state, because for Congress, despite being a national party, it's important to get some ground. Otherwise, upcoming elections, especially the state assembly elections, are going to become much more difficult for the Congress party. So these are the key players here. Now, last time there were certain factors which were in play, how VBA and AIMIM were perceived as the B parties of BJP, and how they were accused of cutting the Muslim and Dalit votes. This time also VBA has contested candidates, and AIMIM is also in the fray. But this time, the India Alliance, the opposing alliance, believes that people know the plans of these parties, so these parties won't really be able to cut their votes and cause any damage to them. Well, that remains to be seen. Only a few more minutes, or let's say maybe a couple of hours if it takes that long. But this is how these parties are placed. Now let's talk about the important candidates. Let's start with Nagpur. Nitin Gadkari, the incumbent MP and one of the tallest leader in not just Maharashtra BJP but national BJP as well. He's once again contesting from Nagpur, and as he is facing Vikas Thackeray in that seat, and for now he is said to be strongly placed. How exactly the day will end, that obviously will clarify the entire situation. Other than that, this time Piyush Goyal, Union Minister Piyush Goyal, has made his electoral debut. He's facing the people's mandate for the first time, and he is contesting from one of the most safe seat of BJP, that's Mumbai North. The sitting MP Gopal Shetty, in the beginning when he didn't get a seat, there were reports of him being upset, understandably. But after that, he towed the party line and actively campaigned for Piyush Goyal himself. So Piyush Goyal is contesting from one of the most safe seats of Mumbai. So he is said to be strongly placed. But the credit actually goes to Gopal Shetty because he was a very popular, a very approachable and a liked MP. So that is going to definitely tip the scales in Piyush Goyal's favor. Talking about the other important constituency, and I'm starting with Mumbai, and I'll obviously go towards the other seats in Maharashtra. The second most important seat is Mumbai South, a very, very important seat for Uddhav Thackeray as well, because Arvind Sawant is one of the most strongest leaders and the most strongest contenders in Lok Sabha elections. He is fighting on Uddhav Thackeray's ticket from South Bombay. He's the incumbent MP who defeated Milind Devra, who was back then with Congress on 2 occasions, 2014 and 2019. Mumbai South is that one seat. Till the very end, Mahayuti Alliance couldn't decide its candidate. In the beginning, it was reported that BJP is going to field Rahul Narvekar. After that, there were reports that even Raj Thackeray might get that seat, but ultimately it was Eknath Shinde who got the seat. He also received some criticism for fielding Yamini Jadhav from that seat, the MLA. But the reason he faced criticism because Yamini Jadhav is considered a comparatively weaker candidate, because on the other side is Arvind Sawant. Now, whether that bet of Eknath Shinde is going to bear some fruits or not, once again, the counting is on, so we'll get to know about that. Another important and controversial seat for Mumbai was Mumbai North Central. Now, for this particular seat, both Mahayuti and MVA Alliance, they were not sure about the candidates. See, one thing I've said from the very beginning, that one place, one state where the elections are not at all lamppost is Maharashtra. And Mumbai North Central is a terrific example of that. Because whether it was the Mahayuti or the MVA Alliance, till the very end, they couldn't decide, they couldn't find a candidate to field. So for BJP, at the last moment, it was Advocate Ujjwal Nikam, who once again is making his political debut. He was fielded. He joined the party right before the elections, and he was contested from Mumbai North Central. For the MVA Alliance, Congress got the seat, and Congress fielded Varsha Gaikwad, Eknath Gaikwad's daughter, from that seat. Varsha Gaikwad was actually keen on fighting from Mumbai South Central, but finally she agreed to fight from Mumbai North Central. So these elections for Mumbai North Central, it's not going to be about the candidates as much as the parties, but once again, this is not an example of lamppost election, and Mumbai North Central is the most lively example of that. Other than that, so these are Mumbai seats, and let's talk about the nearby seats. Thane is an important seat. That's a Sena versus Sena battle, where Rajan Vichare of Uddhav Thackeray is up against Eknath Shinde's Naresh Maske. For Kalyan, it's CM Eknath Shinde's son Shrikant Shinde, who is up against Vaishali Darikar of Uddhav Thackeray's camp. So these are important seats in the Mumbai metropolitan region. Let's go towards a little bit like on the outskirts of Mumbai metropolitan region and beyond that also. So let me first start with Nashik. Nashik is an important seat from the point of view of the kind of friction the ruling alliance has faced because of the farmer distress issue, especially onion farmers. So Nashik was once again that seat where MVA was the first one to come up with the candidate, so there were no problems for MVA while deciding a candidate on that front. But Mahayuti had to face a lot of challenge because Eknath Shinde was just not ready to give up that seat. So finally, Hemant Godse, the sitting MP of Eknath Shinde, got that seat. Other than that, Chandrapur is going to be an important seat. That was the only seat Congress could manage to win in 2019 Lok Sabha elections. Suresh Dhanorkar was the sitting MP. But now, after his demise, Congress gave the ticket to his wife, Pratibha Dhanorkar, and she is up against BJP Sudhir Mungantiwar. Amravati's Navneet Rana is once again an important seat, and Navneet Rana an important candidate to watch out for. So Maharashtra, undoubtedly one of the most interesting states and the most significant state to ensure who emerges as the winner today.
Mic check 1 2 3. It's an interesting mix of trends as far as the early votes are concerned. The early trends, of course, are indicating a mixed bag for all parties as far as Punjab is concerned, and more so the larger area where farmer protests carried out a few years back, and there was a certain sentiment against the BJP. However, the vote share of the BJP has not declined considerably, and that's possibly due to the nuclearization of pro-BJP and anti-BJP votes. Now, speaking of Punjab, there are, of course, several constituencies in which the opposition is leading. There are several parties. The Indian National Congress is leading in as many as 6 constituencies. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 3. The Shiromani Akali Dal is leading in 2. And interestingly, there are 2 independents who are also leading from several areas. Notably, Amritpal Singh, who's currently incarcerated in a prison in Assam, is currently leading from the seat he is contesting in Punjab. So it clearly indicates the return of several different parties to the state of Punjab. And also, if we speak of Haryana, now several districts in Haryana had also witnessed farmer protests, and this time, of course, the result is no exception as far as the impact of that is concerned. Several constituencies, as many as 6 out of 10 constituencies in Haryana, are witnessing parties and candidates from the Indie Alliance who are currently leading, which includes 5 candidates from the Congress and 1 candidate from the Aam Aadmi Party. There are 4 candidates from the BJP also who are currently leading the trend. It remains to be seen how the situation is going to pan out. Exactly just next door from Delhi is Gurgaon, where currently Raj Babbar from the Congress is leading. So clearly, anti-incumbency is something which the opposition is trying to capitalize upon. The BJP, of course, which went into elections citing PM Modi's popularity and the success of several government schemes, is banking on the same to garner votes and to possibly cut anti-incumbency. On the other hand, several new candidates by the opposition, it's a mix of new candidates and also old war horses which have been fielded from various parts of Punjab and Haryana. Now, speaking of Punjab, the Shiromani Akali Dal is fighting an existential battle after it had severe ties with the BJP. The alliance, which lasted for nearly 3 decades, possibly would have sounded the death knell for the party, but now we are seeing that they are leading in as many as 2 seats, and also there is a significant vote share for the party as far as the votes in Punjab are concerned. For the BJP too, they may not be leading in any of the seats individually in Punjab for now, but still they have garnered a vote share of over 17% as per the latest trends issued by the Election Commission of India, which clearly means that their vote base, their vote bank is intact, and also they have been able to consolidate the pro-BJP votes in their favor by view of possibly bringing to light several protests which were being carried out against the ruling regime, and there are farmer protests which are still going on in several parts of Punjab. There are several unmet demands which they are claiming have not been fulfilled by the union government, and in some cases also by the state government. So the anti-incumbency, not just against the centre but also in certain parts of Punjab against the state government led by the Aam Aadmi Party, which is possibly driving the voting towards the Congress. The Congress already has a healthy share of MPs in Punjab as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. They had 8 MPs in the Lok Sabha, in the outgoing Lok Sabha from Punjab, and they were looking to get a clean sweep across the state. However, what is visible right now, it seems imminent, of course, as far as the early trends are concerned, but it remains to be seen how the situation is going to pan out.
पे पहुंच के रहेगा भारत, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
नरेंद्र मोदी हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने जा रहे हैं।
जेल का जवाब, जेल का जवाब।
बीजेपी को भी उखाड़ देंगे, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है।
इस देश में संविधान बचाने का शपथ लिया है, इसको बचा के रहेंगे।
The exit polls have predicted a thumping victory for the NDA. Most polls expect the BJP to dominate the Hindi heartland and make inroads into southern India.
Clearly, all the polls showing a big majority for the NDA, a thumping victory for the Prime Minister, the BJP, and some polls even going across to say it could be 400 and 400 plus.
एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है। ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका।
The BJP is betting on its 10-year track record as it hopes for an even bigger majority than 2019.
4 जून के बाद मोदी आपकी शक्ति को महाशक्ति बना करके रहेगा।
The opposition alliance got off to a rough start on seat sharing, but they have managed to put up a united front in several battleground states like UP, Maharashtra and Bihar. The Congress is fighting the polls on its 5 promises.
सरकार में आने के एकदम बाद हमारा पहला काम होगा कि 90% को 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां हम दे देंगे।
Mamata Banerjee is fighting to halt the saffron surge in Bengal. The BJP is hoping to make inroads in southern India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, voters are also choosing their MLAs along with their MPs. Can Jagan Reddy and Naveen Patnaik return to power?
On social media now you will see various memes with the taglines that perhaps Lapata gentlemen are back. So we were never out, we were always here.
As the verdict emerges, the markets will react. Catch all the action live on CNBC-TV18, your election destination.
टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी पे पहुंच के रहेगा भारत, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है।
नरेंद्र मोदी हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने जा रहे हैं।
जेल का जवाब, जेल का जवाब।
बीजेपी को भी उखाड़ देंगे, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है, ये हमारा वादा है।
इस देश में संविधान बचाने का शपथ लिया है, इसको बचा के रहेंगे।
The exit polls have predicted a thumping victory for the NDA. Most polls expect the BJP to dominate the Hindi heartland and make inroads into southern India.
Clearly, all the polls showing a big majority for the NDA, a thumping victory for the Prime Minister, the BJP, and some polls even going across to say it could be 400 and 400 plus.
एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
इसका नाम एग्जिट पोल नहीं है, इसका नाम मोदी मीडिया पोल है। ये मोदी जी का पोल है, फैंटेसी पोल है उनका।
The BJP is betting on its 10-year track record as it hopes for an even bigger majority than 2019.
4 जून के बाद मोदी आपकी शक्ति को महाशक्ति बना करके रहेगा।
The opposition alliance got off to a rough start on seat sharing, but they have managed to put up a united front in several battleground states like UP, Maharashtra and Bihar. The Congress is fighting the polls on its 5 promises.
सरकार में आने के एकदम बाद हमारा पहला काम होगा कि 90% को 30 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां हम दे देंगे।
Mamata Banerjee is fighting to halt the saffron surge in Bengal. The BJP is hoping to make inroads in southern India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, voters are also choosing their MLAs along with their MPs. Can Jagan Reddy and Naveen Patnaik return to power?
On social media now you will see various memes with the taglines that perhaps Lapata gentlemen are back. So we were never out, we were always here.
As the verdict emerges, the markets will react. Catch all the action live on CNBC-TV18, your election destination.
Hello and welcome to CNBC TV18 Election Exchange. We're getting you the fastest updates here on the network, and things not looking very good for the ruling regime at this juncture. Yes, these are just leads at the moment. These are not confirmative wins or defeats at this juncture, but 308 out of 543 for the NDA. This is a drop of 40 since last time. For India Alliance, 206, a gain of 77 at this juncture. The biggest gain for the India Alliance coming from the state of Uttar Pradesh. And we know, and we've been saying this repeatedly, whoever controls Uttar Pradesh really can change the fortunes as far as the election numbers go. Now, let's look at what's happening here right now. India Alliance, 35. That is, they've gained 29 seats over last time. The NDA down 20, they're at 44 at this juncture. So this would be big. If these early leads become confirmed, then this would be a big victory for the India Alliance to gain in Uttar Pradesh in a big way. Let's look at key constituencies. Let me begin with Raebareli, constituency number 36. Over here, you've got Rahul Gandhi leading from Raebareli against Dinesh Pratap Singh. Rahul Gandhi defending the bastion of his mother, Sonia Gandhi. Let me go to the neighborhood, constituency number 37. Now, this is the constituency of Amethi, which used to be with Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi lost previously from here. Smriti Irani right now is trailing. Yes, Smriti Irani, the Union Minister, trailing. KL Sharma, who is a party worker, a caretaker of the Amethi constituency for Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, he's leading from Amethi at this juncture. So this could be a big upset if this lead is eventually confirmed. Let me also look at constituency number 38. Why is it important? It is the traditional constituency of Sultanpur of Menaka Gandhi. Currently, you have Rambulal Nishad of the Samajwadi Party, who is leading from here. Maneka Gandhi trailing at this juncture. Even in Pilabhit, which is the constituency of Jitin Prasada, earlier the constituency of Varun Gandhi, Jitin Prasada seems to be trailing, and this fight there is very, very close. The numbers continuously changing. In constituency number 77, which is the constituency of Varanasi, the Prime Minister's constituency, the numbers have been changing. I believe he was in the lead. Yes, the Prime Minister now in the lead, but a short while back he was trailing, and Ajay Rai was in the lead. So let more ballot boxes be opened up, more EVMs counting happen, and then let's see what's happening. But currently Narendra Modi leading from Varanasi. Let's look at other states. Let me bring Maharashtra to you right now. Maharashtra is very crucial in terms of numbers. It is the state with the second highest Lok Sabha seats at 48. The NDA 25, India Alliance not doing badly at all with 22 seats. Let me also speak about key constituencies here, like constituency number 10, which is Nitin Gadkari's constituency. All right, we are getting, yes, this is Nagpur, where you've got Nitin Gadkari leading right now over Vikas Thakre. And if you look at 26, constituency number 26, which is Piyush Goyal's constituency, he's also leading at this moment, and so is Ujjwal Nikam. We will get those numbers for you in a short while from now. But let me also go across to our guests. We've got Sanju Verma of the BJP, Amrit Gill of the Congress, and Ninad Seth, senior journalist, joining us. Ninad Seth, did you expect these kind of numbers to really come in? There seems to be quite a reversal, so to say, as of now for the BJP.
I think it is significant reversal in terms of the exit polls, but we should understand that these are early leads. We are not sure how they will play out. The whole point here is that even in the early leads, it appears that Congress, the NDA is comfortably past the majority mark. So sure, will the opposition be stronger? We do not know yet. But it appears that in the early leads also, the fact of the matter is that another 5 years for Modi look on the card. The market also is rebounding after a terrifying fall. So it appears to me that, yes, there is a lot of surprising, I was under the impression that it will be a presidential kind of election where Modi versus who would be the agenda. But it appears that the parties are, some of the opposition parties are showing some signs of life. But I don't know whether that sign of life is, enough to change the equation beyond a point.
All right, we are getting comments from market experts as well. Nilesh Shah is saying that the markets are waiting for the actual results to come in. But for the moment, the markets seem to be a little jittery with the way the results are panning out, the way the early trends are emerging. But let's again point out these are early trends. The EVM counting is taking place. There are several rounds of countings that happen, and it's only by around noon or so when the picture really becomes clear. Let me also go to Amrit Gill from the Congress party. Amrit, how do you see these numbers, the gains that are coming in for the NDA, for the Indian Alliance at this juncture? It seems that the Indian Alliance is doing well currently.
I must say, India Alliance, it's the result of the team and the teamwork, and the people of India voted against BJP and in favor of democracy. And these are the initial trends, but I am very much sure that India Alliance is going to form the government, and you will see more downward trend for the BJP. And because ground reports, our workers, the team of India Alliance, the Congress team, everywhere, we are very grounded, and we have all the ground reports of our workers who worked very, very hard, and the trends will be even more downward for the BJP, and India will come to close majority, and we will definitely come up with flying colors, and India Alliance will for sure form the government.
All right, let me also go across to Ninad Seth once again. Ninad Seth, let's look at the numbers coming in right now. For the leads in 541 constituencies, 246 wins seem to be in favor of the BJP at this juncture, 99 for the Congress, which is quite a jump from last time. Samajwadi Party alone getting 30 seats. Now, for UP, this is a big number if these numbers hold true. TMC 27, DMK 19. So the performance of the DMK not as good as last time, but again early leads. JDU at 15, TDP at 14 and rest at 91. So let's look at Uttar Pradesh specifically. And Ninad said, do these numbers surprise you? India Alliance 35, NDA 44?
They surprised me very much indeed because, we were under the impression that this is going to be a one-way ticket, but the ball has turned the other way. But, there is a lot of batting yet to come. I would still say that, three things are going to determine this election. One is how much of, the resurgence happens of the clannish, parties. For example, Samajwadi Party being predominantly a Yadav party. Will that comeback happen? In other words, will the new normal be the old normal which used to be, or will Prime Minister's promise overshadow in the long run these early trends? I honestly believe that right now the real surprise here is the coming back of the consolidated caste-based alliances. And has the promise of freebies, for example, a lakh of rupees from Rahul Gandhi been believed, or has Modi's guarantee been believed? I think the horse race is on, and it remains to be seen who lasts the laps. I mean, the laps are on right now. The heat is on.
Right. Yes. Also, Ninad said, I'd just like to bring in our marker here. So the NDA and the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, all the top leaders of the BJP had said that their target is 400 plus, 400 par. At this juncture, should we assume that this 400 plus target cannot be achieved?
Things stand, first of all, politics is about rhetoric and reality. Rhetoric is for, energizing the masses and, giving the cadres a lot of energy. So 400 plus was more rhetoric than reality. But even without it, if you look at what's the bigger picture? The bigger picture is next 5 years. And the NDA, seems to be getting 306 at the minute. So that bigger game, is it over? I mean, that's the question we have to again and again ask. It is very important that the opposition is doing well. But is the bigger picture, the runway for the next 5 years, still in doubt? I don't think so.
All right. Now, the biggest gains, and once again, we'd like to reiterate for the viewers just joining in, the big number for the India Alliance, 214. So this is a big gain of about 85 seats over 2019. And the biggest gains for the India Alliance coming from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Yes, this is where they are making maximum gains. In UP, they are looking at least 34 to 35 seats as far as the early leads go. Let's also look at the states such as Chhattisgarh for that matter. Even here, 6 for the BJP, 4 for the Congress. So it's quite close. Another state which I'm watching closely is Rajasthan. Now, there was a lot of anti-incumbency against BJP leaders. They had replaced 11 leaders. Here, it's almost neck to neck. Let's look at 12 for the India Alliance, 13 for the BJP. So, in constituencies such as constituency number 17, this is being won right now by Umed Ram Beniwal of the Congress party. We're talking about Barmer. This is a constituency which is a border constituency. Let's also look at constituency number 3 in Rajasthan. This is Churu, again being won by the Congress party, Rahul Kaswan. Let's look at constituency number 3. This is the constituency of... all right, let me get you the numbers. Okay, we will get numbers from Jhunjhunu now. Brijendra Singh Ola of the Congress also leading. So, not a bad performance for the Congress at all, the India Alliance at all. They've gained 11 seats if we were to go by early trends. Now, let me go across to my colleague Abhimanyu Sharma. He's joining us from the BJP headquarters in Delhi right now. Abhimanyu, what's the mood out there? We did see a big tent being deployed, a lot of arrangements being made for media persons, a lot of mithai, puri, laddus, sweets being cooked. Right now, is the mood a little somber? Are things quiet, or what's the mood?
Well, it's still subdued as far as the mood is concerned, and everyone is treading with trepidation as far as watching the results, watching the trends unfolding is concerned. Of course, there are still early trends. They are yet to solidify, but as far as early trends signified so far is that there has been a significant gain for the NDA alliance, and the BJP, while it's maintaining its vote share in many states, there has been a decrease in the number of seats as far as the trends are concerned. Now, speaking of several states, in Delhi for that matter, the BJP is still leading in 6 of the constituencies except the Chandni Chowk constituency, where the candidate from the Congress and the NDA alliance, he's leading. Speaking of other North Indian states, in Punjab, of course, there are 2 independents who are leading from respective constituencies, and notably it's Amritpal Singh, who is a separatist leader who's currently incarcerated in an Assam jail, who is leading from the Khadur Sahib constituency. Also, Akali Dal is looking to gain 2 seats, and the Congress is looking to lose 3 seats from its previous tally of 8 seats. The Congress is currently leading in 5 seats in Punjab. Now, notably, BJP, which had 2 Lok Sabha MPs in the outgoing parliament, the BJP currently has its vote share at around 17%. However, it's not leading in any of the constituencies, but it clearly indicates that its vote share to a certain extent has been eroded, but the core vote is still intact. Speaking about Haryana, in Gurgaon, which just borders Delhi, Congress's Raj Babbar is leading, and the one who is trailing is former Union MOS Rao Indrajit Singh, who has been an MP from the Gurgaon constituency several times. Now, as far as Haryana is concerned, it's an even game for the NDA alliance and for the BJP. Both of them are leading in 5 seats each out of the 10 seats in the state of Haryana. But clearly, if these trends continue, it would be a loss for the BJP in the state of Haryana, which, as the BJP currently has most of the MPs from the state. And speaking of many other North Indian states, it's still early trends. Speaking of Uttarakhand, the trends are yet to get even updated. They are yet to even get started, rather, on the Election Commission's website. So it clearly indicates that they are still early trends, but clearly some gains, some losses for all parties. Of course, everyone is going to tread with trepidation, and as far as the mood is concerned, it's not just the BJP office, but even elsewhere, it's still subdued, it's still somber. Everyone is waiting and watching how the situation pans out, and more importantly, every party now, every alliance rather, be it the NDA and the NDA alliance, would of course keep their eyes and ears open as the day progresses, as the trends solidify into seats, as the gains translate into seats, into victories or defeats. Of course, parties and alliances would be looking to gather or garner more partners to ensure either formation of a government or formation of an opposition alliance.
Right. Thank you very much, Abhimanyu, for that comprehensive update. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep going across to Abhimanyu through the day. He's standing by at the BJP headquarters. A lot of action there. A lot of senior ministers have reached the BJP headquarters. They are waiting inside, watching television screens, analyzing the election result, and once things become clear, they may start coming out and speaking to the media. Same thing within the Congress and the India Alliance. Leaders have been asked to stay put in New Delhi, see what the result is, and then speak. So a lot of tension on both sides. So quite an exciting election, so to say. Let me go across to Ninad Seth once again. Ninad Seth, let's look at Punjab. We would look at UP, which seems to be a big gain for the India Alliance right now. In Punjab, it seems that the BJP is nowhere in the picture here, because the fight seems to be only between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Congress seems to have benefited by fighting alone. 8 seats, okay, it was 8, now it's come down to 7. 3 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 1 for the Shiromani Akali Dal, and none for the BJP. Do you think the BJP had expected this?
I don't think BJP had expected this. I think BJP had expected a Hindu consolidation versus the Sikh vote, and I think that did not materialize. Also, I think BJP in Punjab has underestimated the expectation of the farmers. I think the farmers needed much more than the course correction that BJP attempted. So, lastly, I think it's an extremely dangerous situation in which Khalistani jailed separatist is leading in Punjab. So this border state, is sort of a tinderbox. It remains to be seen how it delivers, but it is something of a setback for the BJP without question.
All right, let's also look at constituency number 2 right now. This is the constituency of Amritsar. the BJP had fielded former Indian ambassador to the United States, Taranjit Singh Sandhu. He's trailing here. Currently, the leading candidate is Gurjeet Singh Aujla of the Congress party. So this is always an important seat for any party which is fighting elections in Amritsar. But this state seems to be going towards the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. Remember, AAP is in power in the state of Punjab. They are in power in New Delhi. They were hoping to do better, but it seems that they will land up with just 3 seats, which is 2 more than last time in 2019. So even that is an achievement, so to say. The Congress doing well at this moment. Let's see how things pan out. Coming back to the nationwide picture, Amrit Singh Gill, if I can come to you, we're looking at 212 seats for the India Alliance right now. I think the major gains are coming from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, also from Telangana, some parts of Karnataka, some parts of Maharashtra, UP, of course, in a big way because of the Samajwadi Party winning 30 seats as of now. How do you see the nationwide picture right now? Where do you expect the biggest achievements, biggest victories to come from?
So, as you already said, UP is like we are gaining because of our hard work and the teamwork of Congress. And I want to mention one thing, as you discussed about Punjab. In the exit polls in Punjab, BJP was given 4 seats. And right from the beginning, I was saying that BJP will not be able to get 1 seat because of the farmers and the people of Punjab, their psychology, because they don't, the divide and rule policies doesn't work well. Even South Congress, we will gain in South and North also. Congress as UP is concerned, and we are able to get 7 to 8 seats from Punjab.
Amrit Gill, Smriti Irani trailing, KL Sharma of the Congress, who is in the lead. While we're still waiting for final leads, could you give us a sense of what really has worked in KL Sharma's favor? What effort did the Congress put on the ground in order to make KL Sharma win?
Yeah, definitely. My name is Amrit Gill, not Singh Gill. I'm Amrit Kaur Gill. So KL for Amethi seat,
My
I must say.
apologies, ma'am.
Yeah. KL Sharma is very grounded right from the beginning. He is a part of that constituency. He knows the people by the name. And of course, the campaign being run by Priyanka Gandhi ji, she was there doing the rallies day and night. That's the collective efforts and the connectivity with the people, and the wave against and Smriti Irani, her high-headedness, and on the contrary, the candidate from the Congress was very grounded. He know everything, and he's there from the last 30 years. And definitely, the campaign being run by Srimati Priyanka Gandhi, that because of the efforts, we are definitely, and Amethi is in Congress favor, and we will surely win Amethi.
All right, Ninad Seth, if Amethi goes in favor of the Congress party, they had, it was assumed within the BJP and also among experts that this is going to be a cakewalk. The Congress has made a mistake by putting in KL Sharma here. They should have put in a Priyanka Gandhi or a Rahul Gandhi, put up a very tough fight here in Amethi, and they're literally giving Amethi away on a platter. Do you think that analysis was wrong? And somehow the fact that you put someone who was very grounded, has been living in Amethi for decades, knows every nook and corner, that was actually a good strategy on the part of the Congress party?
Well, he's leading by 10,000 votes. It's not a small lead at the minute. So he's a family retainer. I'm not really sure if you can call him a grounded worker or something like that. Maybe it suggests that the return of my Bap to Amethi, which is very, very surprising given the turnaround that it did in the last elections. To me, this 10,000 vote lead that is coming will be difficult for Smriti Irani to bridge unless a rear guard happens and some of her development works comes through. So yeah, I think it's a very, very major surprise indeed.
All right, so definitely a major surprise. Also, would you say, Ninad said, if you look at the numbers, 303 for the NDA right now, India Alliance 219. Even if NDA were to win with these numbers, they get a majority, the BJP gets a majority on its own and the NDA is somewhere in the range of 300 to 350, that will, of course, ensure continuity, but also prove that there was no wave in this election, there was no single issue, and the mood of the people is also changing. Would that be a true analysis in case the BJP wins, but somewhere in the range of 300 to 350, with the India Alliance putting up a very tough fight and making sure the numbers go above 200, 220, 230?
I think the critical point, like you pointed out, is does BJP get a single party majority for the third time on its own? A. B, to answer your question, please understand that after 10 years of continuous rule, we are looking at some anti-incumbency of sorts. I don't think that is unnatural. But if you get a third single party majority in a row, then it is not as if the opposition has suddenly become empowered or there is going to be some kind of a policy roadblock. I think that a third single party majority will enthuse the foreign investor, it will enthuse the markets, and it gives a long rope to the ruling party to go ahead and do its reform agenda. So the real key question of this outcome of this election is, does BJP, and I'm not talking about the NDA, does BJP get the magic figure on its own for the third consecutive time? If it does, the rest of it is anti-incumbency, which is natural after 10 years in a country which has so many ethnicities, which has so many caste groups. I do not see that as a major problem. So the critical question of today's afternoon is the magic number coming to BJP itself, and that is what the markets are watching, that is what the foreign investors are watching, and that is what the reform agenda will depend on.
You're absolutely right, Ninad Seth and Amrit Gill. If we speak about BJP alone, not the NDA, they are leading in about 244 seats, the Congress 94, TMC 31, Samajwadi Party 30, DMK 20. Remember, the Samajwadi Party, the DMK, the TMC, they're a part of the larger India Alliance. The BJP's allies, the JDU 15 seats, TDP 14, rest 95. So on its own, the BJP is yet to hit the majority mark, that is 272. So let's see if that happens. But Ninad Seth made a very important point, and that is we need to see whether the BJP alone is able to get the majority mark. That will be key for continuity and the party's performance in Parliament and also their reform agenda. So we will keep getting you all the analysis from our magic wall on where things stand, the key leads, the VVIP candidates. So don't go anywhere. Keep tuning in for the latest market analysis and counting numbers on election day with CNBC TV18.
Audio check. One. Battle for Karnataka is on for 28 Lok Sabha seats, and I'm here at the BJP's headquarters in Karnataka in Bengaluru, where, as you can see behind me, the crowds seem to be swelling by the hour. A lot of enthusiastic party workers here cheering at every lead that the party is getting in the state. The results are being broadcast live. We heard some of them earlier breaking into a rap song to cheer on the BJP. So the mood here is upbeat, and it's not surprising given that the early trends that we've been seeing here. As of 10:30 a.m., what we have is 17, constituencies where the BJP is leading, 3 constituencies where the JDS is leading, and of course, if you recall, in Karnataka, the 2 parties have tied up. So that is a neat 20 out of 28 seats where the NDA bloc is leading. Congress, which was earlier about leading in 6 seats, is now leading in 8. Of course, it's still very early hours. We'll have to see how these trends play out. But as of now, it looks comfortable from the early trends for the BJP with 17, along with their partner JDS bringing in another 3. If you look at some of the constituencies, where we've got early leads, in Bangalore Central, you have Congress's Mansoor Ali Khan leading at the moment. In Bangalore North, also you have BJP's candidate leading. In Bengaluru Rural, a very interesting constituency where Dr. C.N. Manjunath, who's a cardiologist, he's also leading there, from the BJP. You have Tejaswi Surya leading in Bangalore South. In Belgaum, you have former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar, who's currently leading. You also have Congress leading from, Bellary. That is an important constituency to watch out for. Apart from that, of course, we're looking at Dharwar, where Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi from the BJP, he's also leading. In the state of Hassan, where, of course, the country's eyes are, where sexual assault allegations against sitting MP Prajwal Revanna, that case is ongoing, and currently, from the early leads in Hassan, Prajwal Revanna of the JDS is leading. Like I said again, these are early times, yet we'll have to see how these trends play out over a bit of time. As of now, Prajwal Revanna, as of 10:36 a.m., leading by about 5,499 votes. The counting is underway. We're going to be watching out for many key fights in constituencies. Shimoga, quite interesting, where B.S. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Raghavendra has been leading from the BJP. Tough fight being put up by the Congress and the independent candidates there as well. You have former chief ministers and their sons and daughters who are also leading the fight from various parts. I have someone very interesting here, though. You know how they say catch them young, and this is very young. 8-year-old Apeksha, who's been here since this morning. We've been speaking to her, supporting, what seems to be a poster for the BJP. Apeksha, ये अपने पोस्टर के बारे में बताइए, ये क्या आपने, ये कैमरा को दिखाइए, आपने क्या बनाया है?
मैंने बीजेपी के लिए वोटिंग के लिए बनाया है, और इस बार भी मोदी सरकार जय श्री राम बनाने के लिए बनाया है मैंने।
आप मोदी को क्यों सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? आपको क्या अच्छा लगता है मोदी जी में?
बीजेपी बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ और स्वच्छता अभियान, उसके बारे में मुझे अच्छा लगा बीजेपी के बारे में।
ओके, तो आप बड़े होके आई होप आप वोट करेंगी जब आप 18 इयर्स की हो जाएगी।
हाँ, मैं वोट करूंगी बीजेपी को ही।
All right, so like they say, catch them young. This is 8-year-old Apeksha here, standing outside the BJP headquarters, talking about why she wants to support Modi. But of course, you know, Apeksha is just one of them. The crowds here, like I've been saying, swelling here since morning. We'll keep you posted on the latest trends. As of now, the BJP, along with its partner, leading in almost 20 of the 28 seats for the Lok Sabha contest here in Karnataka. On that note, we're going to wrap up this special broadcast, but we'll keep coming back to you with more updates from the state, so stay tuned.
All right, that was Ritu who was giving us the live updates from the BJP headquarters in Bengaluru. Let's get to the big story that we're getting at the moment, which is the big breaking news coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Remember, Uttar Pradesh is the story in these elections. All exit polls have more or less been proven wrong. Look at the numbers here. Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in 35 seats, but a neck-and-neck fight with the India Alliance. Samajwadi Party is leading in 34 seats. So it's Akhilesh Yadav show all the way. The Congress leading in 8 seats, RLD in 2 and others in 1. So this upset is coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's see how the VIP seats are doing. Let's first take a look at Badaयूं. Here you can see that the BJP candidate is leading and Samajwadi Party's Aditya Yadav is trailing at the moment. We will also get you the latest as far as the BJP other key seats are concerned. If we go back to the key seats, if you take a look at it here, the total votes were polled 23,334, percentages 44.32. This is also going to give you another aspect of Badaयूं. If we go back, Pradhan Mantri Modi is leading from Varanasi. That is the latest. Earlier when the numbers had just come, he was trailing. So that was the big upset there. Let's also get you a picture from Hamirpur. Here you can see BJP's Kunwar Pushpendra Singh Chandel is leading. Samajwadi Party's Ajendra Singh Lodhi is trailing by 63,000 votes. So this is the latest that we are getting for you from another update. Another key constituency that we are tracking here is Kannauj. This is the man of the moment, Samajwadi Party's Akhilesh Yadav. He is leading by 99,687 votes. Subrat Pathak of the BJP is trailing by 37,427 votes. So this is the picture. Samajwadi Party has actually rewritten the game of Uttar Pradesh politics. Remember, UP is a crucial state. It sends the maximum number of MPs to the parliament. It has sent 9 prime ministers. It has given India 9 prime ministers in the past. Let's also take a look at other key constituencies in Uttar Pradesh and Sultanpur, Menaka Gandhi's constituency. She is trailing at the moment by 7,849 votes. Samajwadi Party's Rambhol Nishad is leading. Remember, this was a very Menaka Gandhi has been on this seat for 3 terms, and if she wins this seat, she is going to be the senior most member of parliament in this parliament. But at the moment, in real time, she's trailing. Let's also get you another picture. As far as other key seats are concerned, the most important seat, the seat of Varanasi, Prime Minister Modi's seat, he is leading at the moment by 33,206 votes against Congress's Ajay Rai. Ajay Rai in his election campaign had consistently said that Kashi will vote for me, but at the moment Prime Minister Modi is leading. Let's also get you a picture from Rai Bareli, which is Congress's bastion, and Rahul Gandhi is contesting from Rai Bareli. At the moment, he is leading by 50,589 votes, whereas BJP's Dinesh Pratap Singh is trailing by 50,000 votes. So this is a safe seat that the Congress chose. Remember, Rahul Gandhi was contesting from Amethi in the previous years, but this time he chose to go ahead with Rai Bareli. Let's also take a look at Amethi, a very important seat from where Smriti Irani is contesting. Let's take a look at how Amethi is doing this time around. We'll try and get you the latest from Amethi, but for now, the picture from Uttar Pradesh that is emerging, a very close neck-and-neck fight between the NDA and the India Alliance. Nobody was kind of anticipating this kind of a result. The BJP is leading in 35 seats, the Samajwadi Party 35 seats. So this is the picture of Amethi. Remember, unexpected pictures coming in. Smriti Irani is trailing. She's trailing by 18,576 votes, and Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma is leading by 18,576 votes. So this is the story that we are going to keep an eye on. Amethi MP Smriti Irani, the sitting MP Smriti Irani, is trailing at the moment, but these are early trends. We'll have to wait for the final picture, but since we're reporting in real time, we have to get you the latest. Smriti Irani is trailing at the moment. Let's also talk about other key seats in Uttar Pradesh, because the major upsets are coming from this. Mainpuri, let me quickly go to Mainpuri. This is Dimple Yadav's seat, Akhilesh Yadav's wife. She is also doing really well. She's leading by 45,000 votes there, and BJP's Javeer Singh is trailing at the moment. It seems like a one-sided fight for now, but clearly the big upset, the big picture is coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Another seat that I wanted to draw your attention was Kaisarganj. This is Karan Bhushan Singh, who is Brij Bhushan Singh's son, who is contesting the seat. Remember, the sitting MP was Brij Bhushan Singh, but he has been charged with sexual harassment. So instead of him, the BJP decided to go ahead with his son, Karan Bhushan Singh, and gave him the ticket. So at the moment, if you look at the numbers, Karan Bhushan Singh is leading by 24,553 votes, whereas Samajwadi Party's Bhagat Ram is the close second at 72,634 votes. So these are the latest. Another seat that I would like to draw your attention as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned is the seat of Muzaffarnagar. So here, if you see, SP is leading, Harendra Singh Malik is leading by 37,000 votes, whereas Sanjeev Kumar Balyan, all eyes were on Sanjeev Kumar Balyan, who's trailing by 2,933 votes. So BJP is trailing in Muzaffarnagar. Another headline coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's look at Gorakhpur. Ravi Kishan is contesting from Gorakhpur, and very important seat. Ravi Kishan is at the moment leading. He's leading by 14,895 votes. Samajwadi Party's Kajal Nishad is close second, 86,720 votes. So the counting is still going on. So interesting numbers coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. So when we talk about the importance of Uttar Pradesh, it's not just the number of seats, but it also decides the political flavor and the political landscape of the whole country. Because it is often said, like that the road to parliament leads from Uttar Pradesh. What happens in Uttar Pradesh decides the outcome for the national picture. Since we've covered Rai Bareli, we've covered Amethi, we have covered Varanasi. Kannauj, of course, is Akhilesh Yadav's seat. He's leading there. Lucknow, very important seat. Rajnath Singh is leading from Lucknow. This is a BJP bastion. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's, it used to be Atal Bihari Vajpayee's seat as well. So at the moment, Rajnath Singh is leading as far as Lucknow is concerned. Samajwadi Party candidate is at 59,872 votes. So Lucknow was a safe seat for the BJP, very crucial one there. So for now, if you look at the VIP seats in Uttar Pradesh, there are some stunning upsets coming in. Some headlines have been made, but for now, the biggest picture in Uttar Pradesh is that overall, if you look at it, the numbers look very, very different from exit polls. The state has actually thrown up surprising numbers. The India Alliance is actually, it is rewriting the games of political landscape, but things will change eventually. We will continue to track the state of Uttar Pradesh and the big upsets. Thank you for watching this special broadcast.
Check. Of course, is the D-Day, June 4th, when the results are expected. They're pouring in, the leads are coming in, and what's interesting is that they appear to be vastly different from the figures that emerged on the evening of Saturday. When polling ended, the picture that we got by way of the exit polls was dramatically different. The bulk of the polls had given the NDA north of 350 seats. In fact, some of them had even given the NDA seats going up to as high as 4,000. The picture, however, is dramatically different, and this is nowhere more apparent than how the market is responding. Once the exit polls were out, we saw the markets climbing up, the Sensex going up by as much as 2,500 points. Today, it's been a complete role reversal. The markets have fallen back. They've dropped their gains on the back of the numbers that are coming in. So what are these numbers that are in fact causing these disturbances, that are in fact causing a different view coming in? Well, at last count, what we saw is that the NDA had about 300 odd seats in which they're enjoying leads. As far as the India Alliance is concerned, that number has stacked up to as high as about 220 seats where they enjoy leads. Now, this is outside of the fact that this is vastly superior from their performance back in 2019. This is also significantly superior to the performance that was indicated by various exit polls. Here, I'd like to draw the attention to the numbers that are stacking up, the way they're stacking up for individual parties. As far as the BJP is concerned, which was aiming at seats north of 350, for them, the figure has come a cropper. As of it right now, at least the numbers, the way they look right now, the BJP has about 240 odd seats, significantly lower, and importantly, not meeting that threshold point of 272 seats. That's, of course, as far as the BJP is concerned. The Congress, meanwhile, and there is quite a fair bit of enthusiasm here. A lot of journalists here. There were flags being waved just a few moments back that give an indication as to the enthusiasm so far within the Congress party. The Congress party by itself stacking up to about 100 seats, about 90 odd seats is what they're looking at. What has been interesting, however, is pockets of performance that Congress appears to have found, that the opposition alliance, the India Alliance, appears to have found, and that's in fact stemming in from the confidence that is being exuded by the India Alliance as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. This was supposed to be a BJP bastion. This was supposed to be an NDA bastion, which was, there was a sweep that was expected. We didn't see that. In fact, we saw we're seeing so far a very close contest between some key leaders. In fact, speaking of key leaders, important to point out that there was a very close shave till a few moments back as far as even the Prime Minister was concerned, and that's with respect to the Varanasi seat. Just a short while back, in fact, we also checked on the data coming in from Amethi as far as Smriti Irani is concerned. Again, she is falling short there. She's not really leading there. She's trailing there, and that has been a big surprise given as how Rahul Gandhi was defeated by Smriti Irani back in 2019. This time around, however, the Congress appointee, the Gandhi appointee, KL Sharma, giving her a tough fight, in fact taking the lead as far as Amethi is concerned. Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, doing very well for himself on both those seats, Wayanad in Kerala as well as Raebareli in the state of Uttar Pradesh. What's important is that he's enjoyed a significant lead. The last time we checked, the lead in Raebareli was stacking up to north of 80,000 votes. So a good day out as far as Rahul Gandhi personally is concerned. Speaking of Rahul Gandhi, the seats where he's contesting, Wayanad, of course, is one of them. What's important is that in the state of Kerala, the south appears to be one area where, in fact, the NDA seems to be doing far better than what had been anticipated. As far as Kerala is concerned, there are two seats where they appear to be leading. One of those two seats, importantly, is one of the ministers that I follow, is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, fighting from Trivandrum. That's a big ticket VIP contest where we understand he's taken a lead of about 3,000 odd votes. It's a very close contest so far between Shashi Tharoor. Shashi Tharoor, of course, he's done a hat-trick. He's aiming for a fourth time running as far as Trivandrum is concerned. We'll, of course, have to continue tracking those results. As far as... It's a warm day here. I apologize for that. But just to give you a sense of the enthusiasm here at the Congress office. This is the campus, what it looks like right now. We saw the waving flags. This gives us a sense of a great deal of anticipation within the Congress party workers who've assembled here. The numbers this morning so far looking promising. It's nowhere near the claims that were made by the India Alliance leaders that we'll be forming the government. The numbers don't seem to be stacking up to be justifying those claims, but it is still significantly better than what it was in 2019. And also importantly, the BJP, the NDA, not performing as well as they had hoped, falling short on many counts, especially the Hindi hard belt, not performing as per their expectations. So it's still important to point out, this is a very, very important caveat. These are still early days here. The leads are still coming in. The seats so far have not been confirmed. Important to point out that these are, of course, early figures. These are figures as the counting is still underway. We've heard from senior leaders from both those parties saying that wait till noon, wait till 12. That's when the fuller picture will begin to appear. That's when we'll get to a better picture of how things are stacking up in terms of numbers. So the wait continues, but even as the wait continues, there's a building excitement here as far as the Congress office is concerned. There appears to be a great deal of enthusiasm in terms of how the numbers have stacked up so far. But clearly, the film abhi baki hai, as they say. It is still, the final results are still expected. 12 noon is perhaps when we'll begin to get a better, a more confident, more affirmative picture of the way the numbers are stacking up. पसीना में नमक होता है ना, मेरी आंख में चले गया। हेलो, मैं कांग्रेस नहीं चाहिए लंच।
You're watching Election Central here on CNBC TV18, and it is getting closer than what most of the exit polls were anticipating. Most of the exit polls had projected a resounding win for the NDA, but it is turning out to be anything but that. It's been a fight to the finish is what the early trends at least are suggesting right now. The India Alliance now currently leading in over 200 seats, and the NDA is also, although it's above the mark of 272, it is way below what the most exit polls were projecting of anywhere between 320 to 350 seats. Some of the seats that I wanted to focus, there you can see the current trend here. The NDA leading in 290. The India Alliance is slowly and steadily creeping higher at 231. Most of the gains with the India Alliance is coming from states like Uttar Pradesh, where it is almost neck and neck with the BJP. And I would like to take you through some of the surprises also that are coming up and some of the trends as well. Let first take you through Gujarat, where there is one seat where the Congress party is currently leading in, and that is Patan, where the Chandanji Lalji Thakur, who is the Congress candidate, is currently leading by over 18,000 votes. And that is the only seat in Gujarat where the Congress party is currently leading in. The remaining 25 seats is where the BJP continues to maintain its stronghold. Remember, the exit polls had projected all 26 seats in Gujarat to be won by the BJP. And mind you, they had already won one seat where the candidate from Surat was elected unopposed. So 25 right now, the BJP, for the BJP, one seat. Currently, the Congress is leading here in Gujarat. And the other seat in Gujarat that I wanted to talk about is Navsari, where C.R. Patil, remember, he was the one who had won by the most number of votes in 2019. He won by close to 7 lakh votes, and he is currently leading from Navsari. He is seeking a 4th term from the seat. He is leading currently by almost 2 lakh votes is what the early trends are suggesting right now from Navsari. From Gujarat, we'll move to Haryana, because there is another surprise that the India Alliance is springing up. Remember, the exit polls had also projected a neck and neck between the BJP and the India Alliance in Haryana as well, and there is where the India Alliance is currently leading in 7 seats now out of the 10 possible seats. And Kurukshetra is the one seat that I wanted to focus on, because Naveen Jindal from Kurukshetra, he switched over to the BJP just before the elections from the Congress. Remember, Naveen Jindal has already represented this seat in 2004 and in 2009 as a Congress candidate, and the last 2 elections in 2014 and in 2019, that seat was won by the BJP. The incumbent from this seat currently in Kurukshetra is the sitting CM of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, who had to then resign before becoming Chief Minister. So Naveen Jindal currently trailing, but the margin of difference is only 1100 votes. So it's pretty neck and neck in Kurukshetra against the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, who is currently leading from that seat. So it's a fight to the finish, if you can say, in Kurukshetra. Naveen Jindal currently trailing from there. But the bigger factor here in Kurukshetra is the 3rd place candidate, who is Abhay Chautala from the INLD, and he might turn out to be the deciding factor in this, because if the margin of victory so far, the lead is only 1100 votes, Abhay Chautala has polled close to 10,000 votes as the 3rd place candidate. So that might just turn out to be the difference between the winning and the losing candidate in Kurukshetra. Now we move across back to Maharashtra, closer to home, and Mumbai is where the focus is, because Mumbai is currently split right down the middle when it comes to choosing between the BJP and the India Alliance. The BJP currently leading in 3 seats. The Alliance is also leading in 3 of them. So it's a neck and neck here as well. Let's start off with Mumbai North, because Piyush Goyal is currently leading from that seat by almost 46,000 votes. And Piyush Goyal, remember, currently the Commerce Minister, he is the one who is contesting against Bhushan Patil of the Congress party. This is his first Lok Sabha election, and he was on ground campaigning as well. CNBC TV18 had spoken to him as well over the various issues that he would like to address in case if he gets a mandate to represent the people of Mumbai North. And remember, Mumbai North, among the 6 seats of Mumbai, had the highest highest voter turnout at 57%. Not a very high number to talk about, but considering the dismal voter turnout that Mumbai saw, even this time, Mumbai North turned out to be the highest at 57%. And Piyush Goyal currently leading from there with a margin of close to 50,000 votes. From Mumbai North, we move to Mumbai North Central, and that's the other seat from where the BJP is currently leading in, and that is where Ujjwal Nikam, the former public prosecutor, is representing the BJP there. He's the one who's leading at the moment. He's leading by close to 23,000 votes. He's up against Varsha Gaikwad, who was formerly the education minister in the MVA cabinet, the daughter of former MP Eknath Gaikwad as well. She is the one who is the India Alliance had picked her to take on Ujjwal Nikam in this seat, and here currently the early trends are also suggesting that Ujjwal Nikam is leading this seat. The margin though is close to 23,000 votes. The votes are still being counted. Things may turn, but as of now Ujjwal Nikam is leading the seat in Mumbai North Central. From North Central we'll move to North East, where Sanjay Dina Patil of the UBT faction is currently leading, and he's leading by close to 19,000 votes from Mumbai North East, and that is where the lead is here from the northeastern region there. The Shiv Sena UBT, Sanjay Dina Patil, former MP, he earlier represented the NCP as well, so now he's the one who's leading from Mumbai Northeast. From Northeast we move to Northwest, and Mumbai Northwest is where it was a Sena versus Sena battle between Amol Kirtikar of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction and Ravindra Vaikar, who was the MLA from Jogeshwari. He is the one who was representing the Eknath Shinde faction. At the earlier counting of the postal ballots was where Amol Kirtikar was leading, but as of now Ravindra Vaikar is currently leading from Mumbai Northeast with close to 8,000 votes is where the margin is. The Mumbai South as well, that was the one that saw the lowest voter turnout in the city at barely touching 50%. Arvind Sawant is seeking another term as Member of Parliament from here. The third straight term is where he's seeking. He's up against Yamini Jadhav. This another Sena versus Sena battle here as well. Earlier Yamini Jadhav was in the lead, but Arvind Sawant is now taken over. He's currently leading from this seat with almost close to 4,000 to 5,000 votes on last count as well. So that is where the Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction. So Mumbai split right at the middle, 3 seats from the BJP, the NDA, 3 seats for the India Alliance as well. From Maharashtra we move to Karnataka, and that is where the big seat in focus has been Hassan, where Prajwal Revanna is currently leading. He was the one who's been now, he's under the scanner over various allegations of sexual harassment, and he was the one who is arrested now by the SIT after his return to the country. He's leading from Hassan currently with a margin of close to around 4,600 votes on last count. It's still, the margin of difference is very low. The votes are still being counted. Tables may turn, but on last check Prajwal Revanna was currently leading from Hassan, and that is the seat that is in focus in Karnataka. And lastly we move to Kerala, where the BJP is making some strides. They are losing a lot of ground in Uttar Pradesh, but they are making some strides in Kerala, and that is where 2 are the seats where BJP is currently leading in. One of them is Thiruvananthapuram, where Shashi Tharoor is seeking another term as Member of Parliament, but there he is currently trailing against Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and Trivandrum is that constituency. Rajiv Chandrasekhar currently leading in Thiruvananthapuram by almost 5,000 votes. So that is where the one seat where BJP is currently ahead. The other seat where the BJP is currently ahead is Thrissur, where actor Suresh Gopi is the one who is leading, and he is leading by a comfortable margin of close to 25,000 votes on last count. So 2 seats where the BJP is currently leading in Kerala. So the votes continue to be counted. It looks like it's going to be a fight to the finish. The markets are extremely volatile as of now, but we'll keep you updated as we get more numbers. So stay tuned to CNBC-TV18, and of course for all the live coverage please stay tuned to CNBC-TV18.com as well. We'll keep you updated with all the action from there as well.
This seems to be a historic electoral mandate that people of India are giving in favor of Narendra Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The India Alliance has been a conglomeration of corrupt, caste-based communal entities and forces which have for almost 7 decades enjoyed a stranglehold on the country's politics. I think this election marks an irreversible trend in India's politics, where India has firmly and irreversibly chosen development and performance-based politics, delivery-based politics, welfare-based politics over communal, casteist and corrupt parties.
The expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today. Because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April.
ये रुझान दिखाता है कि निवर्तमान भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। ये उनकी नैतिक हार है और राजनीतिक हार है, दोनों राजनीतिक हार और प्रचंड नैतिक हार। ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद अपने ही सीट में पीछे चल रहे हैं। ये तो ट्रेलर है, जो नतीजे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। वाराणसी में प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे ट्रेलर ट्रेलर ट्रेलर, तो आज उनके ट्रेलर दिखाई दे रहा है।
This seems to be a historic electoral mandate that people of India are giving in favor of Narendra Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The India Alliance has been a conglomeration of corrupt, caste-based communal entities and forces which have for almost 7 decades enjoyed a stranglehold on the country's politics. I think this election marks an irreversible trend in India's politics, where India has firmly and irreversibly chosen development and performance-based politics, delivery-based politics, welfare-based politics over communal, casteist and corrupt parties.
So Maharashtra, once again, let's talk about one of the most important, one of the most significant and one of the most politically interesting states. And before we get into the analysis of who is placed how, let me show around the BJP headquarters a little bit. We are in Mumbai's Nariman Point area and this is BJP headquarters. We can see some party workers here. So let's see if some of them would be willing to talk. You can see, as I said last time also, you can see the decorations and the preparations of celebration, but the actual celebrations won't start this early, especially considering how the day is passing by. So let's see if some BJP party workers speak to us. आप लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं बीजेपी से, आप में से कोई भी? ये जो रुझान आ रहे हैं इसको लेकर के आपको क्या लग रहा है? कुछ बदलाव आपको लग रहा है हो जाएगा कि अब इसी दिशा में जाने वाला है महाराष्ट्र?
नहीं, सरकार तो बनेगा पक्का, तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं उसमें।
महाराष्ट्र की बात कर रहे हैं तो महाराष्ट्र में क्या लग रहा है अब आपको?
महाराष्ट्र में भी अभी थोड़े आधे घंटे में आपको पूरा क्लियर हो जाएगा कि बीजेपी और बीजेपी जो सपोर्टेड जो लोग है, मतलब जो पार्टी है वो तो पक्का ही आएंगे।
ठीक है, लेकिन अभी के जो नंबर्स हैं वो सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं इस क्लेम को। आपको लग रहा है एकनाथ शिंदे और अजीत पवार का आना बीजेपी को फाइनली नुकसान कर गया लोकसभा में?
नहीं, नुकसान तो नहीं बोल सकते, लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे जो गांव के लोग जो थोड़े नाराज है, इसलिए हो सकता है थोड़ा सा उनको जो उनका सीट है वो कम हो सकता है उसकी वजह से।
अच्छा, एक और ओपिनियन ये भी है कि अगर बीजेपी खराब, अगर शिवसेना, एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना और एनसीपी खराब भी कर जाए लोकसभा में तो बीजेपी को इसका फायदा ही होगा, क्योंकि विधानसभा में फिर आप लोग उनको कम सीट देके काम चला लेंगे। इसको आप सोचते हैं पार्टी में ये बातचीत चल रही है?
ऐसा बीजेपी सोच सकती है। अगर लोकसभा में या अगर शिंदे, मुख्यमंत्री शिंदे साहब की जो शिवसेना है, इनमें अगर अभी लोकसभा में अगर सीट कम आ सकती है तो बाद में विधानसभा में उनको कम सीट मिलेगी, ये पक्का है।
नुकसान को भी फायदे में तब्दील करने का सोचेंगे आप लोग?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
Let me go across some other party workers. Obviously, it's a difficult situation for them also because the numbers for now are not as clear as they would want them to be, and definitely not what they want them to be. And because for Maharashtra, it's not just about Lok Sabha elections, it's actually about the upcoming state assembly elections. आप पार्टी कार्यकर्ता हैं, आप में से कोई? पार्टी सपोर्टर है, बीजेपी सपोर्टर?
पक्का सपोर्टर है बीजेपी, और बीजेपी अपनी सरकार बनाने जा रही है, अपने दम पे 272 के पार करेगी बीजेपी।
महाराष्ट्र की बात कर रही हूँ।
हम ऑल ओवर इंडिया का देखेंगे, बात करेंगे। अच्छा। हमारी सरकार बन रही है, बीजेपी की सरकार 101% बन रही है।
ठीक है। महाराष्ट्र, आप पार्टी वर्कर्स हैं? अच्छा, आप लोग पार्टी वर्कर्स नहीं है, सपोर्टर्स हैं। अच्छा, तो मुझे एक बात बताएं कि महाराष्ट्र में आप लोगों को क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि आप लोग खुद वोटर्स हैं, सपोर्टर्स भी हैं, तो घूमे होंगे जमीन पे, क्या चीज है जो महायुति के फेवर में फिलहाल काम करती हुई नहीं दिखी?
वोटिंग का जो अपना परसेंटेज कम हुआ ना, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा डाउन हो रहा है। अच्छा। अगर वोटिंग पूरी हो जाती तो महाराष्ट्र में बीजेपी पूरी 100% आती, बिना किसी टेंशन के आ जाती। अच्छा। थोड़ी वोटिंग परसेंट कम होने की वजह से सब टेंशन हो रहा है और कुछ नहीं है।
ये थोड़ी सी हवा की बात है, इसलिए मैं इसको क्लैरिफाई कर देना चाहती हूँ कि ये हवा में ही है कि भाई इस तरह के रूमर्स थे कि उद्धव ठाकरे वापस चले जाएंगे। मैं फिर से क्लैरिफाई कर रही हूँ कि रूमर्स है, लेकिन अगर ये रूमर्स सच हुए गलती से या नहीं भी, तो आपको लगता है कि वो बीजेपी सपोर्टर्स, आप जैसे जो सपोर्टर्स है उनके, आप लोगों को लिए वो ठीक फैसला होगा या फिर उद्धव ठाकरे से नाराजगी जारी रहेगी?
वो तो नेता लोग बता सकते, हम कुछ नहीं बता सकते। हम लोग तो कार्यकर्ता क्या बताएंगे?
कार्यकर्ता इंपॉर्टेंट है सर, कार्यकर्ता में नाराजगी रहेगी कि नहीं?
सब नेता लोग कर सकते हैं, हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं?
कार्यकर्ताओं से मैं इसलिए पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि अजीत पवार का आना, भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से मैंने जहां भी बात करी, उन्होंने कहा कि हम एकनाथ शिंदे का आना जस्टिफाई कर पाए क्योंकि हिंदुत्व की आइडियोलॉजी थी, लेकिन करप्शन चार्जेस वाले अजीत पवार का आना हम जस्टिफाई नहीं कर पाए, तो हमें जनता को कन्विंस करने में प्रॉब्लम हुई है। ये ग्रामीण जो कार्यकर्ता हैं भाजपा के, उनका ये कहना है। आप लोगों को भी ये शहरों में ये फील आया?
थोड़ा बहुत फील आया है, मगर वो के सब पॉलिटिक्स का वैल्यू के हिसाब से उन्होंने बीजेपी उसको एनसीपी का इसको अंदर लिया। शरद
लगता है गलत फैसला हो गया, नंबर्स खास करके नंबर्स देखते हुए?
नहीं, गलत फैसला नहीं हुआ, थोड़ा अपना सीट ज्यादा बढ़े, कैलकुलेशन में अपनी सीट ज्यादा है, उनकी तरफ से भी जरा जो वोटर्स है वो अपने बीजेपी में आए, सपोर्ट इंडिया को मिले करके उन्होंने अजित पवार को अपने इसमें लिया।
लेकिन ये चाल उल्टी पड़ती हुई सी दिख रही है।
सब डिसीजन सही नहीं पड़ते हैं, कभी उल्टे भी पड़ते हैं। लाइफ में सब जो डिसीजन लेते हैं वो सब सही नहीं पड़ते, कभी उल्टे भी पड़ते हैं।
लाइफ में भी और पॉलिटिक्स में भी।
राइट। हमको ओवरऑल इंडिया देखना है, हमारी इंडिया सरकार बन रही है, 101% बन रही है।
आप लोग होपफुल हैं, लेकिन ये जो नारे थे कि भाई 400 पार, तो खैर मैं नहीं जाऊंगी, बड़ी अनरियलिस्टिक सी चीज थी, वो सब जानते थे, लेकिन फिर भी नंबर्स वो नहीं हैं जो 2014 में थे, वो तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, और जो 2019 में थे वो भी नहीं है। आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? पार्टी सपोर्टर हैं कि क्या हैं आप? पहले बताएं।
सबसे पहले बात, बीजेपी की गलती की क्या, सिर्फ कमल पे सबको इस साइन से ही जितवाना चाहिए था, तो उस साइन से ही लड़वाना चाहिए था। मे बी अजीत पवार हैड अ प्रॉब्लम इन हिज थिंग एग्जैक्टली, तो उसको संभालिए देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने अपने अंदर संभालिया हिंदुत्व की तरफ। दैट्स अ वेरी बिग इशू एंड वेरी बिग अचीवमेंट।
यू थिंक यू नो inviting Ajit Pawar and including him in the NDA alliance, that was that one mistake which BJP made and it's costing seats now, do you think?
It was a mistake, but it's a very big achievement also of turning a Hindu to a Hindutva vote. From Sharad Pawar, you can't pull anything. From there he is pulled, and Sharad Pawar can kill Hindutva also. That's also a very big thing, because he is the biggest killer of Hindutva. आप अगर गौर से देखेंगे, मेरा आज एज 62 है, आई एम ऑल्सो सेंट्रल रिटर्न गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय।
आर यू बीजेपी सपोर्टर?
आई एम बीजेपी, मतलब आई एम बीजेपी ओनली, ऐसे बोला तो भी चलेगा। मतलब द वे देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने उनको अपने अंदर संभालिया, कोई नहीं संभाल सकता। उसके रिजल्ट्स थोड़े माइनस होंगे, लेकिन उन लोग ने एक गलती की, एवरीबडी शुड हैव कमल से ही लड़ना चाहिए था। अलग अलग लड़ने से पीपल वर जम्बल्ड, कंफ्यूज्ड। सिर्फ बीजेपी से देखिए, हम लोग जो एक साथ हो गए, बीजेपी वॉज द सीनियर पार्टी व्हेन उद्धव ठाकरे ऑल्सो चेंज हिज वोट। दैट टाइम ऑल्सो बीजेपी वॉज द सीनियर पार्टी। हाउ डिड यू पुल योरसेल्फ फॉर अ चीफ मिनिस्टर पोस्ट? यू आर नॉट अ स्मॉल चैप दैट यू आर आस्किंग फॉर दिस थिंग एग्जैक्टली। तुम ज्यादा लाड़ में आ गए, नरेंद्र मोदी को ये कर रहे, वो कर, दिस इज द वे। Normal.
But now Uddhav Thackeray and his party are doing significantly well. So,
उसका numbers, yeah. Maybe he's doing well because आप अगर गौर से देखने के, उसने जो वोटर्स को हिप्नोटाइज किया। आप अगर गांव में अभी भी जाएंगे, मैंने कुछ गांव में देखी है, अब बोलना नहीं चाहिए नाम से, पीपल डोंट नो स्टिल दैट दिस गांधी परिवार इज नॉट अटैच्ड टू मिस्टर महात्मा गांधी।
Okay, no, you are, no, I was talking about how Uddhav Thackeray is doing significantly well. Well, you made your point that as far as including Ajit Pawar is concerned, so at least this gentleman doesn't have a problem with that, but he thinks that all the contestants should have fought on a BJP symbol. Some people here think that it was actually a mistake, and one gentleman rightly said that in life and in politics certain decisions work and certain don't. This one seems like did not work for BJP and NDA, and that's good for India alliance clearly in Maharashtra. And Maharashtra, as I said, for Maharashtra it's not just about the Lok Sabha elections, it's actually about the upcoming state assembly elections. And whether it's the Mahayuti alliance, the ruling Mahayuti alliance, or the opposing MVA alliance, whether it's Uddhav Thackeray or whether it's BJP, the party which will get the maximum numbers of seats in Lok Sabha will get an upper hand and will dominate the seat sharing formula for the state assembly elections. Important candidates Piyush Goyal and Nitin Gadkari, Arvind Sawant, Yamini Jadhav, Navneet Rana, Pratibha Dhanorkar. All these are important candidates, important seats. Mumbai North Central has Ujjwal Nikam versus Varsha Gaikwad. There are 13 Sena versus Sena seats in Maharashtra, and there are 2 NCP versus NCP seats, Baramati being the most important NCP versus NCP seat, followed by Shirur. So there are multiple factors at play here. Key election issues from the beginning were farmer distress. That played a very big role. How exactly it's going to tip the scales in favor of either alliances, that obviously will be clearer as the time passes. But for now, it looks like that BJP and the NDA alliance suffered loss because of farmer distress. Maratha reservation was another important issue. Maratha reservation, आपको लगता है नुकसान कर गया आप लोगों को?
हो सकता है, जो मराठा रिजर्वेशन का जो चालू है, बहुत मराठा लोगों ने इसमें जो वोटिंग करना चाहिए था उन्होंने वोटिंग नहीं किए। कुछ मराठा लोगों ने तो कुछ गांव में उन्होंने वोटिंग के बहिष्कार डाल दिया। मतलब कुछ शासन के अपोजिट में थे, उनको जो आरक्षण अभी मिलना चाहिए तो मिला नहीं, इसलिए तो नाराज थे और वो हुआ है।
और किसानों ने जो खासकर कि नासिक के साइड में प्याज किसानों की जो स्थिति रही, आपको लगता है उनकी वजह से भी नुकसान हुआ?
सरकार ने कर्नाटक से जो प्याज लाया उसके लिए जो नासिक में जो मार्केट है थोड़ा तो उनको प्रॉब्लम हुआ। मतलब उनको जो शेतकरी लोगों को जो उनको प्रॉब्लम हुआ।
एक नाराजगी ये भी थी कि जब पहले एक्सपोर्ट पे थोड़ा सा भी जब नरमी बढ़ती गई, सबसे पहले गुजरात के जो प्याज थे सफेद कांदे वो एक्सपोर्ट किए गए, तो वो नाराजगी ट्रेडर्स में भी थी और किसानों में भी थी। तो वो रेस्ट्रिक्शन, एक्सपोर्ट रेस्ट्रिक्शन हटाने के बाद भी वो नाराजगी खत्म नहीं हुई, ऐसा कहा जा सकता है नंबर्स देखते हुए?
तो ये नक्की है कि नाराजगी मतलब किसान का खत्म नहीं हुआ है। जो कांदे का जो चला तो सरकार ने जो कर्नाटक से लाया, बाहर से लेके आया, और महाराष्ट्र का जो प्रॉब्लम था उनमें से थोड़ा मतलब प्रॉब्लम हुआ। शेतकरी लोग थोड़ा नाराज रहा सरकार के ऊपर।
अच्छा, विधानसभा की तैयारी कार्यकर्ता लोग कब से शुरू कर रहे हैं? आज ही से कर देंगे कि कल तक का इंतजार होगा?
आज से ही करेंगे बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जीत तो हमारी है।
ठीक है, अभी भी आप कह रहे हैं कि जीत आपकी है, नंबर आपकी
100% मोदी पीएम है।
मैं महाराष्ट्र पे फोकस करना चाह रही हूँ, मैं महाराष्ट्र की फिलहाल बात करना चाह रही हूँ।
महाराष्ट्र में थोड़ा चल रहा है आगे पीछे अभी।
सबसे आगे देवेंद्र सर।
मुख्यमंत्री बनाने की बैटल नहीं है ना सर ये?
नहीं, पर मुख्यमंत्री कार्यकर्ता चाहेगा ना, अपना ही मुख्यमंत्री हो कोई भी कार्यकर्ता, कोई भी चाहेगा कि हमारे पार्टी का हमारे मुख्यमंत्री बने।
लेकिन आज की बात तो मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए ना, मुख्यमंत्री तो अक्टूबर में है।
आपने महाराष्ट्र की बात की तो मैंने महाराष्ट्र की बात की।
आपका फोकस स्टेट असेंबली इलेक्शन।
थैंक यू।
So the reason I asked them this because when Baramati, when I met some BJP party workers, they told me very clearly that on 4th of June, we have time till 4th of June, and by the end of 4th of June, we'll start preparing for the state assembly elections. Maharashtra with 48 seats is the state which has second highest number of Lok Sabha seats, and this was interesting because Maharashtra actually gave a tough battle to the Saffron Party, to the NDA alliance. Another state which gave a tough battle to NDA was Bihar. Though the numbers for now are yet to establish how tough the battle was, but as far as the momentum was concerned, in Bihar actually, it was not about Tejaswi versus Nitish. It was actually about Tejaswi versus Modi. Tejaswi Yadav led the campaign, led the India Alliance in Bihar. He did rallies after rallies. In fact, he used to address over 10 rallies every day with an injured back. So when we met Tejaswi Yadav in one of those rallies and when we spoke to Tejaswi Yadav, he was sure that BJP and NDA are not going to perform in Bihar as well as India. Though in Bihar, JDU is still doing... so let me just take a look at the numbers. So as far as Bihar is concerned, the recent numbers, JDU at 15, BJP at 11, RJD at 4, which is slightly better because in 2019, RJD did not even open its account in Bihar. It was that terrible for RJD at least. And CPI-ML, 2 seats, and CPI, 1 seat. So all in all, as far as the alliance is concerned, NDA alliance still has an upper hand, is still doing better in Bihar. But as far as the momentum, the competition is concerned, RJD has done slightly better as compared to what it did in 2019. And in Bihar, Tejaswi Yadav led the whole campaign. Corruption, Agniveer, inflation, law and order situation, these were the issues which dominated the election process, which dominated the electoral decisions, though there were factors like nationalism and brand Modi and Hindutva as well in the picture. But clearly, inflation and corruption and unemployment played a huge role, not just in Bihar, but actually in Maharashtra. So for Maharashtra, it was, as I said, it was... So Maharashtra's battle was more emotional. It was more about the sympathy people had for Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. Bihar, Tejaswi Yadav couldn't, based on the numbers so far, he couldn't garner that kind of sympathy, but people did rally behind him, and RJD definitely is doing slightly better than what it did in 2019, and India Alliance will have a little bit of an upper hand, not that much, because Nitish Kumar's stand is that one thing which is keeping matters up in the air. Nitish Kumar is known for his tendency of switching sides. Honestly, at times it becomes, I'm sure, even for the party workers to keep a track of it. So, talking about Nitish Kumar, who was a part of NDA, and when in 2014, before 2014 actually, in 2013 when it was decided that Modi is going to be the face of NDA, he broke, he stepped out of the alliance. Nitish Kumar stepped out of the alliance in 2015. He formed an alliance with RJD and the other parties, Mahagathbandhan. He, after that, left that alliance as well and once again became a part of NDA. That was in 2017. After that, once he won elections with BJP, he once again switched sides and went back to the Mahagathbandhan camp. And this time, right before the Lok Sabha elections, despite leading the India alliance, despite claiming that he was the engineer and architect of that idea, he left them and he once again went back to NDA, and with 15 seats, because right now he is leading on 50, he and his candidates are leading on 15 seats, his party is leading on 15 seats. So with that kind of command in the state, he definitely is going to be a deciding factor, and that's exactly why, because Nitish Kumar has 15 seats for now, that's exactly why the matter is up in the air for both the sides. But for now, Maharashtra turns out to be the most important and politically interesting state.
Well, it is time for the finale of the Lok Sabha polls and several seats remain in the spotlight. Important seats like Rai Bareli are being watched closely. I am standing inside the counting station in Rai Bareli and the latest trends show that Rahul Gandhi has a big lead from the seat. At the moment, the lead is by around 18,000 votes from Rai Bareli and his opponent, Dinesh Pratap Singh from Congress, is trailing behind at the moment. Now, as we know that Rai Bareli is the crown jewel of the Congress party. If you go by exit poll results, it was anticipated that Rahul Gandhi is poised for a decisive victory in Rai Bareli. Remember, Rahul Gandhi made a last-minute shift from Amethi to contest from his mother Sonia Gandhi's recently vacated seat, which has always been a Gandhi family bastion. Now, Rahul Gandhi is up against Bharatiya Janata Party's Dinesh Pratap Singh. As I told you earlier, Rai Bareli seat was first contested by Feroz Gandhi in 1952. And it has been for long the stronghold of the Congress party. Over the decades, it has been represented by notable Congress figures including R.P. Singh, Baijnath Kuril, Indira Gandhi herself, Sheila Kaul and Satish Sharma before Sonia Gandhi's tenure. Now, in Indira Gandhi's era, saw the constituency firmly under the Congress banner from 1967 to 1977 and again in 1980. Now, Sonia Gandhi's leadership from 1999 onward solidified the seat as a Congress bastion. Now, even during challenging times like the BJP's victories in the 1990s, the Gandhis have remained central to Rai Bareli's political landscape. There is an interesting story about the Rai Bareli seat. Out of the 20 elections this seat has witnessed so far, this is the 21st, the Congress has already won 17. The Rai Bareli seat holds historical significance and is the only parliamentary constituency where a sitting Prime Minister has suffered defeat. Initially represented by Feroz Gandhi, who was the husband of Indira Gandhi, the seat later elected Indira Gandhi 3 times. And in June of 1975, the Allahabad High Court declared Indira Gandhi's 1971 victory from Rai Bareli void due to electoral malpractice, banning her from running for any office for 6 years. This decision set off a series of events that later culminated in the emergency of 1975. In the 1977 elections following the emergency, Indira Gandhi experienced a crushing defeat in this Congress stronghold, making her the only sitting Prime Minister to lose an election. She was defeated by Raj Narayan, who ran on the Janata Party ticket back then. Now, so this seat, even after being a Congress stronghold, has surprised in the past. Now, recently, Sonia Gandhi's departure from the active politics due to health concerns left the seat open. but her heartfelt message to voters underscored her enduring commitment to Raebareli. In her message to people of Raebareli, Sonia Gandhi said that after losing her mother-in-law Indira Gandhi and her life partner Rajiv Gandhi forever, she came to Raebareli and the people spread their arms for her. In the last two elections, people of Raebareli stood by her even in difficult circumstances. Sonia Gandhi said that she had full confidence and she expressed confidence that the constituency will stand by her family. Now, Rahul Gandhi's anticipated victory not only continues the Gandhi family's legacy, but also revitalizes Congress's presence in this crucial election stronghold. Apart from Raebareli, seats like Amethi, Sambhal, Mainpuri and Lucknow remain under spotlight. At the moment, India Alliance putting up a strong fight, while NDA leading on majority of seats across the country.
आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस जीतेगी, सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, कांग्रेस जिस तरह से पूरे देश में आगे जा रही है, हम पहले से कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस ने अगर 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर लिया तो समझ लो इंडिया ब्लॉक जीत गया। कांग्रेस उससे भी आगे जा रही है। राहुल गांधी जी की लीडरशिप में मैं देख रहा हूं आज के जो चुनाव के जो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, तो ट्रेंड्स है, कांग्रेस 150 तक भी जा सकती है, 150। अगर कांग्रेस 150 तक जाती है तो देश का पूरा चित्र ही बदल जाएगा।
सर, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी प्रधानमंत्री की चॉइस है उनकी। सर, आपसे भी खुल के पूछा जाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री के लिए आप देखते हैं राहुल गांधी को?
देखिए, अगर कांग्रेस सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है तो प्रधानमंत्री उनका होगा। ये देश की इच्छा है कि जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी जी ने संघर्ष किया है, तो राहुल गांधी जी ने देश का नेतृत्व करना चाहिए।
राहुल साहेब, हेच फक्त मराठी हबमध्ये हवं होतं. राहुल साहेब, तुम्ही असं म्हणता की 150 जागा काँग्रेसला येतील, तर अशा वेळेस राहुल गांधी हे पंतप्रधान पदाचा चेहरा असू शकतात का?
हे सांगायला वेळ आहे, पण राहुलजींनी देशाचं नेतृत्व करावं अशी सगळ्यांची भूमिका आहे. तर या निवडणुकीत राहुलजींनी देशाचं नेतृत्व केलेलं आहे. एक तुफान उभं केलं देशभरामध्ये, हे मान्य करावंच लागेल.
This seems to be a historic electoral mandate that people of India are giving in favor of Narendra Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The India Alliance has been a conglomeration of corrupt, caste-based communal entities and forces which have for almost 7 decades enjoyed a stranglehold on the country's politics. I think this election marks an irreversible trend in India's politics, where India has firmly and irreversibly chosen development and performance-based politics, delivery-based politics, welfare-based politics over communal, casteist and corrupt parties.
The expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today. Because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April.
This seems to be a historic electoral mandate that people of India are giving in favor of Narendra Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The India Alliance has been a conglomeration of corrupt, caste-based communal entities and forces which have for almost 7 decades enjoyed a stranglehold on the country's politics. I think this election marks an irreversible trend in India's politics, where India has firmly and irreversibly chosen development and performance-based politics, delivery-based politics, welfare-based politics over communal, casteist and corrupt parties.
आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस जीतेगी 150, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, कांग्रेस जिस तरह से पूरे देश में आगे जा रही है, हम पहले से कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस ने अगर 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर लिया तो समझ लो इंडिया ब्लॉक जीत गया। कांग्रेस उससे भी आगे जा रही है। राहुल गांधी जी की लीडरशिप में मैं देख रहा हूं आज के जो चुनाव के जो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, तो ट्रेंड्स है। कांग्रेस 150 तक भी जा सकती है, 150। अगर कांग्रेस 150 तक जाती है तो देश का पूरा चित्र ही बदल जाएगा।
सर, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी प्रधानमंत्री की चॉइस है उनकी। सर, आपसे भी खुल के पूछा जाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री के लिए आप देखते हैं राहुल गांधी को?
देखिए, अगर कांग्रेस सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है तो प्रधानमंत्री उनका होगा। ये देश की इच्छा है कि जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी जी ने संघर्ष किया है, तो राहुल गांधी जी ने देश का नेतृत्व करना चाहिए।
राहुल साहेब, हेच फक्त मराठी हबमध्ये हवं होतं. राहुल साहेब, तुम्ही असं म्हणतात की 150 जागा काँग्रेसला येतील, तर अशा वेळेस राहुल गांधी हे पंतप्रधान पदाचा चेहरा असू शकतात का?
हे सांगायला वेळ आहे, पण राहुलजींनी देशाचं नेतृत्व करावं अशी सगळ्यांची भूमिका आहे. कारण या निवडणुकीत राहुलजींनी देशाचं नेतृत्व केलेलं आहे, एक तुफान उभं केलं.
ये रुझान दिखाता है कि निवर्तमान भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। ये उनकी नैतिक हार है और राजनीतिक हार है, दोनों राजनीतिक हार और प्रचंड नैतिक हार। ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद अपने ही सीट में पीछे चल रहे हैं। ये तो ट्रेलर है, जो नतीजे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। वाराणसी में प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे ट्रेलर ट्रेलर ट्रेलर, तो आज उनके ट्रेलर दिखाई दे रहा है।
This seems to be a historic electoral mandate that people of India are giving in favor of Narendra Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The India Alliance has been a conglomeration of corrupt, caste-based communal entities and forces which have for almost 7 decades enjoyed a stranglehold on the country's politics. I think this election marks an irreversible trend in India's politics, where India has firmly and irreversibly chosen development and performance-based politics, delivery-based politics, welfare-based politics over communal, casteist and corrupt parties.
फिल्म अभिनेत्री और यहाँ सिर्फ अभिनय करने हैं, तो इस पे आप कहते हैं?
खैर वो तो अब इस तरह की जो है वो ओछी बातें करने का उनको खामियाजा भी भुगतना ही पड़ेगा। किसी महिला के बारे में इस तरह की ओछी बातें करना, तो वो तो आज साफ हो रहा है। जिस तरह से हमें लीड मिली है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो लीड मिली है मंडी क्षेत्र से, तो बेटियों का ये अपमान जो है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया नहीं है मंडी की जनता ने। और जहाँ तक मेरे मुंबई जाने का सवाल है, खैर मेरी तो ये जन्मभूमि है और मैं यहाँ लोगों की सेवा में तत्पर रहूँगी। और जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सपना है सबका साथ सबका विकास है, उसमें मैंने हमेशा से कहा उनकी सेना बनकर काम करूँगी। तो आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर। और हो सकता है किसी और को अपने बस्ते अब पैक करके है वो कहीं जाना पड़े, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर।
मुंबई से आई हैं फिल्म अभिनेत्री और यहाँ सिर्फ अभिनय करने हैं, तो इस पे आप कहते हैं?
खैर वो तो अब इस तरह की जो है वो ओछी बातें करने का उनको खामियाजा भी भुगतना ही पड़ेगा। किसी महिला के बारे में इस तरह की ओछी बातें करना, तो वो तो आज साफ हो रहा है। जिस तरह से हमें लीड मिली है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो लीड मिली है मंडी क्षेत्र से, तो बेटियों का ये अपमान जो है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया नहीं है मंडी की जनता ने। और जहाँ तक मेरे मुंबई जाने का सवाल है, खैर मेरी तो ये जन्मभूमि है और मैं यहाँ लोगों की सेवा में तत्पर रहूँगी। और जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सपना है सबका साथ सबका विकास है, उसमें मैंने हमेशा से कहा उनकी सेना बनकर काम करूँगी। तो आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर। और हो सकता है किसी और को अपने बस्ते अब पैक करके है वो कहीं जाना पड़े, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर।
मुंबई से आई हैं फिल्म अभिनेत्री और यहाँ सिर्फ अभिनय करने हैं, तो इस पे आप कहते हैं?
खैर वो तो अब इस तरह की जो है वो ओछी बातें करने का उनको खामियाजा भी भुगतना ही पड़ेगा। किसी महिला के बारे में इस तरह की ओछी बातें करना, तो वो तो आज साफ हो रहा है। जिस तरह से हमें लीड मिली है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो लीड मिली है मंडी क्षेत्र से, तो तो बेटियों का ये अपमान जो है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया नहीं है मंडी की जनता ने। और जहाँ तक मेरे मुंबई जाने का सवाल है, खैर मेरी तो ये जन्मभूमि है और मैं यहाँ लोगों की सेवा में तत्पर रहूँगी। और जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सपना है सबका साथ सबका विकास है, उसमें मैंने हमेशा से कहा उनकी सेना बनकर काम करूँगी। तो आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर। और हो सकता है किसी और को अपने बस्ते अब पैक करके है वो कहीं जाना पड़े, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर।
मुंबई से आई हैं फिल्म अभिनेत्री और यहाँ सिर्फ अभिनय करने आए, तो इस पे आप कहते हैं?
खैर वो तो अब
आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस जीतेगी 1.5, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, कांग्रेस जिस तरह से पूरे देश में आगे जा रही है, हम पहले से कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस ने अगर 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर लिया तो समझ लो इंडिया ब्लॉक जीत गया। कांग्रेस उससे भी आगे जा रही है। राहुल गांधी जी की लीडरशिप में मैं देख रहा हूं आज के जो चुनाव के जो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, तो ट्रेंड्स है। कांग्रेस 150 तक भी जा सकती है, 150। अगर कांग्रेस 150 तक जाती है तो देश का पूरा चित्र ही बदल जाएगा।
सर, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी प्रधानमंत्री की चॉइस है उनकी। सर, आपसे भी खुल के पूछा जाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री के लिए आप देखते हैं राहुल गांधी को?
देखिए, अगर कांग्रेस सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है तो प्रधानमंत्री उनका होगा। ये देश की इच्छा है कि जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी जी ने संघर्ष किया है, तो राहुल गांधी जी ने देश का नेतृत्व करना चाहिए।
राऊत साहेब, हेच फक्त मराठी हबमध्ये हवं होतं. राऊत साहेब, तुम्ही असं म्हणता की 150 जागा काँग्रेसला येतील, तर अशा वेळेस राहुल गांधी
ये रुझान दिखाता है कि निवर्तमान भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। ये उनकी नैतिक हार है और राजनीतिक हार है, दोनों राजनीतिक हार और प्रचंड नैतिक हार। ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद अपने ही सीट में पीछे चल रहे हैं। ये तो ट्रेलर है, जो नतीजे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। वाराणसी में प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे ट्रेलर ट्रेलर ट्रेलर, तो आज उनके ट्रेलर दिखाई दे रहा है। ये रुझान दिखाता है कि निवर्तमान भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। ये उनकी नैतिक हार है और राजनीतिक हार है, दोनों राजनीतिक हार और प्रचंड नैतिक हार। ये पहले कभी नहीं हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद अपने ही सीट में पीछे चल रहे हैं। ये तो ट्रेलर है, जो नतीजे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। वाराणसी में प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे ट्रेलर ट्रेलर ट्रेलर, तो आज उनके ट्रेलर दिखाई दे रहा है।
Well, you're watching Election Exchange with CNBC-TV18. It's the big counting days, a day of big surprises, reversals and setbacks as well. We're tracking the latest numbers and our magic wall bringing us numbers from across the country. As per the latest leads, the NDA stands at 290, down 60 from 2019. The India Alliance at 232, a big gainer this time around with 103 seats. The big parties here for the India Alliance, of course, the Congress. Then you have the Samajwadi Party making big gains in Uttar Pradesh. The TMC, big gains in West Bengal. And let's also not forget the DMK in Tamil Nadu. So let me go state-wise. And I would like to start with Maharashtra, first of all. But before that, this is the NDA tally. Is the BJP close to the majority mark on its own? No. Right now, it's at 237. And everyone is asking, can the BJP this time get the majority mark? Earlier, the question was, how much above 272? Currently, the question is, will they manage a majority? That remains to be seen. Big gains from the Samajwadi Party, TMC, DMK, TDP and JDU. Now, it remains to be seen, in case the BJP does not get the magic number on its own, will TDP and JDU stay with the BJP? Let's quickly see what's happening in Maharashtra. A very interesting election. There was fragmentation, and it seems that the breaking of the NCP, the breaking of the Shiv Sena has been advantage India Alliance. Let's just look at the numbers. The Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction has leads on 11 seats right now. The Congress has leads on 10 seats. The NCP Sharad Pawar faction has leads on 7 seats so far. The BJP 13. The Shiv Sena Shinde faction only 5. The NCP Ajit Pawar faction only 1. So it seems that the Uddhav Bal Thackeray group, the Sharad Pawar group and the Congress are big gainers in the state of Maharashtra. Things not looking very good. In Uttar Pradesh as well, here you've got Smriti Irani trailing. In fact, Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress party could win big. In fact, he could win by a margin of over 30,000 votes. And that will be a big upset for the BJP. Let me go across to Zafar Islam of the BJP joining us. Zafar, clearly a result that the BJP had not expected. What do you think is going wrong?
Well, these are initial trends. I mean, I won't give any specific number at this point of time, but certainly we will be forming the government. There is absolutely no uncertainty as far as forming the government is concerned. NDA government NDA will form the government, will continue our economic agenda, and whatever we have promised, we will be able to deliver in the ground. As far as number is concerned, yes, initial 5-6 rounds are over out of 19 to 22 rounds in each of the constituencies, but we are leading in more than 320 seats as of now, but in some places we are also trailing. But we are confident that as we progress further, by 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, we will have better picture and clearer picture, and we are confident that our numbers, not as per our expectations certainly, but we will be closer to 350, between 325 to 350 or maybe more. But we will be forming the government. There is absolutely no uncertainty around that.
You know, Zafar, the reason why I'm asking you this, because in 2019, even in 2014, by 10 or 11, the results are mostly clear. It's right now 12 o'clock. The BJP not close to the majority mark on its own. Does this make the party a bit uncomfortable? What about Amethi? Now, if your candidate there, Smriti Irani, is trailing by 30-40,000 votes, that's not a gap you can bridge very easily.
Yeah, as of now, there are some setbacks. I won't avoid that in conceding that there are some setbacks. There are some setbacks in Uttar Pradesh particularly and Maharashtra. But we are not looking BJP alone. We are looking as an NDA, as a part along with our partners. And put together, we will definitely have enough number of seats to form the government and give a good continue the governance model which we are continuing for last 10 years. BJP alone,
right?
I don't know what will be the final number. As of now, we are at leading at 240 to 245 seats. hopefully we will, as we progress further, by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, we will be inching beyond 272 marks on our own. But let's see how it pans out by 2 o'clock. But as far as India is concerned, we are confident that we will have 325 plus seats and we will form the government.
All right. So the target of 400 plus for the NDA, nobody seems to be talking about that right now, because clearly the issue now is whether the BJP alone will reach the majority mark of 272. That is something that remains to be seen. Now, let me also go across to our other spokesperson. But for the moment, let's tell you about something interesting that's happening in the state of Kerala. Now, there are two seats over here where the NDA is leading. One, of course, is Thrissur, where Suresh Gopi of the BJP is leading. And you also have Thiruvananthapuram, where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading. In fact, he may just beat Shashi Tharoor, who has been the incumbent MP. He was planning to set a record of sorts, but it seems that Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's fighting from here for the first time, is winning. So if they win 2 seats here, it will be big. Let's also look at Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, currently the NDA is only looking at 1 seat. Remember, they were fighting with an alliance of 9 parties. Let me get in the DMK spokesperson, Dharani Dharan, right now. Thank you very much for joining us. How do you see the numbers coming in? India Alliance 37, majorly performance by DMK, improving the tally for the India Alliance in the state of Tamil Nadu and also contributing in a big way. Give us a sense of what's happening in the DMK, the India Alliance. Have you started speaking to the likes of TDP, JDU and even some leaders who are a part of the ruling party alliance?
See, I can speak for Tamil Nadu, and any decision regarding the coalition will be taken by my leader after the end of the results, right? The results are coming in. But we were very confident of winning all the 40 seats. Even now, if you look at the 2 seats we are trailing, the margin is not very big. In Virudhunagar, it's a very close fight if you can look at it. And Virudhunagar is not ADMK per se, it's the ADMK's alliance party, which is the DMDK, which was founded by actor Vijaykanth, who recently passed away. And his son is contesting Virudhunagar constituency. And he seems to be having some lead over the Congress candidate there. And also, if you look at Dharmapuri, where we are trailing, and the candidate who is leading there is the wife of Anbumani Ramadas, who won the seat in 2014 without any alliance. So, so NDA winning Dharmapuri is not equivalent to NDA success, because PMK has managed to win that seat even earlier without alliance, and it's been one of their strongholds. And the candidate being the wife of Anbumani Ramadas, who won the seat contesting alone. In fact, 2014 ADMK swept, but the only seat which they lost was Dharmapuri. But if you look at the margin, I think many seats DMK is winning with a huge margin. And before the elections, during the elections, even during the exit polls, it was predicted that BJP will get 5 seats, 6 seats. There is a huge BJP wave in Tamil Nadu. I've been reporting it in most of the national media. And what we have been saying has now come true, because BJP has no presence in Tamil Nadu. Maybe you may counter argue that the vote share has increased. But again, the vote share in 2014 for BJP-led Third Front in 2014 was about 18.5%. If you compare to that, the vote share is now reduced by 2.5%, so it's only 16. And they have PMK, which has about 6-7% vote share, plus many smaller parties, including the former Chief Minister O.P. Paneerselvan.
Okay.
So altogether, I don't think BJP's vote share has touched double digits or even increased from the previous tally, maybe marginally by 1% or 2% is what we can see. Because now in the BJP alliance in Tamil Nadu, you have OPS's party, breakaway ADMK faction. Then you have a very successful actor who is popular in the south. Now his wife contested. Then you have PMK, which has 7% vote share. And then there are 3-4 small parties which have some percentage of votes. So if you put all together, 16%, 16.5 minus 7 from PMK and 1.5% for OPS. So the vote percentage is actually less than 6% for the BJP. So I don't think there is any increase for BJP been spoken earlier. And the performance of our leader, M.K. Stalin,
But what do you think? But what do you think in the South Zone? if the BJP can even win 2 seats, currently Thrissur, Suresh Gopi and Rajiv Chandrasekhar are leading in Thiruvananthapuram. Even if they can win 2 seats in Kerala, this would be an achievement. 1 seat for the NDA in Tamil Nadu. That is at least some inroads for the BJP, isn't it, according to you?
Yeah, of course, I'm a DMK spokesperson. I can't speak for LDF and UDF. You have a Congress spokesperson there. But having said that, I think the fight between Shashi and Rajiv Chandrasekhar is a close one. And with regards to Thrissur, has always been a BJP stronghold, that 1 seat alone. So I think in the next few hours, we'll have more clarity on Kerala. And the vote percentage has increased from 2019 in Kerala. I don't think so for the BJP. Even then, they had about a 2% vote, like double-digit vote share in 2019 in Kerala, if I can remember correctly. So I do not think...
Stay with us. I'd also like to get in the Congress spokesperson right now. One clear victory for the Congress party coming in. Saling A. Sangma winning from Tura constituency in Meghalaya by over 1 lakh vote. This is our sister channel CNN News 18 reporting, and because the margin is now so high, it's difficult to bridge for any other candidate. Similarly, in Gandhinagar, we've called the election for Amit Shah because he's winning by over 4 lakh votes, and that seems to be a very strong winning margin. Also, some strong leads coming in for certain candidates such as Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress party from Amethi. Even Rajiv Chandrasekhar from Thiruvananthapuram looks very comfortable at this juncture. Nitin Gadkari from Nagpur winning by over 30,000 votes or so. So let's see what is the final winning margin. Now West Bengal. Now this has been a big surprise. The BJP was hoping to win big in West Bengal, but the TMC looks like Mamata Banerjee has successfully fought back. She at the moment is defending her ground on 32 seats, and if this holds true, it would be a gain of 10. For the BJP, it would be a loss of 9 seats. Let me go across to Arshpreet Khadial of the Congress party. Arshpreet, if I were to ask you about a nationwide picture, encouraging numbers there for the Congress party. Has the work to stitch together a larger coalition, even with these numbers, begun within the Congress?
First and foremost, I would tell the viewers that the country, that the nation has been waiting for this day to come so that they can oust the Bharatiya Janata. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, there is some background noise. I'm going to return to you, Arshpreet, in just a bit. But let me go across to Zafar Islam at this stage. Zafar, where do you think the BJP has faltered? Do you think these are the first 2 or 3 phases where the turnout was low and that has impacted the BJP? Because we saw the campaign, the Prime Minister, the BJP unleashing a very vicious campaign on the opposition after the 3rd phase, becoming very aggressive with interviews, coming out much more with their campaign, trying to energize party workers to be on the ground, get the voters out. Do you think that is what happened in first 2 or 3 phases? The voters of the BJP did not come out in large numbers?
I think like after every election, we introspect. The leadership definitely will introspect, understand where was the shortcomings, where we have gone wrong, what went wrong. All these things will definitely be evaluated, and whatever course correction needs to be taken will be taken by the party. But it is unfair to make such a statement at this point in time, because we need to really understand what has gone wrong. That will happen when they deliberate internally. We deliberate internally. As of now, we are, as I said earlier, and I'm again repeating the same, that we are not looking at a number less than 350 for NDA. So all will be good once we will go closer to 350 numbers around 2 p.m. because still only 8 rounds of counting has happened. There are still 12 rounds, or in some places even 14 rounds of counting still to be done. So dynamics change. I mean, like somebody, we were saying that they were leading by 46,000. Right now they are leading only by 1,490 votes. So dynamics does change, and it's a very dynamic process. and it will change. We are confident that it will change. We'll have better picture, and we have more clarity by 2 p.m. And as of now, as you see, the screen is suggesting around 290 seats for us as an NDA. Definitely, we are above the 272 marks. But as we go closer to, and as we progress and closer to around 2:30 to 2 p.m., we will definitely have much more clarity, and we are confident that we will have more than 350 seats or closer to 350 seats. Certainly, the target we had set for ourselves for 370 for BJP and 400 for NDA partners put together is something is looking difficult as of now, but you never know because the 14 rounds of counting is still to be done. But that is looking a little bit difficult as of now based on the indications what we have so far. But 350 marks, comfortable majority for NDA, and then of course additional seats which will make us a strong government, which is something which is quite possible, and which is something which is a reality, which will be a reality after 2 hours.
Right. All right. So Zafar Islam saying that he still is confident that the NDA will form the government with 350 seats, more than 350 seats, and he's hoping for the outcomes to change by around 2:30 p.m. or so. He's saying 12 rounds of counting still remain. And that is a fact. These are the early leads right now, but it is also post-noon. So very soon, in the next 1 hour or 2 hours or so, there will be clarity. Arshpreet Khadial is back with us right now. Arshpreet, how do you see the nationwide picture right now? How confident is the Congress with these numbers? What's the mood out there? What's the message that has gone out to spokespersons like you?
Well, the mood of the nation is to oust the Bharatiya Janata Party's dictatorial government. This election was between two alliances, India Alliance and the NDA Alliance. One alliance fought to save the democracy. NDA, the non-democratic alliance, fought to do away with the democracy. People of India desperately waited for this day because the Bharatiya Janata Party's anyay the people of India have been subjected to the anyay of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Therefore, today the day has come and the Bharatiya Janata Party would be bidden adieu. You remember a famous dialogue of the Bharatiya Janata Party's big leaders. हम तो फकीर आदमी है, झोला लेके चल पड़ेंगे. So I'd urge the Bharatiya Janata Party to ready that jhola. लेके बहुत जल्दी चलना पड़ेगा because you have not delivered on your promises. You remember that 2014, 2019, all the promises made by the Bharatiya Janata Party are untouched, undelivered. And the people, when they went to vote this time, everybody had this question in their mind to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Their leaders were asked these questions. They were not allowed entry in villages, in many areas. And the people asked, where are the 15 lakhs? Where are the 2 crore jobs? Where is the doubling of farmers' income? Where is the reduction of inflation? Where is the MSP? Where is the debt waiver? And the Bharatiya Janata Party's government has time and again let people down. You remember how the Bharatiya Janata Party in the last couple of days has been violating the guidelines of the Election Commission of India, the Model Code of Conduct. Mr. Modi going out to do meditation, and which was a clear breach and violation of the MCC guidelines. Despite that, there was no action taken at all whatsoever against him. And the reason as to why the BJP has to resort to such ways is because they have no work to show. They have only this to show. And if Mr. Modi really wanted to do meditation, he could have either done it before the polling or after the polling. He preferred to do it on the day of the polling. Then second, he could have done it off the camera. He doesn't need a camera to do meditation. And third, there is a history, there is a pattern. In 2019 general elections, also Mr. Modi did meditation on the day of polling. So why does the Bharatiya Janata Party need special treatment? Number two, you would remember that Mr. Modi had made some divisive remarks allegedly. For example, the intrusion remark. For example, the remark that was made by Mr. Modi about the people that have more children, the Mangal Sutra remark, and many more things. There was no action taken at all whatsoever against them. However, the people made up their mind that if the institutions won't take an action against the Bharatiya Janata Party, the people of India will. They will fix their accountability. They will make the Bharatiya Janata Party answerable for all their wrongdoings. And the Bharatiya Janata Party is by the evening, going to be done away with. They are going to be dethroned. And even the leaders of the BJP want that Mr. Modi shouldn't become the Prime Minister. Mr. Shivraj Chauhan wants that he shouldn't become the Prime Minister. Mr. Gadkari wants that Mr. Modi shouldn't become the Prime Minister. Mr. Rajnath Singh doesn't want Mr. Modi to be the PM. Vasundhara Raje doesn't want. Mr. Khattar does not want. And Mr. Yogi Adityanath also does not want Mr. Modi to be the PM. And they all want that the Congress party should win because they are also all tired of the dictatorial ways of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They're all tired of the autocratic functioning modus operandi of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Therefore, this time, I'm very sure when they went out to vote, they would have voted for the Congress party and they would have voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party because that is how the BJP functions. There is no democracy. Even allies are not allowed to talk. The non-democratic alliance of the BJP, we've all seen how the double-engine train crashed. JJP left them, AIADMK left them, Samta Party left them, SAD left them, SAD Sayukt left them, all the Sawaris also left them, many people that had tickets given to them, the candidates, 2-term MPs, 1-term MP left them. The reason is the BJP is a sinking ship and by the evening you'll see that.
Alright, let's wait for the final verdict. That should be clear in the next 2 hours, Arshpreet. Let me put the final question to Dharani Dharan of the DMK. Dharani Dharan, I'm putting the numbers for Andhra Pradesh. I know it's not your state, but just for our viewers and just to explain the significance of the South Zone with 131 seats, the NDA is in the lead here primarily because of the TDP and the Jan Sena party. The BJP is also right now leading in about 4 seats. They are leading in about 4 seats. Overall, the NDA at 22, YSR, the big loser here at 3, India Alliance, none. So this is a state where the NDA has done well in. How does it contribute to an overall tally? That remains to be seen. The NDA together is at 293. With these numbers, the NDA can form the government, but lot will depend. If the BJP does not have the majority mark, will TDP, will the JDU stick with the BJP? That remains to be seen. Dharani Dharan, finally, with the current numbers, are you expecting, are you hopeful of a go at forming the government?
See, we are definitely very hopeful because if you look at the results when it started, it was much worse and it keeps improving. And many of the seats, as far as I can see, the margin is very low, which can come to us at a bit later. So I think in 2 hours time, we will have much more clearer picture. And even if NDA's tally would go below 270, right? Then we would have many of these parties like JDU, TDP coming and supporting us because we are a more democratic and inclusive coalition. And right now, many of these parties have joined, including JDU in Bihar, right? They have joined simply because of use of ED and threat through IT and other means, as we know. So I think that is definitely, it will change drastically if NDA can be reduced to less than 270 or even 280, 285. I think the next 1 hour or 2 hours is going to be very interesting. And I think all the exit polls have been proved wrong. And also remember, if at all BJP managed to form government by luck, this is the first time Modi is going to head a coalition government. And I don't think he is equipped to handle coalition partners with his way of functioning. So I don't think we are going to have the same chief minister. So that is also going to lead to a lot of changes. So I think it's very, very interesting for Indian politics at the moment. And I strongly believe that India will form the government. I think the next 1 or 2 hours is going to hold the key. But I think it was not like how it was before the elections, during the election, that it's going to be a cakewalk election. And markets are already showing that. And I think even many of the journalists across the world are getting in terms with the reality.
You're right, Dharani Dharan. There is a lot changing. We cannot say anything decisively right now. We will have to wait for those 12 rounds to also be completed. But one thing is for sure, right now what everyone is talking about is not 400 par, but about 272. That seems to be the big issue. Who will cross the majority mark? All right, there seems to be some issue with our magic wall. I'll leave it here right now. Technology can get the better of you at times, but 272 plus is what every grouping would be looking for. And let's wait and see what happens in 2 hours. But clearly, this has been a very very challenging election over 7 long phases. Even the Election Commission of India admitted that one of the lessons is do not have elections in such heat. Record high temperatures, there have been heat wave deaths, even Election Commission officials have been impacted. Their health has been affected by this kind of a heat wave. So let's see what happens over the next 2 hours. Clearly a lot of lessons for different political parties. Lot has been changing on the ground and clearly showing that the Indian voter is a silent one. Very often it's difficult to judge what's running on his or her mind. That's all we have time for, but keep tuning in to CNBC-TV18 for the latest updates. Very challenging election across 7 long phases of the election, and what they will do, and that one of the lessons is do not have elections in such heat. Record high temperatures.
In the latest update pertaining to the results of Lok Sabha polls 2024 here in the state of Telangana, the southern state is witnessing a neck-to-neck battle between the Congress and the BJP. Among the 17 seats, right now the Congress is leading in almost 8 seats, and the BJP as well is taking a lead in 8 remaining seats, and one Hyderabad Lok Sabha constituency where there is a battle between Owaisi and Madhvilata of BJP. Asauddin Owaisi is taking a lead. So yes, we are witnessing a close battle between the Congress and the BJP here in the state of Telangana. If you take a look at the exit polls have predicted double digits for Telangana and 3 to 4 Lok Sabha seats for the Congress party here in Telangana. So we'll have to wait and watch how things will pan out, whether Revant Reddy will have the upper hand here or whether BJP will be able to dig in the votes from the southern states, especially here in Telangana. And Telangana becomes a very important state for BJP, considering the fact that it had charted out plans for Mission South in order to increase its voter share in the southern states. And if you take a look at the 2019 results as well, apart from Karnataka and Telangana, BJP was not able to open its account in any other southern states. So considering these aspects, an increase in the voter share, especially here in the state of Telangana and Karnataka, will be very much crucial for the BJP. And right now what we are witnessing is a neck-to-neck battle, increase in leads as well, 8 seats for Congress, 8 seats for BJP. And in the remaining rounds, it has to be, it is much awaited what number of seats will the BJP get. Will it be able to tap into the double digits and get 10 to 11 seats among the 17 seats, or whether the Congress will be efficiently using its missionaries, the state missionaries at its disposal, because the Revant Reddy's Congress is in power here. So how things will pan out, whether the Congress will have the upper hand or the BJP tapping into double digits, is what we will be going to see, is much awaited. On the other hand, in the Hyderabad Lok Sabha constituency, AIMIM's Asauddin Owaisi has got a good lead against BJP's Madhvilata, and in other key contests as well, Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy is also contesting from Telangana, Sikandrabad constituency. He has got a good lead. BJP's Sanjay Bandi, the state's party president Sanjay Bandi, he has also got a good lead. So we'll have to wait and watch how things will pan out, if the BJP will be able to tap into the double digit, or will the Congress be efficient enough to use its machinery and continue its performance here in the state of Telangana after the assembly polls. Reporting for CNBC TV 18, Akshara DM with camera person Manas Das in Hyderabad.
We are back here on CNBC TV18, and the counting for the Lok Sabha elections continue in full force. The NDA currently leading in 294 seats, far lower than what the exit polls were projecting of anywhere between 300 to 350 seats. The Bharatiya Janata Party currently themselves on a standalone basis remain below that majority mark of 272. But the India Alliance has sprung up a surprise in this counting day. 228 seats is where where they lead. Most of the gains coming from Uttar Pradesh and from Maharashtra. And I'll take you through some of the seats where there is some fascinating battles going on. I'll start off with the home state of Gujarat, which is the home state for Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And there are 2 seats in Gujarat where the Congress party currently is in the lead. The first one is Banaskantha, is where there is an absolute neck-to-neck fight going on between 2 female candidates, one from the Congress and from the BJP. The Congress candidate currently leading by just over 50 to 100 votes. So it's that close. It's almost a photo finish now as the votes are continuing to be counted. There was one point when the BJP candidate was in the lead, and now the Congress candidate is back in the lead in Banaskantha. That is where there is an extremely close contest there between the Congress and the BJP. That is one of the 2 seats where the Congress is leading in Gujarat. Remember, the exit polls had predicted that the BJP would win all 26 seats in Gujarat. Now, mind you, if the Congress does manage to win even one out of these 2 seats, this will be the first time since 2009 that they would win a Lok Sabha seat in Gujarat. The other seat other than Banaskantha where the Congress party is in the lead is Patan. And that is where the Congress candidate earlier was leading anywhere between 17 to 18,000 votes. Now that lead though has narrowed somewhere down to 7 to 8,000, but he still remains in the lead. Counting still continues, things may change, but as of now the Congress candidate continues to remain in the lead, and the lead though has narrowed in Banaskantha. From Gujarat we move to Kerala, where the other major surprise has come up, and that is where the BJP is leading in 2 seats. Maybe the first time that the BJP would be winning a Lok Sabha seat in Kerala. And I'll start off with Thrissur, and that is where the BJP is currently leading in one of those seats. Actor Suresh Gopi leading with over 60,000 votes now currently, and that might just end up being one of the first wins for the BJP in Kerala. Mind you, Thrissur as a seat is the perfect example of a swing seat, and that is because that seat has not elected a single MP for 2 successive terms since 1998. It has traditionally voted and has swung between the Congress and the left, and now it has decided to vote for the BJP in 2024. At least that is what the current trend is indicating. Suresh Gopi leading in Thrissur by well over 60,000 votes. The other major surprise in Kerala is coming from Thiruvananthapuram, where Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the current union minister, is leading by just around 20,000 votes. He is up against Shashi Tharoor, so that was another key contest that was being anticipated. Remember, Shashi Tharoor has already represented the seat thrice. He was seeking another term in office as Member of Parliament from Thiruvananthapuram, but looks like Rajiv Chandrasekhar might just end up springing a surprise. Mind you, counting still continues. The things may change as the day goes by, but for now, Rajiv Chandrasekhar continues to lead in Thiruvananthapuram. So 2 seats in Kerala where the BJP is in the lead. Now on to the other one in Karnataka. We had earlier mentioned Hassan, where Prajwal Revanna, who has been under the scanner over various allegations of sexual assault, he is now under, earlier when we had spoken about Hassan, Prajwal Revanna was in the lead, and now Prajwal Revanna is trailing, and he's trailing by almost close to 20,000 votes against the Congress candidate who is up against him. So 20,000 votes there. Prajwal Revanna is in the deficit as of now from Hassan. So that is the other major electoral battle that is coming in from Karnataka. The other one, of course, is Amethi, with the India Alliance has sprung a massive surprise in Uttar Pradesh, courtesy the Samajwadi Party, but it is in Uttar Pradesh where the India Alliance has made massive gains, and Amethi is one of those seats where Smriti Irani, the sitting union minister, is trailing against Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress party, and the margin of deficit now has widened to well over 50,000 votes. And remember, in 2019, 50,000, around 55,000 was the margin by which Smriti Irani had defeated Rahul Gandhi in the 2019 elections. So right now, Congress candidate Kishori Lal Sharma in the lead against Smriti Irani in Amethi. The India Alliance, they are now leading in 43 seats in Uttar Pradesh and almost 37 seats. The gain there, because last time in 2019 they had won only 6. The big electoral blow coming in for the BJP from Uttar Pradesh as of now, at least. So there Amethi, and of course Rahul Gandhi, an update from Raebareli as well. Rahul Gandhi there in the lead with well over 1 lakh votes in Raebareli. He is leading in Wayanad as well with well over almost close to 2 lakh votes now in Wayanad. So Rahul Gandhi, he contested from 2 seats. He is leading in both of them. And from Uttar Pradesh, we move back to Maharashtra, and that is where the other state where the India Alliance has made massive gains. 28 seats is where the Alliance is currently leading in, the NDA currently leading in 19. And I talk about Mumbai South, where this was the lowest voter turnout in Mumbai during the election as well. And that is where Arvind Sawant, who is seeking another term in office, now is leading against, it was a Sena versus Sena contest. Arvind Sawant from the Uddhav Thackeray faction is now leading by well over 40,000 votes, almost close to 50,000 votes now against Yamini Jadhav, who is the sitting MLA of Baikala and now is contesting on the Eknath Shinde faction's ticket there as well. So Mumbai South, Arvind Sawant in the lead. The other close contest is coming in Haryana, where Kurukshetra is the one where Naveen Jiddal is contesting, and that is where the Aam Aadmi Party candidate is currently in the lead. It's an extremely neck-to-neck contest in Kurukshetra as well. Remember, Naveen Jindal defected from the Congress, joined the BJP just before the elections. He had represented this seat as a Congress candidate in 2004 and in 2009 as well. Now, as of last count, Naveen Jindal is currently trailing by just around 700 to 800 votes in Kurukshetra. So, it's a neck-to-neck finish there as well. We'll keep you posted as more numbers come in from Kurukshetra. And lastly, from Haryana, we move to Chhattisgarh, where the opinion polls had predicted a convincing win for the BJP, and that is what is transpiring as of now as well. And it was one of the seats that was the key battleground was Rajnandgaon, where former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, was contesting. He was all in the lead as well when the earlier trends were coming in, but now Bhupesh Baghel is in the deficit. He is trailing by almost 21,000 votes on last count. So Rajnandgaon, a blow for the Congress party if Bhupesh Baghel does not end up winning this seat. So as of now, the BJP leads in 10 seats in Chhattisgarh and the Congress party only leading in 1 seat. So the election, the counting continues. The India Alliance, it's getting closer. It's the fight to the finish almost, and the BJP would hope that they eventually, the NDA at least, manages to cross the mark of 300. We'll keep you updated as soon as more numbers keep coming in. Stay tuned to CNBC TV18 and CNBC-TV18.com.
Well, when you see the performance so far at the Lok Sabha elections, it's the counting day. Out of the 554 seats, if we look at individual parties, the Bharatiya Janata Party is at 242 right now. We are looking at the numbers that are there on the Election Commission's website. INC, that is the Indian National Congress, at 96. Samajwadi Party pulling up the UP numbers to 34. And when it comes to the AITMC, that is the Trinamool Congress, that is at 31. Now, when we look at individual states, let me begin with the Delhi. When it comes to the national capital of Delhi, all 7 seats are where the BJP has shown an excellent performance so far. All the 7 seats are in favor of BJP. Also, when we look at other states, let me take you across to the numbers of Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, BJP is now at 36, SP at 33. Congress at 7, so it could be that the India bloc could be having the numbers in their favor when it comes to the Uttar Pradesh. Important story here in Uttar Pradesh is the Faizabad district, That is where the entire jibe was there. We saw Ram Mandir. Ayodhya is under Faizabad district. And let me take you to Faizabad constituency's number. The numbers so far show that Samajwadi Party's contestant, that is Avdesh Prasad, he is leading Faizabad constituency with about 3,551 votes. Lallu Singh, who's the BJP's contestant from Faizabad, again Samajwadi Party's Lallu Singh, he's trailing with about 3,551 votes. Let me also take you to some of the other constituencies, important constituencies. Gautam Budh Nagar, that is Noida, which is a mix of both rural and urban votes here. Over here, Mahesh Sharma, who's already won this seat last time, he is again right now leading the numbers with about 27,000 votes. Rather, to be precise, rather 27 lakhs, let me correct you over here, that is 27 lakh votes that he is actually leading with. Let me come back to now some of the other states where and see what's the performance so far. When it comes to the performance of BJP on the state-wise map, let me select other states on the website of Election Commission. Haryana. Let me take you now to Haryana. 5 seats are in favor of Congress, 5 in terms of BJP. It's a total 10-seat state, and there's a clear tough fight over there, neck to neck, 5 each to Congress and BJP. On the other hand, when it comes to other states like Himachal Pradesh, let me take you to Himachal Pradesh. All 4 seats are in favor of BJP. Let's look at the constituency, Mandi constituency, because that is from where Bollywood contestant Kangana Ranaut is contesting, and she is now leading that seat with 62,000 votes. So that could be a game changer for Kangana Ranaut. She might be winning this seat as of now. That's what the numbers look like. Let me take you to some of the other states now. Important over here, Karnataka. Karnataka was a clean sweep last time in BJP's favor, but this time BJP is winning on 16 seats in Karnataka out of 28. Congress with 10 seats, so that's a good number for Congress coming in. Also some of the other states, let's look at other states and their performance so far. In terms of performance, let's look at Rajasthan. Rajasthan, again, 14 seats are in favor of BJP and only 8 seats in favor of Congress. Again, this is a stronghold state for BJP, and Congress making a dent out there with 8 seats where they are leading the numbers right now. Also, when we take you to Gujarat, again, the home state from where BJP has been contesting and winning. Out of 26 seats, 24 are in favor of BJP. So again, a clean sweep coming out there, and only 2 seats in favor of Congress. Some of the major constituencies here, let's look at Surat. Surat again was something that we had seen was an undisputed one. Vadodara, let me take you to Vadodara and the performance so far. Bharatiya Janata Party's Dr. Hemang Joshi, he's leading the numbers out there with about 4 lakh votes is what he's leading with. Let me also take you to Ahmedabad East. Ahmedabad East, let's see how the numbers are performing on the Election Commission's website. Over here, we have Hasmukh Bhai Patel, who is again a known name for BJP. He's leading the seat. Let me also now take you back to some of the other states and see the performance so far. When it comes to other states, we will now take you to Jharkhand. Let's see how's the performance over here too. BJP out of 14 seats is leading on 9 seats. So again, that's a pack that they are leading, and Jharkhand Mukti Morcha is having only 2 seats where they are leading the performance so far. Let me take you to some of the other states now. Let's see how Madhya Pradesh is faring out for BJP. Out of the 29 seats, BJP is leading on all the 29 seats. So that's a clean sweep over there. That's looking like as of now. All the constituencies, 29 constituencies in that particular state are in favor of BJP. Let's look at Bihar. Over there, JDU is leading on 15 seats, where there's a total number of 40. BJP is leading only on 13. So that's a close fight between JDU and BJP in Bihar. So let's see how numbers sway. But yes, overall performance so far continues to be in favor of BJP. But whether the magic number of 400, the claim that a PM was giving for NDA, whether that is met or not, that is something that we'll wait and watch out for.
के मंदिर में दर्शन कर कर मैं अभिषेक जी के घर में हूं और इस वक्त बहुत अच्छा सा एक माहौल है यहाँ पर और मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि हम बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमारी जीत हो रही है। तो मैं चाहूंगी कि पूरा देश का भी जीत हो जाए हमारी तरफ से, हमारी पार्टी की जीत हो जाए तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो जाएगा। दैट इज माय विश। इसी प्रार्थना के लिए मैं आई हूँ यहाँ। भगवान से प्रार्थना करेंगे कि मोदी जी आए, मोदी जी वापस प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश का जो उन्नति हो रही है, विकास हो रही है, वो आगे और बढ़े।
सोनिया गांधी ने कहा है कि जो एग्जिट पोल आए होंगे विभिन्न नतीजे देखने को मिलेंगे।
अभी देखेंगे ना हम लोग, अभी वेट करेंगे, अभी थोड़ी रिजल्ट आ गया, so still time is there, so everything will be fine. The Radha Raman ji will take care.
We have not had foreign investors come in this year. Normally they are supposed to come in. Normally they come in. They have come in 20.
इस तरह की जो है वो ओछी बातें करने का उनको खामियाजा भी भुगतना ही पड़ेगा। किसी महिला के बारे में इस तरह की ओछी बातें करना, तो वो तो आज साफ हो रहा है। जिस तरह से हमें लीड मिली है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो लीड मिली है मंडी क्षेत्र से, तो बेटियों का ये अपमान जो है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया नहीं है मंडी की जनता ने। और जहाँ तक मेरे मुंबई जाने का सवाल है, खैर मेरी तो ये जन्मभूमि है और मैं यहाँ लोगों की सेवा में तत्पर रहूँगी। और जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सपना है सबका साथ सबका विकास है, उसमें मैंने हमेशा से कहा उनकी सेना बनकर काम करूँगी। तो आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर। और हो सकता है किसी और को अपने बस्ते अब पैक करके है वो कहीं जाना पड़े, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर।
The big headline of these Lok Sabha elections is coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh. All exit polls more or less proven wrong. The big picture is that the India Alliance is leading in the state of Uttar Pradesh. BJP is leading in 33 seats, Samajwadi Party 36 seats, the Indian National Congress in 7. So let me tell you about the key seats and the VIP seats and who has actually made headlines in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's start with the Varanasi first, Prime Minister Modi's seat. Before that, let's tell you about Sambhal, where Ziaur Rahman from the Samajwadi Party is leading and Bharatiya Janata Party's Parmeshwar Lal Saini is trailing. So let's first start. Yes, so this is the seat of Varanasi, the key seat. Prime Minister Modi is leading there and Congress's Ajay Rai is trailing as expected. Let's talk about Amethi, another key seat which is in the headlines because Smriti Irani, the sitting MP, is trailing at the moment, and the man who's making the headlines there is Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma, a Congress stalwart loyalist, has been with the party for so long, and this was the seat which was earlier held by Rahul Gandhi, and now it is KL Sharma who is leading at the moment from Amethi. So big upset if these numbers sustain after the counting as well. Let's also talk about other key constituencies in the state of Uttar Pradesh, Sultanpur, where Menaka Gandhi is trailing at the moment. We'll get to the numbers from Sultanpur, but Rai Bareli is, of course, Rahul Gandhi's seat. He's leading at the moment, and BJP's Dinesh Pratap Singh is trailing. So another key seat there as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Let's also talk about Azamgarh, where Dharmendra Yadav of the Samajwadi Party is leading at the moment, and Nirawa, the Bhojpuri actor and singer there, who was in the headlines for his campaigning this time around, is trailing at the moment. The BJP had bet big on his star value, but at the moment the news coming in from Azamgarh as Dinesh Lal Yadav is trailing. Let's take a look at other key seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Gautam Budh Nagar, Noida, where the BJP chose to go ahead with the existing MP Mahesh Sharma. He is leading at the moment, whereas Samajwadi Party's Mahendra Singh Nagar is at number 2, trailing there, of course. So this is Noida again, BJP's stronghold. So the state of Uttar Pradesh is very crucial as far as India's electoral landscape is concerned. It's often said that the route to New Delhi passes through the state of Uttar Pradesh because the state has the maximum number of Lok Sabha seats A and B. In the past, it's given 9 prime ministers to the country. Kaisarganj, another important seat. This is Karan Bhushan Singh, who is the son of Brij Bhushan Singh. He's leading at the moment. Remember, the BJP replaced Brij Bhushan Singh and gave the ticket to his son because of the sexual harassment charges that were levelled by various wrestlers against the former Kaisarganj MP. So all in all, UP is the big picture where the headline is coming from. The India Alliance, to many people's surprise, is leading at the moment. Another important news that is coming in from Uttar Pradesh is the Samajwadi Party's performance, and for that let's show you what is happening in Kannauj, where Akhilesh Yadav, the former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, is leading at the moment. So Akhilesh Yadav decided to contest from Kannauj. So at the moment he is leading, and BJP's Suprat Pathak is at number 2, trailing, of course, by almost 20,000 votes. Let's also tell you about Dimple Yadav, who's fighting, who's contesting from Mainpuri, Akhilesh Yadav's wife. The picture from Mainpuri is also quite positive for the Samajwadi Party. She is also leading, whereas BJP's Jaiveer Singh is trailing. So all in all, the news is looking quite positive for the India Alliance as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. The Samajwadi Party making a revival of sorts because the Lok Sabha elections, the campaigning as far as the high-octane battle was concerned, exit polls and election experts had said that it's going to be a clean sweep by the BJP, but what these early trends show is something else. It is the India Alliance that is actually making a big dent in the BJP's vote share and performance. Look at these numbers. The Samajwadi Party is leading in 36 seats. This is the Election Commission's latest data. The BJP in 33 seats, the Indian National Congress in 7. Remember, the Congress and the Samajwadi Party in 2019 had collaborated, and this time they are in alliance together. So this is the big number coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Let's also talk about Sultanpur. So this is the seat which was where Menaka Gandhi has been a sitting MP for 3 terms, but this time around she is trailing. So this is also a big setback for the BJP from a safe seat like Sultanpur, where Samajwadi Party's Ramwal Nishad is leading at the moment, and Menaka Gandhi is trailing at the moment. Remember, Pilibhit, which was her son's constituency, Varun Gandhi was replaced this time around. And let's also take a look at what is happening in Pilibhit, because that also came as a shocker as far as the BJP's decision to replace Varun Gandhi is concerned. Let's take a look at what is happening in Pilibhit, whether their decision to replace Varun Gandhi turned out to be correct or not. So at the moment, BJP's Jitin Prasada is leading, and Samajwadi Party's Bhagwat Saran Gangwar is trailing at the moment. So the big picture coming in from Uttar Pradesh, there are several theories and patterns that are emerging. Let's also talk about Gorakhpur, where Ravi Kishan, let's see how Ravi Kishan is performing at the moment. Right, this is for now. He's leading with the. He's leading with 2,53,250 votes, and Samajwadi Party's Kajal Nishad is trailing. So we also saw the kind of campaigning the BJP did in Gorakhpur. So positive numbers coming in for the BJP there. Azamgarh, another key seat, and Dharmendra Yadav is leading at the moment, Samajwadi Party's, and Dinesh Yadav or Nirawa is trailing at the moment. So these are interesting, as they said, the VIP candidates and the names, the big candidates that were in the fray. You know, the star power the BJP used its might to give tickets to those who could pull the crowds, and not just pull the crowds but also translate them into votes. But for now, I think the headline remains Amethi. Here you can see Union Minister Smriti Irani is trailing from Amethi, and Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress at the moment leading. Let's also take a look at other key seats in Uttar Pradesh. What else is happening? We spoke about Amethi, we spoke about, let's talk about Lucknow, where Rajnath Singh is the key candidate of the BJP, a very, very important seat for the BJP. Let's see. So Rajnath Singh is leading from Lucknow. So earlier on it used to be Atal Bihari Vajpayee's seat as well. Samajwadi Party's Ravidas Mehrotra is trailing. So interesting. This was more or less on expected lines. Lucknow is a safe seat of the BJP as far as other seats are concerned. Let's also tell you about Hamirpur in Uttar Pradesh. This is Pushpendra Singh Chandel, a very crucial candidate here, is leading. The BJP was betting big on him, and whereas Samajwadi Party's Jendra Singh Lodhi is trailing at the moment. So this is the picture that is coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Meerut, again another state where the BJP played a gamble by giving ticket to Arun Goyal, who played Ram in Ramayana. Let's take a look at what's happening. He's trailing actually from Meerut, whereas Samajwadi Party Sunita Verma is leading at the moment. Arun Goyal's campaign was essentially centered around Hindutva and his character of Ram, and he said that he's going to fulfill Prime Minister Modi's vision of a developed country. But his comments did garner a lot of criticism when reporters tried to ask him what his agenda was as far as reforming Meerut was concerned. So we'll have to wait and watch how these numbers pan out. But for now, the big picture is that Arun Goyal is trailing at the moment from Meerut. Let's see what Mathura is doing at the moment. That is where Hema Malini is contesting from. So the picture from Mathura is on expected lines. Hema Malini is leading 2,97,721 votes, whereas Congress's Mukesh Dhangar is trailing. So this is also a very safe seat for the BJP, where Hema Malini is leading as far as the picture from Mathura is concerned. So more or less the picture from Uttar Pradesh, if these early trends are to be believed. So the big picture that is coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh is that if this state ends up rewriting or rescripting the political landscape of India, because the picture here is that India Alliance has actually so far managed to clinch the mandate as far as the very, very crucial state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. 37 seats, the Samajwadi Party is leading in 37 seats, the BJP in 32, the Congress in 7, RLD in 2, and others in 1 each. So we'll have to wait and watch how this pans out eventually.
As the election results are coming out, it is a Congress and UDF wave in Kerala, them leading in about 17 of the 20 seats. But the other important thing in the state of Kerala is that BJP is leading in 2 seats as of now. In Thrissur, they are at a comfortable margin as of now, nearly. As the election results are coming out, it is a Congress and UDF wave in Kerala, them leading in about 17 of the 20 seats. But the other important thing in the state of Kerala is that BJP is leading in 2 seats as of now. In Thrissur, they are at a comfortable margin as of now, nearly about 50,000 is the margin for BJP candidate, actor turned politician Suresh Gopi. In Thiruvananthapuram, where there is a fight, a very high-profile fight between sitting MP Dr. Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar and CPI's Panyan Ravindran. As of now, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading by about 15,000 votes. So these are the two seats in which BJP are leading at the moment right now, and the LDF, the ruling Left Democratic Front, is leading only in one constituency at the moment, a huge anti-incumbency we can say as far as the LDF government is concerned. Last time in 2019 also, LDF won only one seat from the state of Kerala. CPM won from Alappuzha constituency, but the Congress-led UDF won 19. But as of now, though it's a Congress wave, it is history in Kerala, because for the first time BJP will be winning a seat from Kerala, that is the Thrissur constituency. Actor turned politician Suresh Gopi will be is in a comfortable lead and has been contesting from Thrissur. Now, from 2019, Suresh Gopi had contested in Lok Sabha in 2019 as a BJP candidate from Thrissur. Even in the last assembly elections also he contested from Thrissur constituency. So from 2019, Suresh Gopi has been camping in Thrissur constituency and working there, and it seems that that has stricken a chord with the people of Thrissur. LDF's VS Sunil Kumar, who is a local person there, who is from Thrissur constituency itself and who has been a former minister, is coming second, and K. Muralidharan is of the Congress is standing third. So this is as far as the Thrissur constituency is concerned, but in all other, apart from these three constituencies, it is a Congress-led UDF which is leading at the moment.
मंदिर में दर्शन कर कर मैं अभिषेक जी के घर में हूं और इस वक्त बहुत अच्छा सा एक माहौल है यहाँ पर, और मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि हम बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमारी जीत हो रही है। तो मैं चाहूंगी कि पूरा देश का भी जीत हो जाए हमारी तरफ से, हमारी पार्टी की जीत हो जाए तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो जाएगा। दैट इज माई विश। इसी प्रार्थना के लिए मैं आई हूँ यहाँ। भगवान से प्रार्थना करेंगे कि मोदी जी आए, मोदी जी वापस प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश का जो उन्नति हो रही है, विकास हो रही है, वो आगे और बढ़े।
सोनिया गांधी ने कहा है कि जो एग्जिट पोल आए हैं उनके विपरीत नतीजे देखने को मिलेंगे।
अभी देखेंगे ना हम लोग, अभी वेट करेंगे, अभी थोड़ी रिजल्ट आ गया, so still time is there, so everything will be fine. The Radha Raman ji will take care. मंदिर में दर्शन कर कर मैं अभिषेक जी के घर में हूँ और इस वक्त बहुत अच्छा सा एक माहौल है यहाँ पर, और मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि हम बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमारी जीत हो रही है। तो मैं चाहूंगी कि पूरा देश का भी जीत हो जाए हमारी तरफ से, हमारी पार्टी की जीत हो जाए तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो जाएगा। दैट इज माई विश। इसी प्रार्थना के लिए मैं आई हूँ यहाँ। भगवान से प्रार्थना करेंगे कि मोदी जी आए, मोदी जी वापस प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश का जो उन्नति हो रही है, विकास हो रही है, वो आगे और बढ़े।
सोनिया गांधी ने कहा है कि जो एग्जिट पोल आए हैं उनके विपरीत नतीजे देखने को मिलेंगे।
अभी देखेंगे ना हम लोग, अभी वेट करेंगे, अभी थोड़ी रिजल्ट आ गया, so still time is there, so everything will be fine. The Radha Raman ji will take care. मंदिर में दर्शन कर कर मैं अभिषेक जी के घर में हूँ और इस वक्त बहुत अच्छा सा एक माहौल है यहाँ पर, और मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि हम बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमारी जीत हो रही है।
surprising, leads coming in from the constituency of Hassan in the state of Karnataka, where earlier you had the JDS candidate Prajwal Revanna in the lead, which has now completely shifted in favor of Shreyas Patel, who's ahead by a good 31,946 votes as of 10 past 1 p.m. now. Prajwal Revanna trailing now as opposed to the earlier trends that we'd seen in the day. But do keep in mind, Shreyas Patel from Congress has not yet been declared the winner in the Hassan constituency. But, it is a very interesting fight nonetheless. It is one of those constituencies in Karnataka which the entire country is watching, primarily because of Prajwal Revanna, the sitting MP from Hassan, who's been embroiled in, sexual allegations. But important to note that these controversy, these allegations, they came to light only after the voting had ended in Hassan. So, it's tough to say, if that was known and if that had any impact on the voting that we're seeing. Historically also the Hassan constituency has been quite interesting because of, Gowda versus Gowda, the family rivalry that has continued for decades now, because Prajwal Revanna, as you know, is the grandson of Deve Gowda, and on the other hand, Shreyas Patel is actually the grandson of Congress leader Puttaswamy Gowda, and both Puttaswamy Gowda, the late Puttaswamy Gowda and Deve Gowda, have had many face-offs in electoral battles over the years, and now you have their two grandsons facing off each other. Historically, of course, the Hassan constituency has been a JDS bastion. It's in fact even been called the Republic of JDS because of the traditional support that the Vokaliga community in Hassan has given to the Deve Gowda family. But that aside, it looks like an upset for JDS as of now. From the leads that we have from the Election Commission of India, of course, we're still waiting on the final numbers. But as of now, it looks like Hassan may go the Congress way.
तो मैं चाहूंगी कि पूरा देश का भी जीत हो जाए हमारी तरफ से, हमारी पार्टी की जीत हो जाए तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो जाएगा. दैट इज माय विश. इसी प्रार्थना के लिए मैं आई हूँ यहाँ. भगवान से प्रार्थना करेंगे कि मोदी जी आए, मोदी जी वापस प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश का जो उन्नति हो रही है, विकास हो रही है, वो आगे और बढ़े.
सोनिया गांधी ने कहा है कि जो एग्जिट पोल आए होंगे विपरीत नतीजे देखने को मिलेंगे.
अभी
to my I looked at it, it was down 15%, it's down 8% now. So, big swings, and this is, of course, just one stock, but it kind of tells you the kind of big volatile moves that we've been having. Sunil Singhania is with us, founder at Abacus Asset Management. Sunil, good to have you with us here. Good afternoon, thanks for waiting. Just your first sense, this is, of course, a bit of a shock and markets are reacting like they are, but we have to work with some base case, and the base case right now still is, even though the BJP may be short of the 272 mark, that may also change. I was just asking Parikshit, if there are very close seats, so we don't know. I mean, things may change in the next 2 hours, even there. But let's assume that the NDA overall gets to about 300. What does it mean for the market after a 6-7% kind of a fall that we've seen today?
Thank you, Prashant. Actually, you're absolutely right. I think the only thing is we are hovering around 295 for the last 1.5 hours. So the base case should be that we should be approximately in this range even after end of voting. Actually, if you just go back a little bit, a week back, I think the markets was anyway expecting 300 to 325 seats for the NDA, and they were pretty okay with it. I think what happened over the weekend, obviously, is the exit poll, which raised expectations. And yesterday, you had a big move due to the exit poll. And to that extent, today's fall also has to be seen in line with the yesterday's move. And Nifty, frankly, Friday was 22,500. Today it is 21,900 as we speak, and that means that you are down like 3%. From Friday's level. But from yesterday's level, it looks like a big fall. There are some stocks which have fallen more. Obviously, the PSU pack, Adani stocks or defense stocks or railway stocks, or even the PSU bank stocks, where there was a little bit of built-in, particularly over the last one day, yesterday, and also over the last 15-20 days. And therefore, the fall looks to be a little bit, amplified. But from Friday to today, we are down like 3% on the Nifty, and which was I would say expected that if BJP comes out winners with a slightly lower than expected numbers, the market might fall to 3%. If they come out with a slightly higher number, the market might go up to 3%. So I think as long as we are at 295, 300, I think we have seen the levels which we have seen today holding on.
Oh, okay. So you don't expect further downside in the markets. But Sunil, as we speak, we're probably recovering to levels of around 22,000 as well. 21,911 is where the Nifty is at. And the low today was 21,281. I know it's too micro to talk about, but what would you attribute this intraday recovery to? What might the market now be factoring in?
So no, I think that is the nature of the market. I always say that markets are like cardiogram. You always have ups and downs, and that keeps us alive. I think markets are like that. So, when you are positive, you end up being a little bit more positive than you should be. And when you're negative, you end up being more negative than you tend to be. So I think when the earlier trends came, there was a fear that it is possible that there might be a change in the government, which can still be possible. We don't know because there's still counting going on. But I think given the fact that we are hovering around 295 for the last 1.5 hours, I think is giving a confidence to the market that, yes, it's not a great outcome or below expected outcome, but we'll have a continuity as far as the government is concerned. And maybe that is leading to investors who are on the sidelines and who have gunpowder in terms of cash coming in and making use of the opportunity and buying good stocks, maybe 20-25% lower.
Sunil, you were talking about the markets being like a echocardiogram. Hopefully, we're not going to flatline at the end of it. And I think many today have probably been suffering from tachycardia, which is like your heart is like racing. But I would imagine that that's really been the story that's played out through the course of the day. But Sunil, with the kind of fall that we've seen, with the correction that we have seen today, specifically, and many who have joined us, including Ramdevji, etc., were talking about how this presents itself as a buying opportunity. So, what is it that you would look at? In fact, Navneet Manot was the one who said that this is a stock picker's paradise. What would you consider at this point in time, Sunil?
So I think whoever has survived this last 25-30 years has seen multiple spikes in the echocardiogram. And by nature, I think, we are all beneficiaries of what has happened in the economy over the last 20-30 years. And, very sure that we'll be beneficiaries of what is going to happen over the next 10-15 years. And therefore, our view has always been that, these kind of events will come. Obviously, they will cause a near-term spikes in your cardiogram and therefore shake your view. But as long as you're confident that this country is going to grow, I think it is obviously a good time to invest. Whether we should invest today or tomorrow, frankly, I don't know. I, for one, don't like to be too fast in reacting to any such spikes because, then you're not taking a call on the fundamentals, you're just taking a call on the market movement. And, whether it is 1% higher or 1% lower, I don't think over a period of time it makes too much of a difference. So I would wait till 2:30 to get a clear picture. My analysts and the team are already working on figuring out stocks which would not get impacted fundamentally by whether this government comes with a 300 seat or 320 seats. And wherever we get an opportunity, because it's not about price, it is also about liquidity. Today, it's a buyer's market. You'll be able to buy what you want without impact cost. But we'll just like to wait till at least 2:30 to get more clarity.
Yes, and that is the wise thing to do because counting is still underway across many constituencies and many seats, while some seats are being called at this point in time. For instance, in states like Himachal, where, as we pointed out, Hamirpur has been called. In Karnataka, I think 4 or 5 seats have been called so far, but it is prudent to wait till it's done. It's never done till it's done. The tally at this point in time, 294 for the NDA, 230 for the India Alliance. It's 239 now for the BJP and 96 for the Congress Party. KL Sharma, he's up against Smriti Irani in Amethi, one of the battleground seats, and so far consolidating his lead over Smriti Irani. I think the last I checked, the lead had gone up further. He spoke with our colleague Shivani Bazaz. Let's just listen in before we get back to the markets.
देखिए लीड ग्रेजुअली बढ़ रही है, राउंड वाइज राउंड बढ़ रही है, तो होप तो है कि लेकिन लेटदा क्योंकि 28-29 राउंड होने हैं तो सारे हो जाएं तो इलेक्शन की तरह ही सोचा जाता है। तो मतलब यही है कि अभी पूरा फिनिश होना चाहिए।
पर आपका जो कॉन्फिडेंस था चुनाव से पहले भी कि आप जीतेंगे अमेठी से, वो उस कॉन्फिडेंस का क्या रीज़न क्या है सर? कहाँ से आता है वो कॉन्फिडेंस? आपको ग्राउंड पे क्या लगता है? तो
गांधी परिवार का जो मेरे को उन्होंने बहुत मदद किया और प्लस यहाँ की अमेठी की जनता ने ये चुनाव लड़ा है, क्योंकि इतने कम दिनों में अगर जनता साथ नहीं होती तो रिजल्ट बेटर नहीं आता। तो उसी के बेस पे मेरे को होप थी कि अच्छा रहना चाहिए। तो अभी तक तो अच्छा है, 5-6 राउंड हो गए, तो अभी आगे भी देखिए क्या होता है।
तो सर रायबरेली में भी कांग्रेस की लीड चल रही है, अमेठी में भी कांग्रेस की लीड चल रही है, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? दोनों सीटें जो हैं बड़ी मुख्य और इम्पोर्टेंट सीटें हैं कांग्रेस के लिए, तो अगर लीड चल रही है अभी 12 बजे तक तो काफ़ी अच्छी लीड है राहुल जी की भी और आपकी भी, उस हिसाब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
न्यूज़ सब जनता ने साथ दिया हमारा, जनता ने हमारी बात को समझा कि हमने मुद्दों पे इलेक्शन लड़ा है, हमने किसी को बुराई करके किसी को नीचा दिखा के इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ा। हमने राहुल जी ने भी मुद्दों पे लड़ा, मैंने भी मुद्दों पे लड़ा। तो हमने इलेक्शन में एक गारिमा रखी, एक मतलब किसी बहुत नीचे नहीं जाना है, तो ठीक है कि मतलब ये है। तो ये थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को कि हम यूज टू हैं अमेठी की जनता से, हाउ टू डील विद दैम। तो अमेठी की जनता, मैं वही बार बार दोहराता हूँ कि ये प्यार से डील करोगे तो हैंडल विद केयर है।
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे मेरा ये है कि आपने कहा कि आपने मुद्दों पे ये इलेक्शन लड़ा है, क्या सबसे बड़े मुद्दे हैं अमेठी के?
नहीं देखिए, यहाँ पे आवारा पशु का मुद्दा है, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा है, तो ये सब तमाम तरह के इस तरह के मुद्दे हैं जो उन्होंने फॉल्स किया कि भाई हम लोग किसानों की आय दुगनी कर देंगे। तो ये सारी चीज़ें थी जिससे कि मतलब लोग हुआ कि 10 साल हो गए, कुछ हुआ तो नहीं, कि जो 2 करोड़ नौकरी की बात थी तो हुआ तो नहीं कुछ भी। तो वो मुद्दे हमने लेके गए जनता के बीच में।
Well, that's KL Sharma, the candidate for the Congress from Amethi, up against Smriti Irani, holding on to his lead so far. But as he also pointed out, the voting is still underway, so it's not a done deal just yet. But the other important statement from him, handle with care. And I think that is the message to all politicians and all political parties. At the end of the day, the voter decides your fate, your destiny. Handle with care, says KL Sharma. That's his message from the voters of Amethi. But let's go across to my colleague Ashmit Kumar. He's standing by at the Congress headquarters. Ashmit, what's going on there? Have meetings begun? Leaders in a huddle there looking at the numbers that are coming in?
Well, in fact, we just managed to slip out of the Congress headquarters for a wee bit. We tried to have a word with Kapil Sibal here. In a brief conversation, he was very critical of the exit poll numbers which came out, which suggested that there was a much bigger size of the pie that the NDA will command. He was very critical of how these exit polls were in fact lining up on the 1st of June. Second, he was and continues to be very confident of the performance that Samajwadi Party has delivered as far as the state of UP is concerned. That, he says, is something which can be attributed back to the party, back to the leadership for maintaining its touch with the ground, with people on the ground. And that, he says, I beg your pardon, is being reflected in the results in the beginning, that we're beginning to see a tough fight there being given to the NDA, which was the state that was considered to be a walkover as far as the BJP was concerned. As far as the Congress headquarters is concerned, we've spent a large part of this afternoon, this morning at the Congress headquarters. There is a noticeable amount of enthusiasm there. There were there were rounds of clapping that were being undertaken every time there were certain results being announced or certain leads being announced. There was a lot of sweets being distributed there, a lot of flags being waved, a lot of high fives being exchanged between Congress party workers, a lot of enthusiasm there. What the vibe that you get from the headquarters is essentially is that they're hoping and they're batting for the India alliance to actually stack up that magical number of 272. They're not dissuaded by the fact that as of right now, NDA is adding up to about close to 300 seats. What they are saying is that they've managed to take a big chunk out of the BJP vote share, that the BJP is nowhere near close that number of 272. It's south of 250. And what they're saying is that they're taking a big enthusiasm from the performance that they've delivered in the Hindi heartland. So a good deal of enthusiasm, but they continue to say that the numbers are yet to firm up. We need to see a few more rounds of counting before actually opening up, uncorking the champagne bottle. Back to you.
Absolutely, Ashmit. Many thanks. And of course, we will keep coming back to you as we get more clarity on the verdict itself. These continue to be leads at this point in time. It's 295 for the NDA, 240 for the BJP, 230 for the India Alliance. Let's go across to my colleague Abhimanyu. He is at the BJP headquarters. Abhimanyu, take us through what's going on there. Of course, many of those crucial Hindi heartland states haven't gone as per what the BJP's expectations were. Are there meetings underway? Are there conversations happening with allies?
Well, conversations with allies always have been taking place, and it's no exception today too. Of course, they are treading with trepidation right now as the numbers solidify, as they firm up, because currently it's mostly leads, and as leads keep on confirming into victories or defeats for parties, more strong strategies, particular strategies would be chalked out. Now, speaking of the BJP's performance so far as the current leads suggest, they have lost several seats possibly, and they are about to lose several seats in northern India. However, they are trying to offset that kind of a loss from seats in southern India, particularly in Kerala, Telangana, and also Odisha. However, it's as far as the leads suggest, it's not going to completely offset whatever they have lost. And also, interestingly, many parties may play kingmaker, because the BJP currently hovering between 235 and 240 will need support from many of its allies from the NDA. Of course, many smaller allies, many smaller parties with less than 5 MPs will pledge their support. But still, if the BJP falls short, if the NDA falls short, of course, parties like the TDP from Andhra Pradesh or JDU from Bihar will get the opportunity to play kingmaker. So it remains to be seen how that is going to pan out. Also, interestingly, Samajwadi Party has emerged as a large party as far as these polls are concerned, to the extent that they currently are leading in the third largest number of seats after the BJP and the Congress. So clearly, Samajwadi Party in all likelihood for the next 5 years would play an important role as far as the opposition is concerned, at least on the numerical basis. The BJP had tried to expand to several other areas, and they also have been successful to a certain extent. However, their vote shares have not completely transformed into seats, and that is something which is visible in several states like Punjab, where they are currently leading by a very small margin in the seat of Firozpur, despite a 17.85% vote share across the state. They also have a vote share of over 10% in the state of Tamil Nadu, but they are not leading on any seat. So, of course, it's a mixed bag currently for the BJP and all other parties.
All right. Thanks a lot for that. Well, as we got that quick update on the political front, we've got a big recovery underway in the Nifty. The Nifty is up close to around 800 points from the low point of the day. We're on the verge of moving to around the 100 DMA. Remember, we went very close to the 200 DMA. We bounced from there. Let's get the intraday chart up for you on the Nifty itself. Big bounce is what we've seen from the low point of the day. And, a lot of stocks actually have recovered as well. Well, Sunil, good afternoon and good to see you in. So, opportunities like this actually are a blessing in disguise at times, provided you're sitting on some cash. A few stocks, a few of these PSU-related names, they're up anything between 12 to 15% just in the last 60 minutes. BEL, Canara Bank, BHAL, RVNL, Nalco, SAIL. There's a long list out there, but some of them are up even more than 15%. Now, fundamentally, a lot of these businesses, they're doing quite well. Order books are good. They have cut some costs. Operational efficiency as well has come in there. How do you approach this theme? Because it's clearly made a lot of money for investors, and maybe, everything is not yet in the price.
So, Nigel, I think, these kind of choppy movements look good in hindsight, depending on which side you go right. So yes, from the bottom, you can say that they're up 10%, but, on the other hand, you can say that they're down 20% from where they were maybe yesterday. And there is absolutely no denying the fact that quite a few of these companies have transformed themselves over the last 3-4 years. Obviously, the government has also been a big catalyst because they have allowed them to function as private companies. Business environment generally has been good because a lot of these PSUs also work in sectors where there has been a tailwind. But having said that, I would, be a little bit, I would say differentiating in the sense that a lot of them, I would still say, are trading at significant premium to their, fundamental valuations. And I would say the reason why these companies fell much more than the market was obviously there was a huge overbought position, but also the fact that they are fundamentally still, I would say, expensive. So I would not be in the camp of people who would say that buy what has fallen the most. In fact, this is a time where you buy what you wanted to buy, but couldn't because of valuations and because of issues. So just stick to your fundamentals rather than just trying to buy.
Yeah, we get what you're saying, Sunil, but just hold on. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but we do want to fill our viewers in with important information that's coming in. We're given to understand that Prime Minister Modi has called TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu. Remember, as I've been pointing out through the course of the day, Chandrababu Naidu becomes one of the key individuals to watch as the political dynamics change, with the BJP not achieving majority on its own. The mark for the BJP today at this point in time is at 240, so they need allies. Getting allies on board is going to be crucial. The TDP is an important ally to be able to get the numbers for the NDA, which currently stand at about 295. So we're given to understand that the Prime Minister has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. There was a lot of speculation that perhaps overtures were being made by the India bloc to reach out to Chandrababu Naidu, to the TDP, to Nitish Kumar and the JDU as well. Those were the rumors, but what we are given to understand now is that the Prime Minister has called Chandrababu Naidu, a leader of the TDP, to ensure that the NDA stakes claim to form government. In fact, we do have the TDP spokesperson here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Could you confirm that to us, that the conversation between the Prime Minister and TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu has happened?
Yes, it has been. And we've been very happy. All our efforts, everything that we've been praying of, not as just an official spokesperson of Telugu Desam Party, as a normal citizen of this state, we've been suffering immensely from the last 5 years. Jagan Mohan Reddy has been, he has only spite, and he's been filled with political vendetta within him. And he completely forgot that Andhra Pradesh was a newly formed state. And it actually needed
Ms.
more.
Kavali, I'll come to Jagan Mohan Reddy in just a second. But, this is going to be important to understand. So I'm coming back to the point. Can you take us through some more information of the conversation that has transpired between Prime Minister Modi and Chandrababu Naidu? There was speculation that perhaps the India alliance had also reached out to the TDP, to Chandrababu Naidu. Can you give us some indication of where things stand?
It's too early to talk about. I don't think there was any call from that side. But we are very clear about our coalition and our friendship with NDA. We've been doing this, and we've been, we didn't want the vote share to split. That's the reason we made friendship with Janasena Party leader Pawan Kalyan Garu as well as Modi ji. And we are very clear about forming NDA government, and we are only looking at the improvement of the administration let it be in Andhra Pradesh or in the state, in the country as well. I don't have a right or anything to say about the other calls that are made. Probably a congratulatory call that must have made, but we are very clear about being friends in NDA, and we are very happy that our numbers are going to help NDA, and we are very proud to say that TDP has stick to the promise, and we have delivered according to our promise.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing the TDP spokesperson there making it clear that the TDP stands with the NDA. Even if a call has been made by the India Alliance, perhaps it's a congratulatory call, as Ms. Kavali is pointing out, but firmly in step in line with the NDA Alliance, which currently is tracking at 297. Ms. Kavali, any indication given by the Prime Minister on what next now that the BJP is below the 250 mark as things currently stand? Has there been any indication on what the next steps will be?
This is, I don't think we should say anything before 3 o'clock. I personally think from the party side also, let us wait for some time and let all the results come. And they have, India is forming the government in the center, that is for sure, and TDP is going to back it up. Numbers can be changed, it might not reach the number we thought of, but it is definitely forming the government. And the conversation between Modi ji and Naidu Garu, it's purely between them, and we would definitely don't want anything to come out right now, or we don't, I personally think it's too early for us to talk about it. Well, let's just wait. We have been waiting for 5 years. Why can't we just wait for a few more hours? Just 2 more hours.
No. I completely accept what you are saying. Yes, perhaps is early days still and premature to maybe talk about the next steps. But at this point in time, what we are hearing very clearly and unequivocally from the spokesperson of the TDP is that the conversation between Prime Minister Modi and the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu has in fact happened, and that the TDP has expressed its support to the NDA in that conversation. Let me also bring in GM Shaheen, President of J&K for the JDU. Mr. Shaheen, thank you very much for joining us. To start with, what do you make of the kind of numbers that have come in so far, not along expected lines for the NDA overall, but of course for the JDU, strong performance coming in there as far as Bihar is concerned?
See, Shima, that was expected because when earlier there was, exit polls going on, and I told that time, also my friends, my media fraternity, that over this, the result will be around 300, and the same thing happens today. And as per JDU is concerned, we are getting all the seats back from Bihar, as we was having there earlier. And second, JDU is the part of NDA Gadbandhan. I believe that Modi is our Prime Minister. We are backing him completely from our end. And as per their situation is concerned, now the result is in front of us today. It's confirmed that our Modi government will be formed within the next couple of days. And as per the India Gadbandhan is concerned, this was obvious, and that was understandable that this thing will happen. They will touch some about 230 to 35. No doubt there was a hard work from India Gadbandhan side, but we believe that we have to work hard further, as we were supposed to touch 400 seats in our country. Not possible this time.
Mr. Shaheen, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Some channels at this point in time are reportedly suggesting that JDU chief Nitish Kumar has dialed Sharad Pawar. Can you throw any light on this? Again, I don't know whether this is true or not. I'm merely reading out what some channels are flashing at this point in time.
See, this India Gadbandhan, they are living in this world of rumors. And that is their work, to make the rumors like these sort of things. That is quite impossible. We are the part of NDA Gadbandhan, and we never will think anything about anything about India Gadbandhan, not at all, not in our whole this political career. We are with the Modi, and we believe that the Modi government will be formed, as I told you, within couple of 2 days. And these are all rumors made by India Gadbandhan. We are denying all these things. We never support. These are the rumors made by this India Gadbandhan that this thing is going to happen, that thing. Not at all. They are in their dreams. They are sleeping in their dreams. And settle today that it's the result is in front of you. Because as they blame that the whole media fraternity has created an atmosphere towards Modi, that they are touching 400, there will be no more the Facebook channels, the YouTube channels of these India Gadbandhan. That was completely something different if you think about just 2 days before. So don't go in the rumors. These are the rumors only that we are stood here. India NDA Gadbandhan will be formed within a couple of days.
Okay, so you're saying that the JDU is firmly with the NDA. Let me bring in the leader from the BJP as well. Mr. Subhash, many thanks for joining us. The results not mirroring what the exit polls were suggesting. At this point in time, it's 294 for the NDA and it's well below 272 for the BJP, currently tracking at about 239. What do you believe has gone wrong?
Election results are now in the way, and then most of the places the counting has been taking place. We are also eagerly waiting what will be the end result, but all said and done, that many the stakeholders of India alliances, especially regional parties, they had very good performance as far as the results are concerned. And then we don't attribute that this is the Congress which is really winning in that, because the issues are different in different places. As we take in UP, and there are the local issues which have really prevailed. That's what prematurely we can tell. But as far as the South is concerned, definitely the Bharatiya Janata Party has made a very good impact, especially in Telangana and in Karnataka, and then we are opening an account in Kerala also. And as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, we are very, very confident, and right from beginning that our ex-partner who have again joined with us, we had an impressive performance there. And in Telangana also, we have improved remarkably. So we have to just wait, and then we are also not really happy with the results where almost all exit polls have given a very good results, and then we are hoping that definitely we'll be achieving the remarkable mark, and then the halfway mark, and more than in the 2019 elections. But let's just wait and watch, because the things is not yet over, and then the returns have been closed.
No, you're right in pointing out, Mr. Subhash, that it's not over. What we can also tell our viewers is that not just the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, Amit Shah, has also reached out to Chandrababu Naidu now. So both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister calling TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu. And we're given to understand that Mr. Naidu will take oath on the 9th of June. So that's going to be the big day, the big comeback, the big return. That's one of the big stories of election 2024, the return of Chandrababu Naidu. But Mr. Subhash, coming back to you now, what can we now expect realistically in terms of the next steps, assuming that maybe latest by about 3-4, we have clarity on the election numbers. What are the next steps now as far as the NDA is concerned?
We are very, very confident we will be forming our own without any support without any new alliance partners. As far as alliance partners and the BJP is concerned, we will definitely cross the halfway mark. But definitely this is a dent in our the party affairs, because what is happening is we are really looking forward for the 400 place, and we have to really sit and talk that what went really wrong in that, and the party has to analyze that what are the reasons where where we failed. Because in one part of the country, the party is making an inroads. As I said earlier, even in Kerala also we are opening our account, and in the Northeast also we have really done impressively well. And as far as some of the parts in the states of Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan, definitely the local issues must have prevailed, because so many issues which have been really, because it was really looking rosy earlier. But at this point of time, it is early, premature, and I'm not the right person to talk about and then make a statement on that. But definitely, we are not very happy at this point of time, but nothing is over yet. And I'm 100% confident that on our own, we are going to form the government in center. Modi will be making, the third time as the prime minister. Definitely, this is the hope we have. And 100%, this is a very optimistic results, which we have really expected. But at this point of time, after 4 or 5, we'll know the exact figure, because there are some places where the counting is still in progress, and it's only 5th or 6th round. It is premature to come to exact conclusion on that. We are hoping the central party will make a statement on this, and once the results are over.
Right. Yes, all of those caveats are well taken. Let me get a quick last word in from the TDP spokesperson. So we are given to understand that it'll be the comeback of Chandrababu Naidu as he is sworn in on the 9th of June.
Yes, it is. And we've been waiting for this day so eagerly and so patiently. It's not just us. The whole state been waiting for it. Not because of a state which was just newly born, and it needed more love. Like I said earlier, it needed more love, it needed more support, it needed more concentration on the government, and especially from the chief minister. Instead of doing all this, Jagan Mohan Reddy has concentrated on doing political vendetta on Telugu Desam party and Telugu Desam leaders, and especially putting false cases, false allegations, taking the help of police, doing a lot of silly things which are not necessary at all. And the whole state suffered because of that, and every sector, let it be men, women, anybody, let it be children, especially the youth who didn't have any jobs. We didn't, just imagine a state, we didn't have a capital for 3, there were 3 capitals. One state, we didn't have a capital for more than 4 years. And he simply said that I'm going to make this as a capital, that as a capital. He really thought that the new formed Andhra Pradesh was a game. And the people of Andhra Pradesh has put Jagan Mohan Reddy in his place and proved that definitely an administrative chief minister they needed, and Chandrababu Naidu Garu is going to be that.
Yes, Ms. Kavali, congratulations to you and to your team at the TDP. I would imagine that celebrations underway at the TDP headquarters. Many thanks to Mr. Subhash as well as Mr. Shaheen for joining us here on CNBC-TV18. The JDU and the TDP both saying that they are firmly in alliance with the NDA and they intend to stick with the BJP and form government. At this point in time, it's 238 for the BJP, 293 for the NDA, 230 for the India. The Congress edging closer to the 100 mark. We are going to take a break here and return with the market action right after this.
We have not had foreign investors come in this year. Normally, they are supposed to come in. Normally, they come in. They have come in 20 out of 24 years. The default for them is not to say whether I should buy or not buy. The default is to buy. And then sometimes they don't buy. And therefore, there will be a situation plus minus a few months where Indians are anyway buying because the 3-5% correction is not going to make them move out. And the foreign investors will come in. The rest of the world is doing well. This year, we have not done that well. Yesterday, we thought that the market is up 3.5%, but Korea, Taiwan, China were up to 2%. So let's not think that a correction was to be due anyway because the market has rallied a lot. According to me, market has been in fair territory. You cannot buy the market only when it is cheap. It can be also bought when it is normal. Totally believe in the financials as the number one theme because IT, although it hasn't done well, also it's doing badly in terms of fundamentals. We have not had foreign investors come in this year. Normally, they are supposed to come in. Normally, they come in. They have come in 20 out of 24 years. The default for them is not to say whether I should buy or not buy. The default is to buy. And then sometimes they don't buy. And therefore, there will be a situation plus minus a few months where Indians are anyway buying because the 3-5% correction is not going to make them move out. And the foreign investors will come in. The rest of the world is doing well. This year, we have not done that well. Yesterday, we thought that the market is up 3.5%, but Korea, Taiwan, China were up to 2%. So let's not think that a correction was to be due anyway because the market has rallied a lot. According to me, market has been in fair territory. You cannot buy the market only when it is cheap. It can be also bought when it is normal. Totally believe in the financials as the number one theme because IT, although it hasn't done well, also it's doing badly in terms of fundamentals. We have not had foreign investors come in this year. Normally, they are supposed to come in. Normally, they come in. They have come in 20 out of 24 years. The default for them is not to say whether I should buy or not buy. The default is to buy. And then sometimes they don't buy. And therefore, there will be a situation plus minus a few months where Indians are anyway buying because the 3-5% correction is not going to make them move out. And the foreign investors will come in. The rest of the world is doing well. This year, we have not done that well. Yesterday, we thought that the market is up 3.5%, but Korea, Taiwan, China were up to 2%. So let's not think that a correction was to be due anyway because the market has rallied a lot. According to me, market has been in fair territory. You cannot buy the market only when it is cheap. It can be also bought when it is normal. Totally believe in the financials as the number one theme because IT, although it hasn't done well, also it's doing badly in terms of fundamentals.
I do believe that while there is a potential derating of Indian market because of political stability, the other fundamentals continue to remain in good stake. Our market cap to GDP ratio is well above averages, but profit to GDP ratio is also well above averages, and debt to GDP ratio or listed companies leverage is well below historical averages. Valuations are fairly priced, but it's not extremely expensive, bearing low floating stock counters. So at some point of time, fundamentals will prevail and create a bottom, but where that bottom is, today it's difficult to predict.
We have not had foreign investors come in this year. Normally, they are supposed to come in. Normally, they come in. They have come in 20 out of 24 years. The default for them is not to say whether I should buy or not buy. The default is to buy. And then sometimes they don't buy. And therefore, there will be a situation plus minus a few months where Indians are anyway buying because the 3-5% correction is not going to make them move out. And the foreign investors will come in. The rest of the world is doing well. This year, we have not done that well. Yesterday, we thought that the market is up 3.5%, but Korea, Taiwan, China were up to 2%. So let's not think that a correction was to be due anyway because the market has rallied a lot. According to me, market has been in fair territory. You cannot buy the market only when it is cheap. It can be also bought when it is normal. Totally believe in the financials as the number one theme because IT, although it hasn't done well, also it's doing badly in terms of fundamentals.
I do believe that while there is a a potential derating of Indian market because of political stability, the other fundamentals continue to remain in good stake. Our market cap to GDP ratio is well above averages, but profit to GDP ratio is also well above averages, and debt to GDP ratio or listed companies leverage is well below historical averages. Valuations are fairly priced, but it's not extremely expensive, bearing low floating stock counters. So at some point of time, fundamentals will prevail and create a bottom, but where that bottom is, today it's difficult to predict. I do believe that while there is a potential derating of Indian market because of political stability, the other fundamentals continue to remain in good stake. Our market cap to GDP ratio is well above averages, but profit to GDP ratio is also well above averages, and debt to GDP ratio or listed companies leverage is well below historical averages. Valuations are fairly priced, but it's not extremely expensive, bearing low floating stock counters. So at some point of time, fundamentals will prevail and create a bottom, but where that bottom is, today it's difficult to predict. I do.
All right, the big election verdict right here with CNBC TV18. You're watching Election Exchange. We've been live since morning. Keep tuning in on our YouTube channel to get the latest updates. The most comprehensive coverage here on CNBC TV18. We're on our magic wall right now, and this gives you a sense of what's happening with the counting process currently. NDA at 290, down 60 compared to 2019. 234 for the India Alliance, 105 plus. That is 105 more seats compared to 2019. Now, where are the biggest gains actually coming from? Now, one factor that I would like to show you before we move on to other states is how the parties are performing in states where there is a direct BJP-Congress face-off. There are 173 seats where there is a direct BJP-Congress face-off. Here, the India Alliance has done better in 38 seats compared to last time. Their tally at 51 plus 38, NDA at 121, down 39. So clearly, places where the BJP and Congress were in a direct fight, the India Alliance has gained ground and NDA's share has come down. Let's go across to Uttar Pradesh. We are firing graphics for the state of UP right now, which is really a deciding factor. Who controls UP right now? And India Alliance has 44 seats, ladies and gentlemen, 38 more than 2019. The NDA tally down 29 at just 35 right now. The BSP 0, they had 110 seats last time, nowhere in the picture. It seems that the caste equations of the Samajwadi Party have really worked on the ground. Even in places such as Sultanpur, we are seeing the Samajwadi Party candidate Rambu Lal Nishad gaining over Menaka Gandhi, and this has been, Sultanpur was a bastion of Menaka Gandhi. Also to look at some of the VIP seats such as constituency number 37. Constituency number 37 was the constituency of Smriti Irani, and here Kishori Lal Sharma is winning by more than 30,000 votes. In constituency number 36, you've got Rahul Gandhi leading by over 2 lakh votes. In Varanasi, you have the Prime Minister in the lead by about 1 lakh votes. So this is the picture as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Some great upsets here. Major victories for the Congress party and the Samajwadi Party who are in alliance. So SP is going to play a very big role either in the opposition or in government formation. Let me move on to the next state right now. The next state would be the state of West Bengal. All right, let me begin with Maharashtra because we're firing graphics on our television from Maharashtra. Now, this is a state which has 48 seats. India Alliance doing much better with its allies at 29. This is 20 more than last time. Clearly, the fact that Shiv Sena, Uddhav Bal Thackeray group and the NCP Sharad Pawar group have done better. NCP Ajit Pawar, they're only winning in about 1 seat, I guess. And as far as the Shiv Sena Shinde faction is concerned, they're winning in about 5 or 7 for that matter. Piyush Goyal leading, Nitin Gadkari leading, Narayan Rane leading. We're seeing a very close fight in Trivandrum. Raji Chandrasekhar, the Minister of State for Electronics and IT, was leading since morning, but now Shashi Tharoor is trailing in Trivandrum. Maharashtra is a very interesting fight, which also could play a deciding factor at a national level. Which state can we go to next? Let's look at the state of West Bengal. Now, if we look at West Bengal right now, TMC has gained in a big way, 8 more seats compared to 2019. They are winning 30 as of now. Clearly, Mamata Banerjee has done something right. She had really tightened everyone's belts within her party, making sure that they work really hard on the ground, and it's really paying off. It seems that the BJP has not been able to capture the imagination of the voter there in West Bengal. Let's look at other states. I wonder if we can go across to Bihar right now. Okay, we've got Bihar numbers here, and the party which is actually doing well here is the JDU. Now, the JDU is doing well, and JDU, we believe, has called up Sharad Pawar to also congratulate him. The top BJP leadership has spoken to JDU. They've spoken to TDP. They've got assurances that JDU and TDP will support the NDA if need be. Now, let's look at the national picture once again. Here you have the parties, 291 as an alliance. If we look at the party performance, here you have BJP at 237. The factor is they are yet to get to the 272 mark on their own. The Congress, which had won 52 last time, has gone up to 101. Super performance by the Samajwadi Party, great performance by the TMC, DMK, TDP, JDU, and these parties will be crucial for the NDA. Now, let me go across to all our guests. Lalita Kumaramanglam of the BJP is joining us. We've got Clyde Crasto of the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction. He would be a happy man today. And we also have Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party. Ghanshyam, this is big. How did Samajwadi Party change its campaign on the ground? What really worked? Was it the choice of candidates? Was it the caste equations getting right?
Good afternoon, Parikshit, to you, the viewers, the fellow co-panelists, and I want to congratulate everyone across the country. In a resounding manner from Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra to Bengal to across the country, people have said, bugger off dictatorship. The dastardly fantasy, dangerous fantasy of Mr. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah to call Abki Baar 400 Par before the vote was casted and say that Abki Baar 400 Par will happen, and the corruption that played in exit polls is now exposed by people of India. What worked in Uttar Pradesh? What worked in Uttar Pradesh is very simple. We look at people of India, we see that there is poverty, the youth require jobs, the farmer require the rightful price. There has to be a correction due to the disadvantages of caste census, caste in the past, and we spoke on those. BJP looked at the share market. It is not the people who invest in share markets that are the exclusive voters of India. They are not the handful crony capitalists that support BJP are the exclusive voters of India. It is the vast masses that believe that it is through better government, a government that looks at grassroots, that will perform and bring them prosperity, not a swing in share market because of a corrupt exit poll. As far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, BJP offered nothing. When they realized that the Pran Pratishtha event is not working for them, they went, instead of looking at positive campaigns, Prime Minister started talking about Mangal Sutra, meat, machli, mutton, bhans, eventually calling election in a mujra. And on the other side, we kept it very simple. We said that the first job to youth should be guaranteed. There needs to be caste census. Farmers should be given their rightful price. The daughters of Uttar Pradesh and India must be respected. People like Brajbhushan Sharan Singh have no place in politics, and BJP on the other side gave his son a ticket. So there is nothing that BJP offered to people of Uttar Pradesh. There is a vast abuse of the election machinery. The election commission did not act properly. Yet the sentiment on the ground is they want BJP out. No alliance partner wants to ally today with BJP. Allying today with BJP for a political party is a kiss of death. You will be signing your own death certificate, because this is a party that will take away your leaders. They will take away your election symbols. They will. The longer you have been with them, the worse they. They took away the leaders, took away the government, took away the election symbol, and went personal. Prime Minister went personal by calling Uddhav Thackeray the fake son of Thackeray. So Bala Saheb Thackeray. So this is the spectacle of BJP.
Ghanshyam Tiwari.
And this is end of road for Prime Minister Modi.
All right, Ghanshyam Tiwari, what I would like to ask you, yes, you're right when you say that the BJP has not performed well as of now. Well, we'll only get the clear picture in the next 2 to 3 hours. 237 as of now, according to early leads. They need 272 as the winning number. So, do you think the Samajwadi Party, along with allies of the Congress, the India Alliance, has a chance at government formation? Because from the numbers right now, even though the BJP itself is not forming a majority, with the NDA, they have 291 seats. They will easily cross the mark with 291 seats. Do you think the opposition has a chance at forming the government?
It is not NDA, it is a Narendra Surrender Alliance, a bunch of parties that were blackmailed to surrender in front of Mr. Narendra Modi by misuse of CBI ED. Those parties would not want to be an alliance partner. So NDA is going to disrupt itself because of the blackmail tactic of BJP. Second, the sentiment on the ground is against Mr. Modi, against his politics of crony capitalism, against this hateful politics that he pursued. The sentiment is not fully expressed in this verdict, because the election commission, the entire machinery was working to support BJP in many ways. So even if Mr. Modi
Tell
by
me
chance,
something,
by
Ghanshyam
blessings of
has the
one final
Samajwadi
point,
Party, has Akhilesh Yadav started talks with the JDU, with the TDP and some allies of the NDA?
I don't think we'll get to know that on a TV channel. But what I'm trying to say, Parikshit, is to your viewers that name one political party, one state where BJP doesn't seem to backstab its political alliance or the party that it allied with. Right from Jammu and Kashmir all the way to Tamil Nadu AIDMK. A party that has consistently dreamt of dictatorship, has backstabbed its allies, will not be able to run a coalition government.
All right, important points there. Let me get in Clyde Craster at this point. Clyde, would you say encouraging numbers from Maharashtra? Quite a surprise there. The BJP tally coming down significantly. The India Alliance gaining 19 seats as of now. Gains coming for NCP Sharad Pawar and also Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction. What do you think has actually worked?
Parikshit, I'm not surprised. If you remember, we've had a couple of debates together and I've spoken to you that the people of Maharashtra are now upset with the dirty politics of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I kept telling you this before also and I'll say it again, that Bharatiya Janata Party has indulged in the kind of politics that has made the people of Maharashtra hate them. They broke parties, they broke families, and they were concentrating on doing all the kind of wrong that is politically possible for them. Now imagine the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, calls us naturally corrupt party. He also went on to accuse Mr. Ajit Pawar of corruption of 70,000 crore scam. 4 days later, Mr. Ajit Pawar joins them. And after that, he's singing praise for him. That is what the people of Maharashtra are beginning to realize, that this is the bluff that has been pulled on them by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The leader, Kirit Somaya, kept calling everybody corrupt. All those people went and joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, allied, and they got a clean sheet. So at the end of the day, people began to realize that these people are actually, diverting our attention from all the wrongs, taking those people and fooling us. So this is the mandate against all this kind of work or all this kind of act that has been done by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Also, you have to remember one thing.
Right. Clyde, one more question that I would like to ask you. Sharad Pawar, we hear, is going to address a press conference at 3 p.m. What is this likely to be about? We also believe that he's had some conversation with Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar has dialed Sharad Pawar. What was the conversation about? Could you give us a sense?
I didn't, Parikshit. I've been in studios and in front of the television, so I have no idea about what the conversation, if the conversation happened at all. But I know there is a press conference 3 o'clock because it's flashed on my phone also at the moment, a few minutes ago. But I'm sure, Mr. Pawar, he's an astute politician. I mean, he knows what he's doing. So we have to wait and watch and listen to what he says at 3 o'clock because we are waiting for him to speak. But having said that, I wanted to tell you one more thing very clearly, Parikshit. If you remember the last 40 days or almost a month and a half, everybody in the BJP camp or aligned with the BJP was told to ask votes in the name of Mr. Narendra Modi. You saw bigger banners and posters of Mr. Narendra Modi as compared to the candidate of that particular area. Today, if the BJP has lost the numbers, from 303, they've come down so drastically. That means the mandate is against Mr. Modi. The people of India have rejected Mr. Modi because if they've done so much work and if he has done so much work in the last 10 years, they should have got larger numbers, bigger numbers. And Abki Baar 400 Par was another jumla that they floated, and that's come back to bite them. They're not even crossing 300, forget 400. And the BJP has fared so badly that the people have rejected them actually. So the fact is, I think BJP should realize that they cannot fool the people of India anymore, and this mandate is completely against them and their leader, Mr. Narendra Modi.
Right. Let me also speak to you about the first 3 phases. Let me go across to Lalita Kumaramangalam. Lalita Kumaramangalam, here on our magic wall, we've got numbers for phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. There were 282 seats in total out of 543 which went to polls in the combined 3 phases. The BJP won 130 as per early leads right now. The Congress 67, the DMK 21, Samajwadi Party 10, CPM 4, Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction 4 and JDU 7. JDU of course is a NDA ally. Do you get a sense that somewhere in phase 1, 2 and 3, something significantly went wrong for the NDA. They did not capture the mind of the voter in the first 3 phases, because 282 seats is a big number, and it seems that the Congress gained, the DMK gained, SP gained, the CPM and Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction all contributed in a big way.
Look, for one thing, I think it's still too early for us to start going into state-wise what happened, what did not happen. Insofar as Tamil Nadu is concerned, and I'm from there, so I can tell you that the DMK didn't gain. They were expected to win, have a clean sweep in fact, and they haven't. They won almost all the seats, close enough to a clean sweep, to be honest. The BJP there did not really look at winning too much. What we wanted was a very definite increase in our vote share, which has happened. We've gone from 2 to 12%, which is a fantastic thing. The one seat that we may win seems to be a total surprise, but it will be probably a win, that is Sivaganga. And yes, there are some states where we've had severe disappointments, but in the south, we have relatively seemed to be, we've done better than we have done before. We have done much better in Orissa than expected, but to be brutally honest, Maharashtra, West Bengal, UP, Rajasthan, these have all disappointed us. Somewhere there has been miscalculation. Somewhere we will need to introspect. But I think that will happen after we first see who forms the government. As of now, it still is very clear that the NDA will form the government. Whatever may be said by everybody on television, I'm sure the UPA also will try very hard to form the government. I mean, this is a democracy. They have every right to do so. And but we need to see what really plays out over the next 2-3 days. As of now, we are quite clear that our allies will stick with us. But then, well, as many people have pointed out in many shows, including on your television, Nitish can be quite a turn. He has been on both sides of the playing field, and we don't know what will happen. But I don't think as of now we are at risk. Yes, there have been disappointments.
One more question, Lalita Kumaramangalam. Phase 1 that took place on 19th April, 102 seats were up for grabs here, and it is here it seems that the India Alliance did very well. In phase 1 only 65 seats, gaining 16 over last time, NDA 33, minus 14. The low voter turnout, do you think this low voter turnout hurt the BJP and it was in favor of the Congress? The opposition voters came out in big numbers, not the NDAs?
Yes, they did. That's quite true. I think a lot of people got complacent about the fact that the BJP anyway is going to win and probably went off on holiday or whatever it is. But I think low voter turnout probably has contributed to the disappointment that we have faced in some states. But I don't think that we yet need to go, we can't yet sort of very definitively say what exactly has not, helped us to reach the numbers that we hoped we would. But yes, a low voter turnout probably is one of the major factors here. Also, let's be clear that most of the South went to vote on 19th. And the alliance there, the Dot Alliance, India Alliance, INDI Alliance, has gained a lot there from a couple of states, especially Kerala and Tamil
Nadu. All right, now let me get in Ghanshyam Tiwari once again. Ghanshyam Tiwari, let's look at the overall numbers once again. What does this really mean for the BJP? If you look at numbers in Uttar Pradesh, almost 30 seats going in Samajwadi Party's favor. India Alliance at 42. What does this show about the mood of the people in Uttar Pradesh? It seems that we could not gauge the mind of the voter very well. Something was changing on the ground. There was no clear issue which is binding the election. In 2019, you had national security as a big issue. What do you think have people voted for? Have they voted for candidates? Have they voted differently because of incumbency? Was joblessness a big factor? Price rise? Unemployment? Lack of opportunities in terms of infrastructure?
Parikshit, there are 4 major laboratories of BJP in India right now in politics. One is Uttar Pradesh. It's a laboratory of hate that they have created. Second is Maharashtra. It's a laboratory of toxic politics, blackmailing leaders of other parties. The third is the laboratory that tried to create in Paschim Bengal, again a laboratory of hate. And the fourth is the one in Delhi, which is again blackmailing, jailing, and using all the kinds of strong-armed politics. In Uttar Pradesh, and in all these three laboratories have failed. Uttar Pradesh, the laboratory of hate for BJP has failed. Pashchim Bengal, the laboratory of hate for BJP has failed. Maharashtra, the laboratory of blackmail politics has failed. Only in Delhi, they seem to have found success by jailing a chief minister who could not campaign as a result. So what has worked for Samajwadi Party is looking at elections for the very nature of why they are there. People believe that a good government who hears their voices and does not live in the fantasies of dictatorship is a good government that can solve their problems, that can bring them prosperity. That today the youth of India believe that BJP will not provide them jobs. The farmers will believe that BJP will take away their share, take away their rights. And daughters believe that BJP sides with those who abuse women, who assault women, and it is all the way to the Prime Minister that this sentiment exists. So it is these very basic fundamental desires of people that is coming to fore in this election.
All right, Lalita Kumaramangalam wants to respond to you. Lalita Kumaramangalam, clearly the fact that candidates like Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, the fact that Prajwal Revanna contested on a JDS ticket, the fact that he was able to go out of the country, all of these allegations are sticking to the BJP and the NDA. There were a lot of candidates in Uttar Pradesh, in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, which you just adopted. They were facing investigations in coal scams or one sort of mining scam or the other. And the BJP just took them into the party or agreed to tie up with them as a part of the NDA. Hasn't this come out to hurt the BJP?
Look, let's be very clear about one thing. It's very duplicitous and very hypocritical of the people who now have done much better than they expected to turn around and say, and forget Sandesh Kali. For one thing, the person who spoke before me was talking about us being anti-women. For God's sake, look at Delhi. It was not ruled by the BJP. Look at West Bengal. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt. Please do the courtesy of letting me finish. You had your say. Look at Sandesh Kali. It was not ruled by the BJP. So it's not about these things. This is just rhetoric because they have done far better than they have. And I think their arrogance is showing through, which is fine, which is how I think politics today nowadays it seems to be. But the fact is that one of the major reasons that we may have been disappointed, and like I said, we have not yet got the detailed analysis of who voted how. Remember that West Bengal is now almost a sort of 35 or 40% Muslim population, and they have majorly voted against the BJP. There are many other questions and issues like this that will slowly come out once we get the really detailed survey of, as I said, who has voted how. Yes, we have made some mistakes, we have stumbled, but unless there are turncoats, we will form the government. And I don't think there will be. Everybody is negotiating with everybody else. It just goes to show that there's not much difference when it's all very well to claim to be on the high ground. But if Sharad Pawar is just called shrewd for negotiating with Nitish Kumar, then why fault when Nitish is from one India? I mean, you know how Nitish is. He goes from one side to another with absolute abandon. And both sides, welcome him back when he comes to them. So it's very hypocritical for these people now to calm down saying that everything about the BJP is wrong, everything about Mr. Modi is wrong. If you take economic figures, which, I mean, this is not economic forum or channel, but if you take economic figures, you will see just how much work is done. There are reasons why we have not done as well as we can. The BJP is being much more graceful in losing what we thought we would not lose than the other side is being about having done better than expected. So their arrogance is now really showing. And I'd advise them not to get so cocky so early in the day. There is still a few days at least left to go for the government to be formed. Let's see what happens. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow as this election is clearly shown. And every election is different from the other. So let's not get too complacent.
What course correction will the NDA have to do? If the NDA wins with these numbers, what course correction will they have to do? Once again, I'll request all our guests to stay with us. I'm coming to Clyde Crasto in just a bit. Now, these are on the magic wall. We're getting you seats which had the low voter turnout in the last 7 phases. There were 108 such seats which we saw low voter turnout compared to 2019. Now, the BJP is winning 42 of them. Now, let's just look at the opposition numbers for a moment. Congress 31 DMK 10, that is 41. Samajwadi Party 7, that makes it 48. And you have the CPM, that makes it around 53. Then you've got 56, Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction, and 8 for the rest of the party. So 56 seats the opposition gained where there was a low voter turnout. They did better compared to the BJP. So clearly, the low voter turnout is something that has hurt the BJP. This is what the election analysis is showing, that when the voters did not turn out, it was the BJP RSS voter not coming out to vote. Let me clear this, and I want to show you some more filters from our magic wall. Places where there was a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress. Let's take a look. Well, there were 41 seats which had a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress. And over here, we can see the NDA winning about 123, down 37, India Alliance 49, gaining 36. So even in places where there was a direct context, the India Alliance has gained its overall number of seats. So a lot of factors working in their favor, and of course, low voter turnout was a clear issue there. Also where there were direct fights. Let's show you numbers here. There were at least 186 such seats, and the NDA tally in those seats has come down by 34, India Alliance gaining 37. So let me go across to Clyde Crasto. Clyde, so clearly a lot of factors there which went in favor of the India Alliance. Not yet clear who will form the government, but if the NDA manages to form the government with these current numbers, what kind of course correction do they need to do according to you?
Well, the course correction that they need to do is, first of all, need to gain the faith of the people of India. Like I told you earlier, they've been accusing people left, right, and center. The ICE treatment that we kept saying was, income tax, CBI, ED, all these things that they were using, people saw through their bluff. I mean, everywhere across the country, they kind of questions were raised on them. And when, these people who joined them, they gave them a clean chit. The electoral bonds, for that matter. I mean, there were times when people were, questioned by the CBI or ED or anyone, and once they bought the electoral bonds, after a few days they were given a clean chit. So these are the things that have happened, and the people of India have begun to realize what is happening. So in Maharashtra, for that matter, like Maharashtra has been, a ground where all these kind of thing has been done here. So the people have voted against.
Sorry, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Clyde.
So the people of Maharashtra and across India have begun to realize that the Bharatiya Janata Party will do anything to be in power, and that's all, all that they want. They do not want anything to do with the people. Look at unemployment, look at inflation. All these things have been there. Yesterday, I was on a certain channel, and they said that the youth of India are looking up to Modi ji as an aspiration who will solve the unemployment problem. But last 10 years, they have not been able to solve the highest unemployment rate in the last 45 years. So who are they looking up to? Just by calling gamers and calling people and doing some kind of video shooting and some kind of filmmaking, does not mean that these people are on their side. The major course correction that Bharatiya Janata Party have to do is to stop fooling the people of India. Whether they form the government or not form the government, now time will tell. It's wide open right now. Parikshit, I'll tell you something. It's just wide open right now. Even the numbers that you're showing for the NDA will go down drastically in the next couple of hours. We know, we've estimated certain things. We know what the numbers are going to be. That's what we have been saying on the last few days. These numbers will go down, and don't be surprised if the NDA does not form the government.
All right, you're saying the NDA may not form the government. Now, I actually want to show our viewers everything that has happened from phase 1. Something very important was happening on the ground, and it clearly has a lot to do with the voter turnout. And it seems that barring 2 phases, the India Alliance has gained everywhere, and the NDA seat tally has come down in almost all the phases barring 2. You had a 7-phase election and a very hot and long election as well. Let's bring up our magic wall filters and let's begin with phase 1. Here you have phase 1 on the screen, 102 seats, the India Alliance gaining 16. and the NDA losing 14 seats at 33. So once again, in phase 1, it was India Alliance which gained. Let's move on to phase 2 now. In phase 2 as well, you will see that it is the NDA's tally which came down. India Alliance's tally went up by 14 seats. Again, now in phase 3. Have a look. In phase 3, you had 93 seats. The NDA's tally came down by 13. The India Alliance up by 13. So clearly advantage India Alliance in phase 3 as well. Let's talk about phase 4. In fact, the phase 4 was one of the two phases where the NDA did well. So NDA gained 10 seats, but the India Alliance also gained 21. So it seems that the India Alliance consistently gained over 29 and the NDA's tally came down everywhere. Let's also look at phase 5 now. In phase 5, you had 49 seats across the country. The NDA's tally came down by 14. The India Alliance tally went up by 13 seats. Finally, in phase 6 and 7, here you have it. Let's look at the numbers for phase 6. The NDA tally came down by 9 seats. The India Alliance tally went up by 17 seats. And finally, phase 7, on the 1st of June, who performed better? India Alliance tally went up. The NDA tally came down by 11 seats. So consistently, barring one phase, the India Alliance has done well everywhere. So a lot of questions there for the BJP and the NDA about their alliance sharing, about the choice of candidates, and about anti-incumbency as well. And what really was this vote for? I wonder if we can go across to our colleague Ashmit Kumar, who has been tracking the Congress since morning. I believe, I'm told by our producers that he will join us in some time from now. But let me go across to Ghanshyam Tiwari. Ghanshyam, if the NDA now forms the government with these numbers, currently we are told by sources that the Prime Minister has spoken to the JDU, he has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu, and yes, they will stay with the alliance. And the JDU on our channel also, the spokesperson has come and said, and so has the TDP spokesperson, that we are backing the NDA. There is no chance of a rethink. Now, if the government is formed with these kind of numbers, what is the course correction, the lesson for the NDA here and for the BJP? Ghanshyam, you're on mute.
As I said, that it is not NDA, it is a Narendra Surrender Alliance, and no one wants to surrender. The real word here is arrogance. You have the arrogance to declare 400 par even before the election has been declared. You have the arrogance to corrupt exit polls and then celebrate it. And you have the arrogance to tell the people of India that election is a mujra. On the other hand, you also have the arrogance to dismiss a sitting chief minister in Delhi, put him in jail, to dismiss a sitting chief minister in Jharkhand, put him in jail, to disrupt the governments in Maharashtra. If this is the model this is the fantasy of dangerous dictatorship that Mr. Modi and Shah believe in. This fantasy is over. People of India have voted. This is the largest election ever in the history of mankind, and they have voted in large numbers saying that the dangerous fantasy of Modi-Shah dictatorship is over, and they cannot recover that. They cannot go back to say that, oh, now we will not be arrogant, now we will not backstab our allies, now we will not throw out 140 MPs from a parliament and pass decisions, now we will not fire at farmers. There is no way to backtrack. These are massive crimes that the past government has committed, and people are not going to forget that. Even if Mr. Modi comes to power, it will be a very unpopular government facing an from people.
Right. Let me focus on the state of Uttar Pradesh again, and let's just get some of the VIP seats up for you. The biggest upset for the BJP, and quite a shocker there for the BJP, would be what happened in constituency number 37. Now, constituency number 37 is the constituency of Amethi. Traditionally, Rahul Gandhi's constituency, he had lost it to Smriti Irani in previous election. Now, this time, you have KL Sharma of the Congress, who is on the course of victory. In fact, some channels, some media outlets have already called the election in favor of KL Sharma, somebody who was called as a Congress retainer or a retainer for the Gandhi family, somebody who was actually a caretaker of the constituency, so to say. when experts had actually said, why has the Congress given away Amethi on a platter to Smriti Irani? Why is the Congress not even putting up a fight? This sends a bad message to the allies. The Congress's counter was, we just need a local party worker to take on Smriti Irani. You need a local, you don't need a leader from Delhi. And that strategy seems to have paid off on the ground. Also, what happened in Raebareli? In Raebareli, this had been the constituency of Sonia Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi has managed to defend the family bastion by over 2 lakh votes. Let's finally look at constituency number 38. Now, the constituency number 38 was the constituency of Maneka Gandhi. And over here, Maneka Gandhi is losing as of now. We can't really bring up the latest figures, but yes, she is trailing. The Samajwadi Party candidate is gaining over here. So all across Uttar Pradesh, 45 seats for the India Alliance, 34 for the NDA. This definitely is not looking good. This is a major upset for the NDA. Minus 30 is not something that they were hoping for. They were looking at 68 to 71. Something clearly has gone wrong for the NDA. Let me go across to Ashmit Kumar. Ashmit, you've been at the Congress headquarters since morning. What's been the mood out there? We saw that the mood at the BJP was rather subdued at the national headquarters. But I saw a lot of crowd at the Congress headquarters. What was it like through the day?
Well, it's only been growing, the crowd here, as far as the Congress headquarters is concerned. The BJP mood at the BJP headquarters may be despondent. Out here, it's anything but. In fact, right next to me is the dhol. They're getting ready for celebrations. It's quite clear. The dhols are here, the flags are being waved, the Congress party workers are here. They feel strong, they feel confident about the way things are headed. They're not uncorking the champagne bottles, metaphorically so to say. They're saying that their numbers will only improve from here. What they're saying is that this is not the end of it. Picture abhi baki hai. It will only improve from here. And just as you were pointing out, as to the numbers that are coming in from UP, that has been something that has been a standout performer, that state, quite unexpectedly so. A lot of exit polls had given, just as you'd said, late 60s, early 70s. That's the number that the exit polls were giving to the BJP. Here, UP ke ladke, that combine between the SP and the Congress seems to have clicked, at least as far as the voters on the ground are concerned. We were speaking to some of the party workers, in fact, just a short while back. They were saying that this formula of UP ke ladke has worked with people on the ground, so much so that we've seen a giant killing act already, at least as far as what the leading numbers, the numbers coming in from Amethi are concerned. You were just pointing about KL Sharma there, the way he took on Smriti Irani. We've seen even contests in highly polarized constituencies such as Faizabad. That was, of course, at the very heart of this entire Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha ceremony that we'd seen in the month of January. That was expected to invoke the sentiments of Ram Janmabhoomi, of Shri Ram in the minds of the voters. And while it may have, at a spiritual level, not really translating into votes, Faizabad, SP has taken the lead. So another key constituency there, which seems to have worked in favor of UP ke ladke. We haven't seen laddus yet here at the Congress headquarters. We have, however, seen chole bhature. So if that is any indication, they may not be relishing in the sweets right now, but clearly the mood here in the party headquarters, the Congress headquarters, is that they far exceeded their expectations. And every time we speak to them, in fact, just a short while back, we tried to have a word even with Kapil Sibal, and he, in fact, while lashing out at the exit poll numbers that had come out, had clearly said that there is more ground to cover, that the numbers, there are multiple rounds of counting still awaited. We will begin to see a different picture as we near the end of the day. That's the indication that Kapil Sibal was giving, and that appears to be a sentiment that appears to be echoing even with the Congress party workers, clearly saying that this is just the beginning, that this is a strong vote by the public against the government, against the leadership, in favor of an opposition, in favor of a strong opposition, and that this is something that will only improve from here. So that's the message coming in from the Congress party headquarters right here in New Delhi. Back to you.
In fact, the BJP leaders are still expecting to win about 250, 260 seats on their own. In fact, we had Zafar Islam of the BJP with us earlier, and he said that the NDA will cross around 350. The important point to note is this number, that is 294 for the NDA, it's not really changed. These numbers for the India Alliance and NDA have not really changed since 12 o'clock. We have been waiting for many more rounds. So, may not change drastically over the next few hours or so. But the fact is 294 with their allies is what the BJP needs to be in power. They need the grouping to cross 272. The NDA has those numbers right now. The India Alliance does not have those numbers. Yes, the NDA will form the government with these kind of numbers if they hold true over the next few hours. But clearly a reality check for the BJP and the NDA, a cautionary tale that something the voters feel is not right, something the voters feel needs more attention, something that was missing in the BJP's arsenal over the last 5 years or so, something that the voters are sending a message for. That is something we'll have to wait and see once the government is formed. So there will be a lot of permutations and combinations that they'll have to keep in mind. And this is the reason why you have parties like the TDP who've done well, 16 seats in Andhra Pradesh, JDU 14. So these are allies that will have to be respected, given more portfolios in the alliance because they are crucial to government formation. The BJP is not forming the government on its own, at least for now. To form the government, they need 272. They're not getting that number at this juncture. So let's see what happens over the next few hours. But it's going to be a difficult election, definitely for the BJP. A lot of lessons there for the NDA. 272 is the halfway mark. They have managed to cross it with the NDA. The Congress, along with allies, is around 236 at the moment. So clearly, the NDA is forming the government, but a lot of lessons from this election, and definitely one that we should not have elections in such heat. It was a 7-phase long election. A lot of people fell ill, and it has definitely contributed to lower voter turnout across 7 phases. That's all we have time for. Keep tuning in to CNBC-TV18 for more.
Again, more calls being made since it is about speed dialing people at this point in time. So the Home Minister, we understand, has...
Nearly 2:45 p.m. this afternoon in the state of Karnataka, you have BJP leading in 16 constituencies, their partner and ally JDS leading in 2 constituencies, with the ruling party in the state Congress now leading in 10 constituencies. So in total, for the NDA alliance, it is 18 seats out of 28 that we're talking about. Nowhere near that 2019 sweeping victory that BJP had, winning almost 25 out of 28 seats back in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. Now, if you look at some of the early trends, some of the surprises have come in from the Hassan constituency, where initially you had JDS's Prajwal Revanna leading over the Congress candidate, but now Shreyas Patel from Congress has come out on top. Shreyas Patel is also from the Gowda family. If you recall, the Hassan constituency itself is seen as a stronghold of the Vokaliga community, of the Gowda family, Deve Gowda family. Prajwal Revanna, his grandson, was contesting against Shreyas Patel, who's the grandson of Puttaswamy Gowda, who's a Congress leader, and this generational rivalry has spanned decades. And now it seems that, Prajwal Revanna will be trailing. If you recall, the allegations against him, sexual allegations against Prajwal Revanna, only came out after the voting had concluded in Hassan. So it's difficult to say if they had any impact at all in the JDS, trailing behind in that seat. Apart from that, the surprise for Congress has come in from the Bangalore constituency. Bangalore Central is where you have, Congress leading. And, it's not been in the last 25 years or so. You've never had Congress winning a single Lok Sabha seat from Bangalore. This time around, they may just get lucky with Bangalore Central. Apart from this, we have to see some of the leads in Bangalore Rural. You have BJP CN Manjunath, who's currently leading by about 2.6 lakh votes. DK Suresh, who's the brother of Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister, now DK Shiv Kumar now trailing by, a significant majority. So that is a big upset for Congress coming in. Apart from this, in Bangalore North, again, you have BJP leading by more than 2 lakh seats. Haveri, Hubballi, all of these places where you had former chief ministers contesting, their sons and daughters contesting, that's also turning out to be quite the interesting election. In Shivmoga, which we've been talking about, a three-way fight between B.Y. Raghavendra from BJP, who's come out on top so far, and Congress's Geeta Shivraj-Kumar, and, independent candidate K.S. Ishwarappa, who's a former BJP rebel leader. Here as well, again, BJP leading so far. The final win has yet, however, to be called. In Belgavi, you have former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar from BJP again leading. In Haveri, Basav Raj Bommai leading by a good almost 3.5 lakh votes at the moment. In Hubballi, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi again leading. So that is the picture as far as Karnataka is concerned. Again, to recap, for the NDA, it is 18 out of 28 seats where they are leading. For the Congress, 10 out of 28 seats where the Congress is currently leading. But the final word has not yet been said. A very important state for the BJP because it sees Karnataka as its, a gateway to its ambitions in the southern part of India. So it's going to be important how things play out by the end of the, last votes being counted here in Karnataka.
All right, we're getting you numbers from counting day. Yes, NDA in the lead with 293 seats, but they're down 57 compared to 2019. The India Alliance making big gains. In fact, they're gaining by over 103 seats over 2019 numbers. They've literally gained across all phases. Let's look at how the NDA, the India Alliance, have performed on rural seats. First of all, we're getting you the numbers as they come in. And let's also tell our viewers that these have been the numbers since 12 o'clock. They haven't changed much, really. There might be still a few more phases of counting left, but largely these are the numbers which stand for the last 4 hours or so. The BJP is not close to the majority mark on its own. If you look at a party-wise figure, look at the party-wise performance. The number that you need is 272, and right now you don't have the BJP close to that number. The Congress 98, last time it was 52, the Samajwadi Party 36, they were in low single digits last time. TMC 29, last time they were 22, DMK 22, almost the same performance as last time. TDP doing very well with 16 seats, JDU performing well for the NDA at 13. So clearly the performance of allies has worked in favor of the Congress party in states like Maharashtra, in states like West Bengal, in states like Uttar Pradesh for that matter. Now, let's look at how the different parties have performed across phases. Let me begin by talking about phase 1, 2 and 3. These were phases with the lowest voter turnout, and it seems that in all these first 3 phases, the gains have been for the Congress alliance. If you look at phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, Congress 66, DMK 22, Samajwadi Party 10, Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction 5, CPM 4. Overall, it's a strong gain that they've made all over the country wherever there was a low turnout. In fact, the first 3 phases, the opposition alliance made major gains. Let's look at alliance figures here. Here you have it. Take a look. So 126 out of 282 seats in the first 3 phases went to the India Alliance. They gained by 41 seats. The NDA tally in the first 3 phases came down by 38 seats. That is a significant number. Let's also look at our magic filters here. On seats, what happened on seats where the voter turnout was the lowest in 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Here you have 108 seats which saw a lower voter turnout compared to 2019. The India Alliance actually gained over here with 22 seats. The NDA tally came down by 19. So the India Alliance performing better. So clearly wherever the voting was less in this election, it was the BJP, NDA and RSS voter not coming out. The India Alliance voter came out in big numbers. Let's also look at the rural vote. The rural vote is very crucial in India. Let's bring it up for our viewers and let's see how the parties performed. Clearly, even here, the India Alliance had an advantage. 141 seats for the India Alliance. That is 74 gains, 74 seat gain for the India Alliance and minus 41 for the NDA. So in 338 rural seats, the India Alliance gained its tally. Let's also look at places where the BJP had changed its sitting MP in this election. Remember, more than 102 MPs had been changed. So the BJP had changed their MPs in 120 seats. They lost 32 of these seats compared to 2019. The India Alliance gained 31. Now this gives you a sense of the strong anti-incumbency that the BJP was facing, at least on 120 seats. So wherever they changed MPs, only 88 of those bets paid off for the NDA. Let's look at more filters. Places where the BJP and the Congress had direct fights. Take a look. This is an interesting analysis. 186 seats where the BJP and Congress had direct fights. The tally last time was close to somewhere around 171, 172. That came down by 33 for the NDA. The India Alliance gained 36 seats in these areas. So clearly the Congress putting up a rather tough fight in places like Rajasthan, even in one seat of Gujarat. Maharashtra has been a success story for the India Alliance because the Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray group, the Sharad Pawar NCP group, they've all done better for the India Alliance, and the BJP Alliance, the NDA Alliance, did not work on the ground. Let me go across to Santya now. Santya, you are standing by in Mumbai. Maharashtra has been a political experiment, so to say. You had 6 political parties, 2 major local parties, the NCP and Shiv Sena, were divided. But the advantage seems to have gone to the India Alliance. Yes, the BJP will take heart from the fact that some of their bigger leaders like Piyush Goyal, Nitin Gadkari, they are winning. And some channels have even called that election. But the fact is, the NDA has performed poorly compared to 2019. What is the reason that you're getting from your sources on the ground? Why did the NDA Alliance, their equations, their calculations not work?
So, first of all, I really couldn't hear you because of the audio disturbance, but let me show you what's happening. Right now, I'm at the BJP headquarters, and see, the celebrations, of course, are not on, because even if, when you can see as per the numbers for now that BJP has, BJP is ahead of the Congress party, but still for Maharashtra, for the NDA Alliance, there is no good news. But let me start with, what the alliance anticipated. So here on this side, you can see some dancers. They were here to perform. You can see how they are dressed up. You can see that how. So the reason I'm showing you this, because the NDA Alliance, the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra was sure of crossing 35 seats, slightly lower than the last tally, that was 41 seats for NDA alliance in 2019. But this time, despite all the anti-incumbency and farmer distress issue in Maratha reservation, Mahayuti alliance thought they'll comfortably cross 35. But that's clearly not what's happening. At present, if I talk about the latest numbers, the India alliance is obviously leading, with Uddhav Thackeray's faction scoring 11 seats, and Indian National Congress at once again 11 seats, and NCP's Sharad Pawar NCP also at 5, so they are clearly leading. And though BJP has 12 right now, but it is nothing as compared to what it was in 2019, and its alliance also, that is hardly 5 for Eknath Shinde and 1 for NCP-SP. So NDA alliance, the Mahayuti alliance, is trailing in Maharashtra according to the numbers right now. Now, Parikshit, what are the reasons here? So first, let's start by the anti-incumbency factor that was definitely there. One factor which was absolutely absent in Maharashtra was Modi factor. There was no Modi factor. Brand Modi faded for the people of Maharashtra. People of Maharashtra, even those who voted for the India alliance, did not vote for Modi or Modi factor. They voted for the local leaders. Now let's talk about the other factors here. Maratha reservation. That's that one election issue which really made matters worse for BJP and gave this lead to the India alliance. Maratha reservation was that issue which even BJP knew it is going to cause some damage. So there were many backroom talks which happened with the Maratha leaders, but none of those talks we can see, based on the results for now, did not really bore any fruit for the alliance. There was a lot of anger among the Maratha community, and because of that, because of the confusion that was created after Eknath Shinde-led cabinet came up with a 10% the reservation for the Maratha community in education and jobs, that actually angered OBC community as well, because they thought that now the next step will be to give a complete reservation to the Maratha community on the lines of OBC reservation. So the NDA alliance suffered on both fronts, Maratha community also and the OBC community as well. And that clearly benefited the India alliance. Maratha community voters, in some pockets, they boycotted the elections. And
okay, Sandhya, we'll come back to you. I just want to tell our viewers about Madhya Pradesh. This is a state that the BJP will take heart from. 29 seats all going in the BJP's favor, but there is one upset, and that is the constituency of Chhindwara. The upset is there for the Congress party. Kamal Nath has been winning this seat. This seat has been a bastion of the Congress since the 1950s, and it is Banti Vivek Sahu of the BJP who is in the lead. Not good news for Kamal Nath and the Congress party. Jyotiraj Scindia also winning from Guna. Let me go across to our guests. We've got Charu Pragya of the BJP with us. We have Manu Sundaram of the DMK. Charu Pragya, what really went wrong? What really went wrong? These numbers are not going to change majorly over the next few hours. I've been on a magic wall looking at these numbers, analyzing them since about 12 this afternoon. They've largely been the same. So it means NDA majority, but not BJP majority. Is that something that can be now safely assumed? And would you also, as a BJP spokesperson, admit that?
Parikshit, may I please begin by requesting you to have someone fix my TV screen? I'm unable to see anything. And if we can come back to me within a minute, it will be much, much easier for me to interact. Can you help me with that? I've been trying to get it done.
All right, Charu, somebody from our channel will speak to you. Let me go across now to Manu Sundaram. Manu, what do you think has worked for the India alliance on a national basis? The India alliance is not touching the majority mark. We're looking at the numbers since 12 o'clock. They haven't really changed. What has worked, and any chances that the India alliance will touch the majority mark? Because at this juncture, with these numbers, it looks difficult.
The numbers have changed significantly from, I think, less than 15 hours ago, when all the channels and the exit poll agencies were projecting 400 and 380s and 370s. From that to now, what it seems to be a hung parliament, which is no political party with a clear majority. I think the numbers have changed significantly. I take your point, though, Parikshit, that going ahead, I think the numbers should stabilize probably in another hour or so. That in itself shows how close this election has been. And the closeness of this election and the fact that there is no single party majority resulting in what is potentially a hung parliament itself, I think, symbolizes the complete and utter rejection of the BJP brand of politics and Amit Shah Modi brand of politics. It also signifies the revival of the Indian National Congress and the strength of the opposition campaign against all odds. All odds. Election Commission of India, the Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, media, the polling agencies, and so on. And finally, I think a third lesson for me from the last 6-7 hours that I've been following the trends is that the role of regional parties. Now, this is where I want to come straight to your question, Parikshit. The fact that today, regional parties like Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress, DMK, which I represent, and not only that, the fact that Mr. Modi today relies on Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, who, may I just say, are one phone call away from both alliances, shows the importance of regional aspirations, something that the BJP has completely neglected over the last 5 to 10 years. And I think this has now come to bite them in the back. But having said that, I think it's only fair that every time there is a huge force one side, there must be a counter force. I have not given up that it will be an NDA government. I don't think one can assume. I don't think either of us, and certainly your viewers, have heard from Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu as to whether they will be extending letters of support one way or the other, assuming these trends hold. And until then, I think we should watch very carefully. I believe there is still two possibilities, one led by the BJP and one led by the Congress. Let's see what happens. But I think one thing we can all agree is there is no 400 number, there is no 380 number. All that talk about, the stock market doing something on the 4th of June has all been, seemed to have been cooked up by Mr. Modi. And I think this is a complete rejection of his brand of politics. And the best example for that has been what's happened in Uttar Pradesh during the course of the day. What have they done for Uttar Pradesh? How have the people of Uttar Pradesh responded in these elections? I think in itself is a story that is, trying to understand and
Okay, now, Manu, what I'd also like to ask you, we've got 2019 overall numbers. You're absolutely right. The Congress has made major gains over 2019. So has the TMC, and so has the Sena, the Uddhav Bal Thackeray Sena, because the Sena now stands divided. DMK had won 24 seats on its own in 2019. This time, they're winning about 22. One seat, I believe, is going to the NDA. That is their candidate, PMK. What do you think went wrong with this tally coming down for the DMK, the ruling party in Tamil Nadu?
No, let me correct you there, if I may, please. One is that last time the DMK contested in 2 more seats. Rather, our allies contested in our symbol. That's why it showed as 23 or 24 last time. This time, our allies are contesting in their own symbol. So that is why there is that change. But in fact, last time too, Parikshit, out of 40 in Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, we won 39. This time too, your trends indicate we'll win 39. So we've maintained.
You're winning 39.
39. According to your own trends, we are only losing 1.
Absolutely. And I correct myself. I've brought this up on our magic wall. 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. None for the NDA. There were early leads for the PMK candidate. Not anymore. ADMK, none. So it is the India Alliance. We correct ourselves. It is the India Alliance which is in the lead. And as Manu Sundaram pointing out, the Congress and the DMK and the other alliance partners that they fought with, all of them have won their seats as of now as per the early leads. Let's look at a nationwide picture and let's bring in Uttar Pradesh. Manu was right when he was speaking about Uttar Pradesh because the Samajwadi Party has made major gains here. The Congress has also won more seats. Charu, what really happened? I'd like to bring out an India-wise picture, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it Rajasthan, be it Maharashtra. Something has gone wrong for the Congress party. Even in Karnataka and Telangana, you've not got the numbers you really desired. This is nowhere close to 400 plus, and BJP on its own is not close to the majority mark. So can we now assume that the BJP on its own will not get a majority because these numbers have not changed? since about 12 in the afternoon. And secondly, it will be an NDA government, which will form a majority, not the BJP on its own. Can we assume that?
Parikshit, good afternoon. This is going to be an NDA government like the last one was. And I think we need to look at the positives here. The first positive that I want to indicate is that the entire narrative the opposition wanted to float, assuming they were losing terribly, about the way EVMs cannot be trusted, about the way calls were made to DMs of various districts without any proof, the way the Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Ji was literally instigating people into violence, into being on the streets. AICC even issued a letter. All of that has come to a stop because, as we've been maintaining since always and even today, the will of the people of this country is paramount. They decide who their leadership is, they choose their government, and even this time they've done the same thing. But we also need to remember that this is the first government to be elected back into power for a third consecutive term. It's not happened since Nehruji's times, and that is massive. We've made inroads into areas where we didn't have a government before. We've done well in Andhra Pradesh. We've done really well in Odisha. That's the first time we'll be forming government in these places. We have MPs from Kerala now. Our vote share is increasing in Tamil Nadu. So if you were to ask me, I think when we come up with a slogan like Ab ki baar 400 par, it's like Fir ek baar Modi Sarkar, it's like Namo again. And these slogans should be looked at as positive messaging for all our Karyakartas, and that's exactly what we have done. We've worked extremely hard. We have delivered on our promises. The last 5 years have been incredible, and I'm looking forward to the next 5 years of doing more very good work, which takes India into being a developed country very soon.
All right, thanks, Charu. Just I'll request you to stay with us. Even in Kerala, the latest leads that we are getting in Trivandrum, Shashi Tharoor seems to be winning now comfortably with over 12,000 to 13,000 votes. Earlier, Rajiv Chandrasekhar was in the lead there, but there is one constituency that the BJP will take heart from, and that is where Suresh Gopi of the BJP was contesting. And in Thrissur, Suresh Gopi is leading. We're getting you pictures of Shashi Tharoor on our screens. Remember, Shashi Tharoor was fighting for a consecutive term from Trivandrum. He was fighting against Rajiv Chandrasekhar. It was said that if there is any seat in Kerala that the BJP will win, it will be the seat of Trivandrum. But this seat is going to Shashi Tharoor at this juncture. We're getting you those pictures of Shashi Tharoor. He seems to be quite lucky, and this will be a close contest for him, because for the last few hours, Rajiv Chandrasekhar was leading, and then he was trailing by about 4,000 to 3,000 votes. Now that lead has widened and Shashi Tharoor is gaining by about 40 to 15,000. Some have even called that election that yes, Shashi Tharoor has won, but clearly Rajiv Chandrasekhar put up a very tough fight against him. Do you see, Manu Sundaram, that in the South Zone you have the NDA making gains this time around, be it increasing the vote share in the South Zone in states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, but also winning a seat in Kerala?
For them some solace after the fact that Mr. Modi's own seat in Varanasi looked a little bit dicey in the early part of the morning. And I'm sure they can take some solace from the fact that vote shares have gone up in some places, but definitely not in Tamil Nadu. As of 2 p.m., the actual BJP vote share stands at 10% in Tamil Nadu. And compared to, the earlier election in 2014 when they had more vote share. So I think you can say all of this to sort of do some damage control and feel better for yourself. But the fact is that you're nowhere close to the 400 that you said you would bring. You're nowhere close to the clear dominant force that you once were. This is definitely a sign that BJP's politics has been rejected across the country, not just in Tamil Nadu and in other parts. In the south, of course, again, they spoke a big game in Karnataka, which turned out to be a damn squib for BJP. And in Andhra, it's really not their victory, to claim. I think they need to be a little bit more fair to Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and his efforts there and not claim this as a BJP victory, especially because they're now going to be depending on Mr. Naidu for support to even form government, So therefore, like I said, I just want to come back to the fact that Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar are one phone call away from both alliances. And I hope BJP is not already starting to think about anything beyond this afternoon, because I still feel it's a long way to go. I know it's 3:30 p.m. on counting day, but nobody knows exactly how some of these seats where it's less than 5,000, 4,000 vote margins are going to turn out. So I think we will have to take a
So,
call
Manu,
on the
is
day.
it comfortable to say that next few hours, both alliances will work towards government formation? It's not a given. Even the DMK, the India Alliance, may head to the President's house to stake claim to form the government. Do you think all those efforts are underway right now?
Absolutely, Parikshit. I think it is still an open game. That's the point I want to make. It is still a hung parliament at best. There is no clear indication one way or the other. Mr. Nitish Kumar was not even in the NDA alliance 6 months ago. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, like I said, he doesn't need the BJP. He is now forming government in Andhra on his own accord, and he doesn't need the BJP, or he doesn't owe anything to the Bharatiya Janata Party. So I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party should take it for granted that they can count on their allies. On the other hand, like I said, the phones have been working all morning, all afternoon. All the senior leaders are in touch with each other. They're all old-time war horses. They know how this game is played. So next 2 hours, you should keep your eye firmly on the TV screen. That is the viewers, not.
All right. Thank you very much, Manu, for joining us. And I'd like to thank Charu Pragya as well. This is the nationwide tally as of now. Clearly, things not looking very good for the India Alliance. Things not looking very good for the NDA Alliance. So let's see how the numbers pan out. The NDA is at about 290 on its own. The India Alliance is at around 230, but the numbers could change, and the India Alliance says that they will stake claim to form the government once the final numbers come out, and there will be efforts to stitch an alliance. That's all we have time for, but we will keep getting you updates from across the country.
Hello and welcome to the CNBC-TV18 HDFC Sky election headquarters with our special election broadcast. I'm Shireen Bhan. The big stories that we're tracking for you today on counting day, on verdict day. The NDA is set to return power for a third consecutive term, but the BJP falls short of a majority as of now. Allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu likely to play kingmakers. The opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters eat humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. A big jolt for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. Opposition leads in 42 out of the 80 seats. Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party emerges as the single largest. Smriti Irani set to lose Amethi. Rahul Gandhi wins Raebareli by a staggering margin. Gains in Bihar, Odisha, Andhra and Telangana keep the NDA above the majority mark. Nitish Kumar's JDU is leading in all 13 seats in Bihar. BJP gains over 15 seats in Odisha. The NDA gains over 25 seats in Andhra and Telangana. Stock markets plunge as the BJP falls short of majority. The Sensex and the Nifty down 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. The opposition alliance gains over 70 seats across rural India. The NDA loses 40 seats. India bloc also gains over 20 seats in semi-urban areas. The NDA leads in urban India even after losing about 5 seats. It's a super Tuesday that no exit poll predicted. The BJP-led NDA has crossed the halfway mark comfortably, but the BJP, as per the latest trends, is looking like it will fall short of the 272 magic number. So that is the story at this point in time. 243 for the BJP, 295 for the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu, whose Telugu Desam party has stormed back to power in Andhra Pradesh, defeating Jagan Mohan Reddy, is likely to play kingmaker. Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar also likely to play a pivotal role in the formation of the next government. But the big headline, the opposition is alive and it is kicking. Pollsters eat humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. The Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. So recouping some of the major losses that it's seen over the last 10 years, but still improving and bettering on its 2019 performance. Let's go across now to my colleague Parikshit Luthra. He's standing by with the election magic wall. Parikshit, take us through what we know as far as vote share is concerned, also where things currently stand on some of those close fights, the tight fights.
You know, Shireen, over the last few hours, we've been speaking to spokespersons from all parties, and the opposition is saying it's game on. We're heading for a hung parliament. If the BJP is not getting majority on its own, it doesn't matter whether the NDA has majority or not, because the opposition, the India alliance, will make every attempt to form the government. Leaders like Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are just a phone call away. They are heading for a hung parliament, is what the DMK is saying. So clearly, over the next few hours, there is going to be a lot of tussle when it comes to government formation. So all eyes on Rahul Gandhi's press conference now at 5:30. And let's see if the PM also addresses workers at the BJP headquarters. So a major setback for the NDA, especially in states like Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. This is where the losses have largely come from. 55 seats down compared to 2019. The India Alliance doing much better with 103 gains over last time's performance in 2019. Now let's bring up certain filters. I'd like to show our viewers how the NDA and the opposition alliance has performed in the rural seats. Now, there are 338 rural seats in India. The NDA tally has fallen by 40. So clearly, be it issues related to farmers, issues related to inflation, poverty, joblessness, all of that has been an issue. And somewhere on these 40 seats, the NDA has not been able to capture the imagination of the voter. The India Alliance making steady gains all across the country. It's not about one particular state or two states. They have made big gains all across, even in states like Rajasthan in big numbers, also in Telangana. Now, let's show our viewers how the parties performed in the first few phases, especially on seats where there was low voter turnout. This was a concern for the BJP, and these statistics will show our viewers what went wrong. Now, these were the seats across the country. Around, all right, just a quick correction here. Yes. Now, let's look at the seats with the lowest turnout. There were 108 seats out of 543, which had the lowest turnout. The India Alliance winning 58 here, the NDA 47, 58 with a gain of 22. This clearly shows that wherever there was a low voter turnout, it was the BJP RSS voter not coming out to vote. And finally, the filter for the first 4 phases. These will show you how the India Alliance has actually gained across first 4 phases. Here are the numbers. 378 seats in the first 4 phases. The NDA tally came down by 23. The India Alliance gained by 58. And finally, let's show you the tight fights. The BJP Congress direct fights. Here are the numbers. There were 186 where there were direct fights between the BJP and the Congress. The NDA winning 138, down 33 seats compared to last time. So wherever there was a direct fight, the India Alliance has gained. And finally, just one more filter that I'd like to bring our viewers. There were more than 102 MPs that the BJP had changed. How did that work for the BJP? Well, there were 120 seats in total where the NDA changed their seats out of 543. Only 88 of those candidates have won, 32 have lost. So a lot of these statistics tell a story. When the NDA tally has come down, it's not because of one factor or one particular state. All over the country, there has been some issue. If you speak about low voter turnout, that is a problem. Rural vote, that is also a problem. Tamil Nadu, a state that they focused on in a big way, it's been a clean sweep. The Congress, the DMK alliance, and all the alliance parties that they stuck to, all of them have won in Tamil Nadu. The BJP could not make inroads. They are happy with the fact that they've increased their vote share, but no seat won. Right now, they're winning 1 seat in Kerala, that is Thrissur, with Shashi Tharoor most probably winning Trivandrum. With that, it's back to you.
Well, thanks very much, Parikshit. I think Trivandrum has been called in favor of Shashi Tharoor. I saw him doing a soundbite just a short while ago, so it looks like that is done and dusted. But it's not done and dusted overall at this point in time, and that is what the stock markets are reacting to. The markets plunged as the BJP fell short of majority. At least at this point in time, that is what the leads indicate. The Sensex and the Nifty fell over 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market cap worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. Prashant is here with the details. Prashant, I guess it's early days to talk about whether there's been a bottom that's been achieved or a floor that's been set as far as the market is concerned, because, we don't know what the political dynamics are likely to be and how this is going to play itself out. Many on the channel said that this is a great opportunity to buy. Many others said that, look, it's time to wait and watch. So how would you sum up the mood in the market today and what you expect them to do from here on?
I mean, it's a pretty sort of bad outcome from a purely stock market point of view, Shireen, in every which way. And I think the prices kind of show us that because, for the first time, so first of all, the actual results for both the BJP and the NDA falling far short of exit polls and expectations in general, which then means that even if the NDA comes closer to 300, and I mean those numbers are evolving as you were discussing, they'll have to run a government with the help and support of other parties, right? That I don't think that was in the base case of anyone out there. Even those who were saying, well, they'll they'll fall short of what they were able to do 303 last time. It was always the base case that they'll sort of get to about maybe the bearish case was about 280, 285 in that zone. And then if you add the allies on, and you'll be somewhere in the 310, 315, 320 zone, right? That was the sort of bearish kind of base case. But the fact is that, they're well short. Even if the NDA gets to about 300, the BJP will be well short, unless and until these numbers really change. And then, of course, it could be a different story tomorrow. So I think that is the real worry. So, and what that means is there has to be a bit of reset in terms of expectations. First of all, the first level impact is uncertainty, because, till the government is formed and all the talk about that all of us heard from everyone, which was in the program from the morning, about whether there'll be a shift in policy, what kind of shift, whether there will be one, whether they'll go more populist, whether that is needed. We don't know. So that is one. First level is uncertainty. And I think the second level, of course, is the fact that both positioning and valuations, the starting point for both those things has been at a bit of an extreme. All right, people have complained about valuations for a while now, but markets rarely just correct purely on that one front because valuations are too high, because something is trading at very high valuations. It usually needs a trigger, and this was the trigger, I guess, right? So I think that is the second level, which is a bit of derating in terms of multiples, reset in terms of growth expectations, return expectations sort of more powerfully. I think all of that, will be in the mix. It's a lot of it is, of course, psychological, and you'd wait for actual hard cues. But I think all of this will be going through the minds of many who are tracking what's happened to their portfolios today and beyond as well. PSUs, Shireen, right? Just take a look at the cracks we've seen in the PSU index today. We've seen 20% falls across the board. And there are a few of these indices themselves, PSC, PSU Bank, CPSC, and that tells you, that's been the best performing part of the market for the last, I think, about 6 months, 8 months more, depending on when one got in. It's been clearly the leader, and the correction there tells you that there is a deep sense of disappointment looking at the election results. But as they say, life goes on. Market participants will come back, reassess, reset expectations, but that may take a while. That's the point I'm making. We've been talking about the stock markets all day, but look at the rupee. Rupee has also come up about 0.75%. The dollar rupee went up about 0.75%. And there could be a bit of a slow burn all the way to 84 kind of levels as well. Of course, there the RBI is pretty active, and they wouldn't want too much volatility in either direction. Bond yields, I think, have also risen. Lata was talking about that earlier. So it's a bit of a risk-off kind of a move broadly that we've seen gone on today. And I think it's not done yet, as you sort of tossed to me by saying the numbers are still trickling in. And by the time things are settled, I think tomorrow we'll continue to track how things progress as far as stock markets go.
Well, yes, and things are changing still. We've seen a stunning reversal as far as constituencies in Mumbai are concerned. Varsha Gaikwad now in the lead, and she's up against Ujjwal Nikam of the BJP. So that just tells you that, as we've been saying, that it's not done till it's done. But that's the latest tally: 297, 230 for India. Up 112, 297 for the NDA, down 56. We are going to go across to our team of reporters. They're standing by at various party headquarters across the country to tell you what is expected from here on. The exit polls didn't get it right this time around, and now the power play begins.
No, I would say that the BJP focused very, very hard on Thiruvananthapuram as also on Thrissur. And in some ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure of the scale of their defeats in Thiruvananthapuram, because they put the same amount of effort, serious focus, national campaigners coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work. And they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala.
Well, that was Shashi Tharoor leading from Thiruvananthapuram, set to retain that seat by winning the Lok Sabha election for a 4th consecutive term. He was up against Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and Shashi Tharoor, it is there from Thiruvananthapuram. Ritu joins us now from the BJP headquarters in Karnataka. I would imagine celebrations underway, Ritu, but of course they were hoping for a clean sweep. It hasn't quite turned out that way.
Yes, Shireen. In fact, the mood here is kind of sober compared to what we saw earlier in the day. Yes, you know, from the numbers that have come in so far, and numbers are still trickling in, the Bharatiya Janata Party has emerged as the majority party for this state, for the 28 seats, Lok Sabha seats in the state of Karnataka. It has declared victory in Chitradurga and is leading in 15 others, whereas the JDS, which contested 3 seats, has been leading in at least 2 of them, with the Congress, the ruling party in the state, leading in another 10. So nowhere near the 2019 kind of sweep that we saw from the BJP. In terms of the big takeaways as well, big loss of face for Congress, for the likes of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, with Congress losing, or rather trailing, in both Mysore and Bengaluru rural constituencies. The Vokaliga and Lingayat votes in the rural part of the Karnataka, they've clearly worked out in favor of the BJP and the JDS and voted strongly against the Congress from the numbers that we've been seeing so far. For JDS, out of the 3 seats that they contested, and remember JDS is in alliance with the BJP in the state, they're leading in 2 with Mandya, with HD Kumaraswamy, and Kolar with Mallesh Babu. For Congress, it is states like Bellary, Bidar, Chikkodi and Gulbarga where the Congress has been leading, and for BJP, of course, like I said, 16 constituencies where they've been ahead. The big surprise coming in from Hassan, which is seen as a JDS bastion, where Prajwal Revanna, the sitting MP in the eye of the storm, facing multiple counts of sexual allegations, has actually been trailing, and Shreyas M. Patel from Congress leading there by a wide majority. I have in fact with me, some of the party workers from the Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDS to get a quick check. Ma'am, you're from the BJP. Just a quick word to our viewers. What is the mood here among the party workers? Is this the kind of numbers that, the party was expecting in the state?
This was not our expecting number, which we won, but still we are happy, and we are going to form the government in the central again. Narendra Modi ji will become a PM, and BJP will be forming the government.
Sure. Why do you think BJP was not able to deliver on as many seats as it did in 2019, like it was expecting it may have done this time as well?
It could be in between internal politics. I hope you know, when we expected the worst result when the MLA election is in the Karnataka, 130 seats won by Congress, that is only because of a freebies, not because of any promise. And today, people are suffering because of that freebies. And now you can see the result. We won almost more than 15 seats MP in Karnataka.
Yeah.
Which people have showed, people have seen that what Congress government has delivered to the public.
All right.
So we are very happy, and this JDS also we part of us, and they also have won. So we are very happy that we are going to, within 1 week, we are going to form the government in the central.
For JDS, out of the 3 seats you contested, you're only leading in 2. What do you think happened there?
Actually, we were expecting the 3 seats in Karnataka, but because of some issues that was going on the last moment, it was a Congress government do some CD and R pen drive that issues, so that we have lost the 1 seat in Karnataka.
Well, for our viewers, do keep in mind those allegations came to the fore after the voting had concluded in the constituency of Hassan. But that said, important numbers coming in from the state of Karnataka, a very crucial state for the Bharatiya Janata Party, seen as its gateway for its ambitions in the southern part of India. So numbers still trickling in. It's not done till it's done. But the BJP leading as of now.
Yes, it is on 17 seats in Karnataka and the Congress leading in 9, the JDS in 2. But the exit polls were predicting a sweep for the BJP. It hasn't quite turned out that way. Let's go across to Santhya now. She joins us from the BJP office in Mumbai. Santhya, you know, the battle for Maharashtra was always going to be a tough one to figure out, to call in this election season. And it looks like the splitting of the Sena, the splitting of the NCP at this point in time going in favor of the India alliance.
Absolutely, Shireen. And see, after UP, if there is any state where BJP and the India alliance is suffering massive losses, that's Maharashtra. Right now, we are outside BJP headquarters, and as you can see, it's far from buzzing. Let me try and speak to some of the party workers and see what they have to say about this. Namaskar, ma'am. Party worker हैं आप?
मैं पार्टी वर्कर कार्यकर्ता बीजेपी की स्टेट घाटकों पर. My name is Darsana Desai. I'm 63 years old. I usually come and always where the party is working, going on.
Okay.
And even this time I will sit in the polling agent as a
lovely. So Darshana ma'am, I think you are the right person. First of all, you are looking lovely with your pearl necklace. Yeah. So it's a very bittersweet sort of a situation for you with BJP yeah. Still has some go ahead, some upper hand at the yeah. But Maharashtra, why do you think BJP and NDA is suffering losses in Maharashtra?
बीजेपी इंडिया गठबंधन अपने को क्यों मतलब कम सीट मिली यूं महाराष्ट्र में जी ये क्योंकि मेरा ख्याल से ये दो जुट हो गए शिंदे जुट हाँ और ये उद्धव ठाकरे का जुट ऐसे ही एनसीपी में भी अजीत पवार का जुट और शरद पवार लोगों ने मेरा ख्याल ये है कि लोगों ने सोचा कि कई लोगों ने कि मैं किसको वोट दूं उलझन में पड़ गए ये सही बात
आपको लगता है अजीत पवार को शिंदे को शामिल करना दो पार्टियों को तोड़ना महंगा पड़ गया बीजेपी को महाराष्ट्र में
यही कारण है मेरी सोचे कि इसके वजह से अपने महाराष्ट्र में बहुत सारी लॉस खाई तो महाराष्ट्र में कभी अपने इतनी लॉस नहीं खाते थे लेकिन इसकी वजह से डेफिनेटली लॉस हुई कई लोगों का ये बयान है क्योंकि इसकी वजह से महाराष्ट्र में लॉस हुई है
So, Shireen, as you saw, she also said the same thing, that the alliance and the way the Mahayuti alliance was formed in Maharashtra, that's something that did not sit well with the party workers. Let me try and get across some more party workers here. So, for Maharashtra, BJP headquarters, ma'am, आप लोग party workers हैं, आप में से कोई? भाजपा party workers हैं, आप लोगों में से कोई? भाजपा party workers हैं? अच्छा, मुझे ये जानना है कि ये जो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ है बीजेपी को नहीं मिले हैं अच्छे नंबर्स महायुति को अच्छे नंबर्स नहीं मिले हैं क्या अजीत पवार का खास करके अजीत पवार का शामिल होना भारी पड़ गया आप लोगों को
आई डोंट नो अजीत पवार का नहीं पता है
आपको आपके हिसाब से क्या लगता है कहाँ नुकसान हो गया आप कुछ समझ पा रहे हैं नुकसान कहाँ पे हुआ आप लोगों को ओके सो एंड वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड ऑब्वियसली दे हैव नथिंग टू ऐड हियर नथिंग टू से बिकॉज ऑफ द नंबर्स आप में से कोई पार्टी वर्कर्स हैं भाजपा के आप पार्टी वर्कर हैं अच्छा okay let me go across that side Shireen and in the meantime let me talk about not just the factor of course the way the two regional
we'll come back Santhya we will come back to you Santhya, we will come back to you. Ashmit is standing by at the Congress headquarters. Let's go across to Ashmit. We'll come back to you. He spoke with the Youth Congress leader, B.V. Srinivas. Let's listen in. We are given to understand at this point in time that there will be a meeting of the India Alliance on the 5th of June. And here's Ashmit in conversation with B.V. Srinivas of the Congress.
So firstly, let me begin by congratulating you. The numbers are quite different from what we saw on Saturday evening. The exit polls gave a very different picture. This morning when we woke up and then slowly as the day has progressed, there's a very different electoral picture emerging.
That is the Modi's number. The Modi number, that is, we cannot believe this nation. Modi and WhatsApp university number, that is. Now they got to know many people are there showing like anything. I don't want to go on that much. But this is the election. This youth of this country, they got to know what BJP done last 10 years, nothing, zero. You ask Narendra Modi's report card is zero. You don't have one cup was only rate card and 8 rate card they have, that's it. So only one leader, Rahul Gandhi ji, is fight like anything to save constitution and democracy, and is always fight for all kind of sector people, youth, student, and small businessman, woman, kisan. Means always is fighting parliament to road.
Let me ask you one question that is topmost on everyone's mind. Who's forming the next government?
India Gathbandhan. 100% India Gathbandhan is doing form a government.
The numbers are still short of that magic number.
But they are making the purposely the counting is going to make slow. Why? They got to know. So that's why they, this old history of Chandigarh mayor election, what they did in front of the camera. So no one is believed. They want only power. For that they can do anything. So no one believes. This only one PM. No one is believe PM word. You know what all is promises. All promises. What all he given. Means very cheap statements on this during election. Whatever it in Corona time. What is given to do nation.
Sure.
This is Tali Bajao and Tar Chalao, Corona is Bhag Jayega. Means he is given all these cheap statements in the during election. People are everyone watching. Main thing, this another 1 hour will going to get good number, but that's why they are scared.
Well, slow counting is one concern that was red flagged by Mr. Jairam Ramesh as well. Let me ask you one more question. That in terms of coming to power, you were saying that the India Alliance will come to power. That many psephologists, experts say will require smart engineering in terms of getting the right candidates, getting the right parties. Are you confident of maybe swinging some major parties and leaders from the opposition camp, from the NDA camp to your camp?
I have a strong confidence.
Would you care?
Well, that is Ashmit there at the Congress headquarters. More breaking news just coming in. It is likely that Supriya Sule may have won that battle of Baramati. It's the big battle. The Sharad Pawar bastion of Baramati. Supriya Sule winning from Baramati is what we're given to understand. The Election Commission yet to update that on its website, but News 18's Election Hub is projecting that Sule is winning from Baramati. She was up against Ajit Pawar's wife. And remember, this is, as we've been pointing out, has really been that prestige battle after the split of the NCP itself. We will get more on that. Joining us now is Mr. R.C. Bhargav, the chairman of Maruti. Mr. Bhargav, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC-TV18. Mr. Bhargav, you're a veteran of many elections, many election verdicts, many governments, coalition and majority governments as well. It hasn't gone as per plan. It certainly hasn't gone as per what the exit polls were suggesting. What do you make of the verdict so far?
Well, certainly it has not gone as was predicted in the opinion polls and the kind of media information which was being circulated before the election. But the fact remains that the same government which was in power in the last 10 years is going to be in power in the next 5 years. Now, there is a difference, of course, because the majority is much reduced. The BJP on its own does not have a majority, so there are some changes. But I'm sure that all the leaders which we have are very seasoned politicians, and they will find a way of making this work. As an industry man, Shireen, I think mine and I think most industrialists' concern is that the very positive policies which were in place for promoting competitive manufacturing, for the growth of industry, for doing business in a far more easier manner, that they should continue unchanged. The climate for industrial growth, manufacturing growth should continue. And there should not be any unexpected or negative impacts on policies because of this.
No, absolutely. I think that is the fear as far as industry and the stock markets goes. But Mr. Bhargav, if you take a look at the manifestos of the India Alliance, and at this point in time, there's no reason to believe that it won't be a BJP-led NDA that will form the government. And even if it were to be the NDA and not the BJP as a single majority party, I mean, you have the likes of Chandrababu Naidu who are going to be part of the government. He's one of the most progressive chief ministers. He's somebody who has courted investors in Davos well before, Prime Minister Modi discovered Davos, etc. So, from that perspective, is this overblown, the fear that perhaps there could be a change in track as far as economic policy is concerned?
I don't think that whether it's a state government by a different party or the BJP state government or any regional party, that any state government will deliberately adopt policies which will slow down the growth of industry and therefore the creation of jobs and create more problems for themselves by doing that. I think that would be like shooting yourself in the foot, because over these years, I think everybody has recognized that the main problems in India are creation of adequate employment for the youth. And for that, you have to have industrial growth. You have to have manufacturing growth. You have to have the demand for products rising, and you have to create the infrastructure for that to happen. And I don't think that any party, any government will actually, if it comes to the crunch, want to do something which is contrary to what I'm saying.
No, I agree with you, Mr. Bhargav. And, Maruti has a presence across different states, from Haryana, from Manesar to, of course, the state of Gujarat. And, you have a large supply base, and your supply base operates from all parts of the country, from the south to, of course, the north. So my point is that if you look at not just the central government, if you look at states as well, chief ministers now realize you have to deliver on growth, you have to deliver on investment, you have to deliver on jobs. There is, in fact, a competition underway to try and draw in both domestic and foreign investors. So, this expectation that there is going to be some dramatic change and we're going to move much more into welfareism and, fiscal prudence is going to be a thing of the past and so on and so forth. Again, in your experience, do you believe that that is a legitimate concern, or do you believe it's being overdone?
Some states may adopt different policies because some parties have come to power on certain promises which were made to the elections. But I think what you said, Shireen, I completely agree with you that what we've seen in the last several years now is the tremendous interest which state governments have in attracting investments and manufacturing companies into their states. All of them, I mean, when we were looking at our expansion, we've had so many states, and they were not BJP states, who were coming to us and offering all kinds of incentives and support for Maruti to come to this state. So I think what you're saying is absolutely correct. I think all states, irrespective of their political rulers, recognize the importance of industrial activity in creating employment and wealth as a result thereof.
Right. Mr. Bhargav, just hang in there, sir. We are just going to go across to my colleague Abhimanyu. He's been standing by at the BJP headquarters for a quick mood check. I'll come back to you in just a bit, Mr. Bhargav. I'd appreciate your patience. Abhi, what's going on? Lots of meetings underway, I believe, at Party President J.P. Nadda's residence. What's happening at the headquarters?
Well, currently it's a wait-and-watch situation as far as the BJP headquarters are concerned. There, of course, would be meetings which would be underway internally, but as far as the headquarters are concerned, the mood is quite somber out here. It's a wait-and-watch situation. Everyone is treading with trepidation as far as the BJP strategy is concerned. There are also subdued sort of celebrations. Of course, the BJP workers, the few of them we interacted with in course of the day, they had indicated that they, of course, are happy with BJP turning out to be the single largest party. However, the party is still short of a full majority. So it remains to be seen what exactly is going to be their strategy. And also, interestingly, as far as the results are concerned, based on the trends which have started solidifying already from the Election Commission, it has been indicated, of course, that in as many as 19 seats, there are parties who have won just a single seat. So, of course, a lot of fragmentation of seats which has been observed in this election particularly. There are as many as 19 seats which have seen a party win just one seat, which includes parties like the BJD and the Shiromani Akali Dal. Several other parties like the Aam Aadmi Party have also won 2 or 3 seats or are in course of winning that based on the leads which are available. So the vote has been fragmented across parties. It's not a majority, a clear majority for any party. And of course, both the NDA as well as the Indie Alliance are quoting not just their own allies, but also the alliance partners of the other alliance. So all parties, of course, are in a huddle mode and they are reaching out to all possible partners. And by the end of the day, of course, it would become clearer what exactly is the real picture.
Yes, Abhimanyu, we will come back to you. The counting still underway across many seats, though there are winners that have now been announced, including many in parts of India like Karnataka, Himachal, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and so on and so forth. Mr. Bhargav, coming back to you now, what would the expectation really be at this point in time if, in fact, it is coalition government with the BJP not being in majority? What do you think the likely policies could be? Do you believe that, for instance, they do have that dividend that's coming from the Reserve Bank of 1 lakh crore rupees as a buffer? Do you see the announcement, for instance, of more social schemes in the budget come July?
I think the BJP, as the largest party, will obviously be called upon to form the government. That's the tradition which has always been there. And I expect that the political management side of BJP will be strong enough to ensure that they make a very viable coalition with parties which are very much aligned to their way of thinking about where India should go and how India should go. So I'm not particularly worried that we will suddenly have a very big difference in the kind of government which we are going to have. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yes, Mr. Bhargav, it's been an absolute pleasure. Many thanks for joining us today as we decode the electoral results. We are still, of course, waiting for the final results, but as we decode the direction that these elections have taken and the implications for India and for its economy. Many thanks for joining us. Let me go across to my colleague Timsy Jaipuria. She joins us as well. Timsy, it's going to be disappointment for the Aam Aadmi Party. They were hoping that this time around they would be able to open their account in Delhi. That's not been the case. It continues to be the BJP in pole position in Delhi and even in Punjab. So Arvind Kejriwal, who of course has returned to Tihar, not going to be a happy man today.
Well, as you rightly said, the Aam Aadmi Party was actually hoping to open their account in New Delhi. And to be precise, out of all the 7 seats, none of the seats are in favor where they actually came in alliance with Congress as well. When we talk of Punjab, a state where they are already forming the state government, where in these Lok Sabha elections they have won 3 seats is what the current estimates show, that they are ahead on 3 seats, where Congress in Punjab is ahead at 7 seats. When we talk of the 3 seats, one of the key seats here is Hoshiarpur, where Aam Aadmi Party is actually leading the space. And to be precise, Aam Aadmi Party was not hoping to be making big numbers, but yes, they were hoping some sort of a relief coming in Delhi, in Punjab, in Haryana, and some sort of a disappointment there. But yes, hoping for a better result next time. The party is saying that when it comes to the Delhi state elections, they will continue to hold the majority there. But yes, as of now, when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections, not that sort of a performance that the party was aiming, keeping in mind that the party leader Arvind Kejriwal got 21 days to campaign and he was in full swing when it comes to campaigning, meeting the India bloc, the top leadership there, also holding a lot of rallies, be it Punjab, Haryana or Delhi. But yes, the magic seemed to be missing here.
Yes, it is missing indeed. It hasn't worked for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. It hasn't worked for the Congress either. Remember, they were in an alliance here in Delhi and it hasn't worked for them. But that is the nature of elections. Time for us to head into a short break. But up next, we will give you the latest tally. 296 for the NDA, 244 for the BJP, 231 for the India Alliance. We're back in a moment with more.
I'm in a very totally ecstatic mode now, because what was so very impossible has become gloriously possible. I'll work for Kerala as a whole. I think my first pick will be to have the aims. If your chief minister will find the place which the central team, the medical council, the aims body will find suitable, if he buys up the land, then we'll have it there. Otherwise, we'll wait till the time when people will give us a proper mandate, not just governance, a proper mandate to decide. And then we'll pick that region.
0.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. but that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support. It was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Thiruvananthapuram. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose. No, my commitment to Thiruvananthapuram is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram, and I stand by my mission.
देखिए, संभव तो अवश्य है, क्योंकि इंडिया गठबंधन की कल बड़ी बैठक दिल्ली में होने वाली है। उसमें फैसला होगा कि क्या किसी और को जो हमारे गठबंधन में नहीं थे उन्हें कोई न्योता दिया जाए, उन्हें कोई पद दिया जाए। कौन कौन से लोग? जैसे नीतीश कुमार जी है, जैसे चंद्रबाबू नायडू या और कोई लोग हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि मैं समझता हूँ कि अंतर बहुत कम रहेगा। एनडीए का और इंडिया गठबंधन का जो कुल संख्या आएगी तो अंतर बहुत ज्यादा नहीं रहेगा।
एक बार अंतिम रिजल्ट आ जाए, मैं मानता हूं बहुत सी ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर बहुत कम मार्जिन से अभी भी हार जीत का फैसला होना है। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूं कि एनडीए का प्रदर्शन पहले ही बहुत बेहतर रहा है। जो आंकलन लगाए जा रहे थे, जिस तरीके से विपक्षी दल दावा करते थे कि एक तरफा हो जाएगा, सूपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा, खाता तक नहीं खोलने देंगे, उसके बनिस्बत जो एनडीए गठबंधन का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो काबिले तारीफ रहा है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि फाइनल रिजल्ट आते आते हम लोग का बहुत बेहतर है।
Our entire party, cadre, our leaders, all of them, they have worked tirelessly, and people have also endorsed the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. And as far as your next question is concerned, BJP as a whole, we are expecting more, but number of seats have come down. But NDA, we have got clear majority.
पार्टी जो है ना यूज टू है ये प्यार की, यहाँ नफरत की राजनीति चलती नहीं है। ठीक है, आप देखो मतदाता जो हमारा होता है वो हमारा मालिक होता है, तो अगर हम उसको नौकरी की तरह ट्रीट करने लग जाएंगे तो चीज़ें फिर सामान्य नहीं रहेंगी।
तो क्या आपको लगता है कि स्मृति ईरानी की तरफ से ऐसा बिहेवियर ऐसा दिखाया गया उनकी तरफ से? जो
यार गांव में घूमी है ना, मतलब प्रधानों से बात करी है, कोटेदारों से बात की है, तो वो सारी स्थिति को बता देंगे आपको कि क्या है। क्योंकि मेरा कहना तो उचित नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे सामने वो प्रत्याशी रही हैं, तो महिला हैं, तो मैं उनके सम्मान में कोई गलत बात नहीं बोलूँगा।
आज बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिन है जब हम पूरे देश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को देश की जनता ने बहुमत देकर फिर से सरकार में आने का अवसर प्रदान किया है।
Hello and welcome to the Editors Roundtable. We're joining you from the CNBC-TV18 HDFC Sky election headquarters with the big story today. The NDA has managed a majority, but the BJP has fallen short of the magic number of 272. In fact, it will be important to see whether it crosses 250 on its own. The opposition is still alive and kicking. The Congress has delivered its best ever Lok Sabha performance since 2009. So it's reclaimed and recouped the big reversal that it has seen. But of course, a long distance to go for the Congress party still. The markets tumbled as the NDA tally came well below what the exit polls were projecting. Dalal Street has seen the biggest single-day drop in the last 4 years. Market capitalization worth 30 lakh crore rupees being wiped out in a single day. It has been volatile and all over the place. Hello and welcome to the Editors Roundtable. I'm Shireen Bhan, and with me the team of CNBC TV18, Prashant Nair, Nigel D'Souza and Nimesh, and of course we'll be joined by our guests as well. Gentlemen, many thanks for joining us. Prashant, to you first. You know, as we've been discussing through the course of the day, it has been volatile to say the least. The market holding on to any little bit of information coming in as far as the elections are concerned. But, you know, on the back of the conversations that you've had with investors so far, where do we go from here?
I mean, there is still shock and disbelief. And Shireen, I mean, you know, I had from 3:30 till now, I had a couple of more calls with people. And there is still expectation that, you know, the numbers may turn, numbers can sort of increase. I mean, it can get closer to the 272 mark for the BJP alone. I mean, you know, it's I guess it's a combination of things. It's just, first of all, the fact that there's very strong recency bias, right? I mean, the BJP has been sort of this juggernaut in election after election after election. And of course, add to that the fact that the exit polls and expectations, etc., were so one-sided. So I think, you know, the first reaction is just sort of shock. And you heard many of the people who came on the program over the last many sort of hours talk about that as well. Now, from a market perspective, you know, as things stand right now, and this is still, of course, fluid because numbers are coming in, BJP is set to lose its outright majority in Parliament. I think that's the big headline, which means that Prime Minister Modi, for the first time, will have to run a coalition government. And that is the natural implication. A coalition government then could mean potential changes to cabinet ministerial positions, etc., to coalition partners. That is, you know, the natural kind of progression in terms of the thinking which goes on. And of course, then you start to talk about what are the changes which can happen. You know, will they have to give in more to coalition partners to run things smoothly? So could policy, a lot of the policy initiatives, etc., go a little slow? It's nobody's case that if the NDA is at 300, we will see a sharp reversal if it's the same government going forward as well. But could they have to focus on other areas as well? And could this sort of, you know, very sharp focus on the build out of mainly infrastructure and sort of make in India and those kind of things? That's been, I mean, if you think about where is the big policy tailwind help markets, it's these two areas, infrastructure, and second is manufacturing, make in India. I mean, those are the broad themes, and everything kind of comes into that, right? Railways, defense, PLI, EMS companies, and so on and so forth, which have been some of the biggest wealth creators. So the fear is, I mean, could we see some dilution of focus in these areas so sort of to accommodate more views, which was not the case when the BJP had full majority. A lot of focus also sort of on, of course, what will happen, right? All eyes on the JDU, TDP. They, of course, could be kingmakers. And there is, Shireen, the realization that while this is, I mean, you know, the shock can only last once, of course. I mean, if the numbers are worse by the time they get settled and we come back tomorrow, there perhaps is going to be another reaction. But a shock of this magnitude usually gets digested in a day or two. And that realization is there that strong fundamentals for companies, the fact that the economy seems to be in a pretty good place, means that not immediately, but over the next couple of days, you know, this will turn into a bit of a buying opportunity. So that's the realization. But I must add, I don't think, I mean, if the numbers go any lower, or even, I mean, if they hold here, that, you know, anyone is expecting a big kind of V-shaped kind of a recovery, it'll be a lot of time to reassess, you know, reset expectations. So it's going to be a slow grind upwards whenever that starts to happen. But as they say, markets rarely reacts with the same intensity to the same event twice, right? So today we've had a big 4-5% kind of a cut, a complete reversal of yesterday and then some more. So I think the feeling is that it will settle down, but everyone's still very much glued to the screen and the politics, which is, of course, playing out right now. Shireen, back to you.
Yeah. Yes, everyone is glued to the screen, and the screen hasn't really changed much in the last hour or so. It's still 297 for the NDA, 245 for the BJP, 230 for India, and about 97 for the Congress. In fact, the Congress has been to the Election Commission saying that the counting process is far too slow. But we've got our guests with us, Yamini Iyer, former CEO at the Center for Policy Research, Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP, and Samajwadi Party spokesperson Abbas Haider. Yamini and gentlemen, many thanks for joining us here on the program. Zafar, to you first. Look, the expectation that was set by the BJP was 400 par. The exit polls seemed to come out there and reaffirm that. And we saw that massive rally in the stock markets come Monday. What we are seeing today is a very different picture. Not just the overall number, but the expectations that the BJP had. For instance, the massive state of UP, where things have turned completely out of script or off script. Maharashtra. Even states like Rajasthan, etc., where a clean sweep was expected, Karnataka, a clean sweep was expected, hasn't gone as per plan. What do you believe has gone wrong, Zafar?
Well, it is not the right time to pinpoint any particular reason for this kind of performance. But of course, once all the numbers are there, then maybe the leadership will definitely introspect and find out what is the reason, why it went wrong, why we have lost in some seats in Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, besides Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Certainly, these are the places where it has not gone in as per our expectation. The results are not suggesting that what we had spoken, and it is definitely beyond our own worst case estimates. So definitely we will wait for the final outcome to come, and we'll wait for the final tally, and then of course we will take a call and understand where we have gone wrong. Because last half an hour I have seen that we were at 33 in Uttar Pradesh, now we are at 40. Definitely slowly needle is moving in our favor. That's why I'm thinking that best to comment on this once we have the full tally, final tally, and we know exactly what is our position, because we are definitely, even now, we expect that our actual tally will definitely not be less than 350 or will settle somewhere between 325 and 350. But whatever it may be, but in terms of our performance, I'm sure that we are disappointed.
How are you saying that you believe, how do you still believe that you're going to get closer to 325 and 350? The tally so far, as I've been pointing out, and it hasn't changed, is still under 300 for the NDA, and it's about 245 for the BJP. So what is giving you the hope, or where do you believe you're going to get those numbers to take the NDA to 325 and 350?
Shireen, if you just see the Election Commission data, then they have not announced these are only the trend and indication. But in terms of the actual victory, there are only few seats where
we've lost that line with Zafar. He believes that there could still be a reversal and things could go in their favor. Yes, he's right. The Election Commission has not officially declared winners in many seats. In fact, very few seats where the actual winners have been declared. But let me bring Abbas Haider into the conversation. Abbas, many thanks for joining us. I would imagine that there is a sigh of relief in the camp, in the India Alliance camp, but particularly, jubilation as far as the Samajwadi Party camp is concerned. What do you believe has worked? And do you agree with Zafar that things could still turn in UP?
Yeah, certainly things will turn in the favor of India alliance in UP, not just in UP but across the country. I believe that this election has basically given certain messages. First of all, there is nothing called Modi magic in India. There is nothing called there was overhyped Modi popularity across the country, which was nowhere. Not just in Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, in fact, we have seen that Akhilesh Yadav ji is more popular than Narendra Modi. That's what the people's mandate is saying. Another thing, even in Varanasi, Prime Minister was tailing behind the India candidate initially. Now he is leading with a not a big margin. They were saying that we are going to win Varanasi with a margin of 10 lakh votes, which never happened. He's leading by just around 1 lakh vote. And even the Ayodhya seat, which was they were focused on Ayodhya seat. The Ayodhya seat, India Alliance Samajwadi Party has won. That is a very big message, not just across the country, but across the globe. The people of the country, the people of the state have shown that negative rhetoric won't work anymore. They want work on the ground. They need development, and they have voted for their fundamental issues in Uttar Pradesh. If you go across the issues of the India Alliance and Bharatiya Janata Party, the Prime Minister was talking from Mujra to Mangal Sutra, Mutton, Machli, and the India Alliance was talking on the fundamental issues. We were talking about jobs, we were talking about employment, we were talking about the legal guarantees on MSP to the farmers. So certainly this has worked for us, and Bharatiya Janata Party, I hope they have learned a lesson that people are no more going to get into those empty rhetorics, and they'll vote for their fundamental issues.
Abbas Haider, isn't that the beauty of democracy and the Indian voter? It teaches everyone a lesson or two, and today might be the time for the BJP to introspect. But we've seen what has happened to your own party and many of the others. But that really tells you that nobody should take the Indian voter for granted. But let me get Yamini Iyer into the conversation before I go back to Zafar. Yamini, many thanks for joining us. It looks at this point in time that it is going to be the NDA, but not with the BJP in a majority. How do you see a coalition government, a true coalition government this time around, with parties like the TDP, with parties like the JDU being able to enjoy higher leverage, changing the political and economic dynamic?
Shireen, indeed, this is going to be new for the BJP, and particularly new for the Prime Minister, whose governance style is so closely linked to the cult of his own personality and a style of centralization rather than delegation. And I think my reading of the result today is that the Indian electorate has told the BJP that it is indeed anxious and worried about its unbridled use of power, as it has been over the last 5 years in particular. It is really important to recognize that one of the most crucial issues in Uttar Pradesh, for instance, the big surprise state of this election, was a concern that charge sau par meant constitutional change, meant a challenge to social justice and reservations, which are closely intertwined with people's understandings of social justice. Rural hinterlands, suddenly the constitution and abstract imagination enters into the domain of mass politics. This is a message from the Indian electorate that the BJP needs to put some constraints on its unbridled use of power. And each time through the election, as the Prime Minister himself, frankly, sought to use the bully pulpit of his rallies, etc., to try and polarize the electorate. In some senses, the tired electorate kept coming back and said, that's all very well, but respond to our concerns about jobs, our concerns about inflation, our concerns about governance, and crucially, our concern of not misusing excessive power. That's the message. How the coalition is managed going forward, if indeed the NDA coalition stays, will very much depend on how the BJP and the Prime Minister himself chooses to read the mandate. Will it read it as I have just articulated, or will it read it in some other way? And if it does, if it exposes its more pernicious tendencies again, I think we will see a lot more pushback from the electorate, from the Indian voter, perhaps not necessarily always in the electoral domain, but outside of formal institutions of democratic processes through protests and other such.
You know, this well put. Shireen, you know, just an anecdote. I was talking to sort of a reporter who was on the ground covering elections here in Maharashtra. And this is, of course, after the exit polls, and I was talking to her, and she was saying that, you know, she found, you know, all the issues which have been there. I mean, you know, farmer distress, and there was the onion issue here in Maharashtra, which was a big thing, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And her sort of sense, of course, was because, you know, you see stuff when you travel extensively. And then, of course, the exit poll numbers came, and they showed what they showed. You know, she didn't know what to make of it. And I think there was a lot of conversation about, you know, what you see on the ground and then the conversion of that into votes. So I think this is, and I was talking to her today, and, you know, it's this kind of sort of validation that sometimes, at least, I mean, you know, what you do see on the ground when you travel extensively, what you see firsthand does translate sometimes.
Right. Well, no, you're right in pointing that out, Prashant. And I think also, you know, of course, the post-mortem of the election internals will be done. But again, going back to what we were discussing earlier, you know, the exit polls had given the Congress at best a 20% vote share. And if you look at the numbers now, the Congress has done much better than that. The BJP is pretty much in line still with what the exit polls had suggested. And some pollsters had cautioned that it would not be appropriate perhaps to extrapolate seat share on the back of, you know, what the vote share was suggesting. But, you know, we got the numbers that we got, and today we have the numbers that we have. But let me go back to Zafar. Zafar, what now? You know, what we are picking up is that phone calls have been made. The Prime Minister and the Home Minister have both called the TDP chief, Chandrababu Naidu, to ensure that the NDA stays together. You know, there are reports suggesting that overtures are being made by the other side as well. So give us a sense of what we should expect from here. Are we seeing the Prime Minister at the BJP headquarters later this evening to start with? What's the plan from here on?
See, first of all, that's a rumor that they have been approached by other political parties or India Alliance or Congress for that matter. And also, let me tell you very candidly that we are a team united, the NDA partners, and there is absolutely no headroom for such rumors or for any other political party approaching any of our NDA partners. We are committed, united, and we will be forming the government. And of course, the Honorable Prime Minister is scheduled to come to the party headquarters from where we are all doing these live shows. He will, what we have heard, that he might come at around 7:30, and of course, will address the Karyakartas as he does after every victory. This is a victory for NDA partners, and we will form the government. We will continue to follow the same policy what have been followed in last 10 years to serve the people, serve the nation, and of course, in terms of the economic issues, I'm sure that the indication is very clear, and everybody knows in the marketplace that we will take definitely reform measures going forward to ensure that there is an accelerated approach as far as economy is concerned, and more economic activity should take place. And
the concerns, Zafar,
the bring legislation.
Zafar, you know the markets. You know the markets well. Zafar, you know the markets well, and the concern at this point in time is that the kind of focus on reforms, etc., while that is likely to continue, perhaps there will be a larger dose of welfareism, you know, to address some of the things that Yamini was talking about, the rural distress, and whether we are likely to see, for instance, in the coming budget, if the NDA were to stake claim to form government and form government, you know, a change in or a change in prioritization. What do we make of that?
No, Shireen, let me tell you very with conviction that we are committed to people's welfare. That doesn't mean that we will take a decision to somehow not address the concern in the economy and the marketplace. We will always prioritize market, economy, and that's what we have done. Our intention is very clear that we have to accelerate the process so that there is acceleration in the overall economic situation in the country. We must create India as a manufacturing hub. We must take action to ensure that lots more job is being created, and there will be absolutely no pushback from any of our alliance partners. because we are all like-minded. We all want the economy to grow. We all want India to grow at 8% and above, and we all want that more and more jobs should be created. We all want the India should become an export hub, a manufacturing hub, and welfare is, of course, is always a governance model. Any government has the governance model which always prioritize the concern of the citizen, and that we have prioritized in the last 10 years without compromising with the economic issues and where the structural or the policy reforms to be taken. We will continue with that such worries should not be there at all. Let me.
Okay, that worry should not be there. Yami, I'll come back to you in just a second. Let me get Abbas into the...
Just as 10 seconds, I'll take this opportunity, Shireen, to assure everyone in the marketplace that there will be absolutely no pushback from any quarter. We will continue to follow the 100 days plan and 125 days plan, where the focus will be to bring more and more FDI, bring acceleration in economy, take more reform measures, and ensure that the interest of the common man on the streets is safeguarded. So there will be absolutely there is absolutely no headroom for any worries. If anybody has worries, put them out of their mind, because India is going to be governed by the policy level decision to be taken by the Prime Minister.
Well, the worry is real, and the stock markets told you that today with the kind of wealth erosion that we've seen. But let me, before I go to Yamini, let me get Abbas back in. Abbas, we are given to understand that the India Alliance has a meeting tomorrow. Can you take us through what we should expect now? What are you looking at from here on?
Well, it's not just about India Alliance, it's about NDA now. Because, Zafar Saab was telling a lot about what they're going to happen. But that can only happen if they're coming to power, which I doubt. Because, if you look at the track record of the Bharatiya Janata Party, there's a trust deficit between the ally partner. None of the ally partner of NDA trust the Bharatiya Janata Party, because even we never heard of NDA. We never heard that any meeting of NDA happened in 10 years. It just happened 8 months back, first at Ashoka Hotel, when all the ally partner was sitting, lined up, and the Prime Minister and the BJP leader were sitting on a stage. So basically, there is nothing called NDA. 26 parties in the NDA don't even have a single member of parliament in Lok Sabha. Just 2 parties had 2 MPs. 2 MPs, that was the maximum. Now there are 2 parties which have been added up to the NDA fold, but I doubt, because there have been external pressure from the agencies on all the political parties, and I'm sure they would like to change, and the system will change on their own. Bharatiya Janata Party cannot reach 272 mark, that's for sure. And with the kind of trust deficit, with the kind of credibility they have with the allies and among the people, I don't think anybody is going to be with NDA anymore. That is the biggest challenge Bharatiya Janata Party will face. And as far as these markets are concerned, I believe that there has been artificial upsurge which was made by these exit poll, which have turned out to be totally fake, fraudulent. And I believe, now on, we are going to reform the economic policies of the country. We are going to end the crony capitalism, which was flourishing during the time of the BJP rule, I would say, not NDA rule, because it is just a one-party, one-man show. Modi ji and the BJP, that's all. That is not going to be anymore. And there's like the vibrant democracy we are into. India Alliance is going to show that, how this vibrant democracy works with so many, parties, so many visions, and so many, beliefs.
Yes. Well, that, Abbas, I have to say that is also a concern. While you hold that up as, a sign of a vibrant democracy, I think that is also a concern that too many cooks sometimes spoil the broth. But we leave that discussion for another day. Yamini, I want to come to you for closing comments on the back of what you heard from both Zafar and Abbas, and, leave us with what you're going to be watching out for from here on.
Well, Shireen, I think one of the big stories of this election, well, there are two. One is about the restoration of democracy and democratic legitimacy of our institutions. The second is on the economy. And I think this is a message for both the political formations in contention, NDA and the India Alliance. In that, for the reality, behind all the BJP bluster of third largest economy, shiny digital infrastructure, India's growing, and the Indian economy couldn't be doing better, is a reality of the real economy in which real wages have stagnated, jobs are scarce, or at least good quality jobs that raise incomes are scarce. Agriculture has been the largest producer of jobs in the last 4 years, the reversal of the structural transformation that politicians of all political parties have sort of been responding to for the moment through enhanced welfareism, a very peculiar kind of welfareism, not about health and education, but about cash transfers, private goods using public funds. And we are now in this election, I think, seeing the limits of these welfare coalitions. People in UP spoke of Rozgar, not Ration, or Rozgar and Ration rather. Jagan, who was one of the architects of the most largest cash transfer scheme targeted at women, has experienced a resounding defeat. The structural realities of the Indian economy need to be contended with. This means, regardless of NDA or India, probably NDA when it comes to power, please do the census. Please put out data on consumption expenditure survey, unit level data. Do not pretend that poverty has gone up or down and get away from the bluster. Let's get real and find answers to the deepest, most significant challenge that this country has. How do we grow in a way that lifts all boats genuinely by creating opportunity for all, not enhancing inequality as we've seen in the last decade?
Well, yes, that diagnosis and the data required for that diagnosis, as you point out, is essential. And we do hope that we will move forward with that census, which has been long pending. Yamini, Zafar and Abbas, thank you so much for joining us here on a big day for the Indian electorate, on a big day for Indian democracy. It is still moving. Actually, I haven't seen the needle turn at all in the last hour or so, but we will keep updating you with the details. But many thanks for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We are coming back with our editors roundtable. Nigel and Nimesh will take us through what is happening on the dealing desk and how sectoral indices are poised. All of that's coming back in just a bit. You are watching our special edition of Editors Roundtable as we decode the election impact and what it means for the markets. Nimesh is standing by with what dealing rooms are saying. What is tomorrow looking like, Nimesh?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a tough tomorrow as well, Shireen. Again, from a market perspective, the worst case scenario what the market was pricing in was 272 for BJP, and that's not been the case. And what we are seeing today is only a reversal of what happened yesterday. After the exit poll, there was a big rally, and what we saw today was just a reversal of that. So a lot of individual names within the PSU basket, a lot of the Adani Group stocks ended between 15 to 25% lower. But do remind that, all these stocks rallied, almost 20% in yesterday's state. So what I'm saying is this is just a reversal of what we saw yesterday. Still, I guess there is a lot of pain which could be there in the system. We saw a lot of margin calls as well, which got triggered for retail and HN investors in the afternoon trade when the individual stocks, hit 20% circuit, and then they were down 25 to 30% as well, a lot of the PSU names. But again, the big question would be how the first-time investors will react to, because if you remember, for us in the last 2-3 years, the big bull market was on the back of that money, of the retail money. They've not seen this kind of volatility yet over the last 4 years. So now it's going to be a litmus test on how the retail investors, the first-time investors, will react to this kind of volatility. From an institutional point of view, I still believe the FIs were net buyers in today's market. And remember, even domestic mutual funds are sitting a lot of cash. So they will come and do, buy at lower levels. That's the overall feedback. But the big thing is, what the outcome is going to be. The overall feedback is a lot of people have got a bit of a shock. It was a bit of a reality check as well. And now I think there will be a valuation reset as well for this market. We've seen a one-way rally for the last few years. Now it's a time when a lot of people will question about valuations as well. So that is something to watch out for, Shireen, going forward.
Yes, indeed, we will be watching that closely. But the markets, as we've been pointing out through the day, have seen a sharp fall today. They did stage a little bit of a recovery during, parts of the day. But FMCG stocks were the outliers. Nigel is standing by. Nigel, what's got them excited?
Well, Shireen, just one word, first of all, on the market action. Everyone says that, Nigel, you didn't see 2004. I say that maybe I didn't see it, but today I had some kind of an insight into what could have taken place in 2004. A bit of a surprise. And the markets today were very, very surprised. And that's why you had more than 2,000 stocks that were declining. You only had around 150 stocks that were advancing today. And out of the 150 stocks, close to around 10% of them came in from the FMCG consumption theme. So let's run you through a few reasons why, in fact, that was the pocket to hide, at least for today's session. Why? Because first up, the street believes that maybe now the government could shift its focus more towards consumption rather than capex. Remember, the last few years we're going heavy on capex, which may not be such a bad thing, but from a consumption perspective, well, things were lacking and rural economy was struggling. So that could be one point. The other factor is there's optimism that we see a good monsoon. If we have a good monsoon, then you see volumes as well picking up. The third factor is, the pricing trends for the last year, that's FY24 for FMCG companies, they were negative. Now, initial signs you're getting in FY25 that's turning around. You're seeing positive pricing trends. So higher volumes, better pricing, and lower input costs. That's what could help margins in the time to come. And that's why, in fact, profitability could look good. The other factor is that valuations, well, they are reasonable in this sector because some of those stocks haven't done anything. Case in point being an HUL. Last 4 years, zero returns. The markets have gone up. The Nifty has gone up 3x, while HUL hasn't moved at all. And there are pockets where, in fact, the valuations are a little lower than the 5-year average. HUL, Britannia, Dabur, Marico, as well as Asian Paints. And also, investors, they've been relatively underweight the FMCG stocks. So put all these factors together with regard to the government's potential, focus on consumption themes, input costs cooling off, volumes going up. Well, you had this pocket that did well on a day that the Nifty was down, more than 6%. You had the FMCG index itself that was up close to 100%, Shireen.
Well, Nigel, Nimesh and Prashant, we are going to take a break and come back to you with more. 295 for the NDA, 231 for the India Alliance, 99 for the Congress. Not really moving as we speak. As I said, this is what it seems like. It is probably where it will settle. That seems to be the situation as of now. We are going to take a break and return with more on the election exchange. Well, it does boil down to what is happening in terms of the outreach. Remember, the NDA's allies are going to be crucial. The BJP's allies, the TDP, the JDU will be crucial for the NDA to stake claim to government. Here's JDU MLC Khalid Anwar asking who can be a better Prime Minister than Nitish Kumar. Take a look.
नीतीश कुमार जी से बेहतर कौन हो सकता है प्रधानमंत्री? और नीतीश कुमार जी ने जिस तरह बिहार को आगे बढ़ाया और देश के लिए जितना वो सोचते हैं, जब वो कृषि मंत्री थे, जो कृषि रोड मैप उन्होंने बनाया उस वक्त, आज भी उसी रोड मैप पे देश चल रहा है। जो रेलवे के लिए उन्होंने काम किया, आज भी देखिए लोग याद करते हैं नीतीश कुमार जी को। तो नीतीश कुमार एक सीजन और बहुत बेहतर पॉलिटिशियन है, जो समाज को समझते हैं, देश को समझते हैं और अपने डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जितने हैं उनकी इज्जत करना और डेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से आगे बढ़ना, लोगों को जोड़ के चलना, फैसले में सबको साझा करना, तो नीतीश कुमार जी से बेहतर कौन हो सकता है। लेकिन बहरहाल हम लोग एनडीए अलायंस में हैं अभी, और ये सब इस वक्त कहने की बात नहीं है।
Well, we will have to wait to see what happens as far as those conversations are concerned. That is the JDU. Let's go across to Parikshit now. He's standing by at the election magic wall. Parikshit, take us through some of the interesting battles, some of the unexpected upsets and some of the unexpected victories.
Well, it's a day of big upsets for the BJP and a day of major changes in the electoral landscape, also in state assemblies. Let me begin with the state of Odisha, which has seen a lot of change today. Biju Janata Dal and Naveen Patnaik, who have been in power since the year 2000. That is the year when Naveen Patnaik first became the chief minister. 24 years he headed the state. He has lost today. The Biju Janata Dal has lost to the BJP. The BJP has comfortably crossed the majority.
Well, we've lost that line with Parikshit, but we'll get back to him in just a second. And, you know, as Parikshit was pointing out, that is going to be a crucial headline from election 2024. What has happened in Orissa and the end of an era with Naveen Patnaik and the BJD losing now to the BJP in the assembly elections as well. Remember, you know, there were a lot of questions. There were a lot of questions being raised about his health and so on and so forth. He is also expected to make a statement shortly, but we do have Parikshit back. Parikshit, you know, you were giving us one of the key headlines of election 2024, and that is the end of an era with Naveen Patnaik being dislodged.
That's right. He is going to make a statement shortly. He's never tasted defeat. A big setback for all Biju Janata Dal leaders. I spoke to a leader a short while back and he was very disappointed. A good performance by the BJP in the state. 11 seats up compared to the last time. And the BJD, for the first time, Shireen, will have only one MP in the Lok Sabha. Let me also speak about the state of Gujarat. Here, the Congress has managed to
Well, you know, Parikshit was pointing out that the Congress has actually managed to win a seat in Gujarat. Otherwise, it's been wiped out. But there is one seat which the Congress has managed to eke out in the state of Gujarat. Prashant, Nigel and Nimesh still with us. Prashant, you know, going back to you now, and we've been seeing our market experts tell us through the day that, look, FIIs are not going to be interested in the micros and, you know, which regional party has got how much and so on and so forth. They're going to look at the big picture. On the back of the big picture that is emerging at this hour, which looks like the NDA is going to be in that 300 ballpark and the BJP is not going to be at 272 or even close to that number. What is the big picture that FIIs will take away?
You know, Shireen, the FIIs, and you know, you're absolutely right. Somebody said that when FIIs are more sort of focused on the big picture, but I must tell you, the local guys, and Nimesh and Nigel, they are very much focused. I mean, Nimesh, you speak with a lot of HNIs, etc. They're very much focused on the intricacies as well.
Absolutely.
Because the basic broad theme which was supposed to play out was that, maybe the BJP holds on to, and that's what the exit polls kind of reaffirmed their expectation, that they'll hold on to the Hindi heartland states like UP, etc. And then they will add on to states like West Bengal, Odisha, which they've done, and a couple of other states as well. Now, this result, and at least someone I spoke to said that the fact that in a state like UP, it's turning out to be so close. I mean, I think that adds to nervousness, because then you got to compensate elsewhere in a much bigger fashion, which at least as these results show is not happening. So while FI, as Shireen said, and others have also pointed out, maybe they're focused on the bigger picture right now. But I think a lot of the large local guys, and they are now pretty substantial with their portfolios, etc. Were watching some of these sort of state level intricacies and etc. very closely. Also to the fact that this was supposed to kind of herald the fact that the BJP will hold the north and the west, and then it kind of spreads out. And it's not just like a Hindi heartland party. It becomes like a pan-India party, which is not happening, which I think is being watched closely.
The other problem is, I think, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu as well as Mr. Nitish Kumar, they were there in 2004 as well, right? And they were senior ministers at that point of time in the Vajpayee government. And now, in fact, earlier, they say in the last 10 years or so, their importance has been much lower, because our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken center stage. And suddenly you have to depend on those two players itself to pull you through. And that's what's making investors a little bit skittish as well, because you're going to be depending on those two that have been rather flimsical in the last 2 terms of our Prime Minister.
Correct. Nigel, the big thing that one needs to focus on is, as I said in my opening remark as well, the first-time investors. They've been the biggest, source of money for this bull market to thrive and strive, right? Now it's going to be a litmus test for them as well. They've not seen this kind of volatility. They've not seen this kind of pain. I mean, you've not seen 2004. I've seen down circuit as well in the market. So, people have not experienced those kind of markets in the last few years. So that's going to be a big litmus test. As you rightly pointed out, Prashant, a lot of the HNI investors have become so large in their portfolios, they've become forced to reckon with. Look at the FI numbers in the last 2 years. They've been net sellers every year, and still the markets have gone up. So the domestic liquidity is something we need to focus on very, very closely now. And that's something we need to track. Again, that's only time will tell whether they continue to, put money on. So for the last 2 years, it was easy trade. Every dip buy and you'll make money. Now it's going to be quite different, and now people will start doubting about that buy on dip trade as well. So that's something to
you're right, because FIs in any case were not pulling.
We're not putting money.
Yeah, right? True. So it was being countered by a strong local inflow.
Local money.
Right, 20,000 crores in SIPs now every month.
So I want to give a couple of more points, Prashant. So again, to put the current market into context, what we saw today was just a reversal, as I said, of what happened yesterday. But need to do a reality check as well. If you look at from last October, November to now, post the state elections in October, November, and the Ram Mandir in January, the markets rallied from 19,000 on the Nifty to almost 23,000 on the Nifty. So what we've done is just a reversal of 2,000 points, so to speak, from the highs. We still haven't gone to those levels. So I'm not saying markets will go back to 19,000, but need to put this whole rally into the context that we've rallied pretty hard in anticipation that it's going to be Modi government and BJP is going to win. And as I said, the worst case expectation in the market was BJP 272, and even that's not turned out to be. Look at what UBS has written a note today afternoon, and it's very nicely explained. This the election outcome and the market valuations are not aligning right now. India's expensive valuation was justified that there is stable government, stable policies, and which would mean that India would continue to enjoy higher valuations. That's now going to be question mark as well. I was just looking at let's look at the data as well. I was looking at overall brokerage notes, right? For FY25, the EPS estimates is around 1140, 1150, and at 22,000 Nifty, 22,000, we're still at 19 times. I was just looking up a small run check on the BSE 200 stocks. Prashant, at least 55 stocks are still trading above 50 multiple on FY25. So there is a lot of froth which is still there in the market. There are a lot of sectors which were just going up on liquidity. I think that's all going to change very soon now. And again, while we're talking about who's going to form the government, who's going to be the PM, the new cabinet, whatever, but the valuation reset is likely to happen And that can happen very soon.
You know, Samir put out a tweet. I noticed this. I think it was a couple of hours back. He said, looking at the way power stocks are falling, it was not so much a call on what power demand will look like, but rather who's in power.
Who's in power?
You know, I mean, PFC, REC falling 22%. But I think you're right. It's a combination of things. You know, Siddharth Bhaiya was with us, who is, of course, a long-time investor at Reliance Mutual Fund now, of course, runs his own portfolio. He's sitting on a lot of cash. And he said, same thing. He said, I ran a simple check on Screener. The software, there were, he said, 100 companies, 100 companies, right?
Trading at more than 100
More than 100 times the earnings. So, yeah,
and
I mean,
10 times price to book.
There is no doubt that, you know, positioning, everything is essentially at a bit of an extreme. And then you get an event like this. The pullback also, of course, on the other side goes some distance. Shireen, do you want to come in?
No, you know, I was just commenting on the beauty of electoral democracy and you know, the lessons that it teaches you. Just look at the state of Odisha, for instance. It is, as we pointed out, the end of an era for Naveen Patnaik and personally as Chief Minister, and look at where the BJD finds itself. The BJD has in fact been one of the biggest allies of the BJP. It has stood by the BJP through you know, many difficult periods, and today it finds itself in a position where it is out of power on account of the BJP. So that is how these things play out. So a lot of these you know, a lot of this will also be kept in mind as alliances are struck, as talks are on. And I think that point that Yamini was making, that's also going to be interesting, because for the last 2 terms of the Modi government, it has been the Modi government. It has not been the BJP government. It has been the Modi government. Prime Minister Modi has been the currency, has been the face, has been the calling card as far as the government is concerned. It was not the BJP's guarantee, it was the Modi guarantee that they took to the electorate even this time around. So now, when you have to accommodate coalition compulsions, when you have to accommodate the aspirations of the TDP and the aspirations of the JDU, you know, what will that mix look like? What will it result in? The kind of centralization that this regime has been used to, you know, may no longer be the case, or at least it will change. So I think that is going to be the one to watch, and you know, the one to sort of see how that plays itself out. But these are all developing stories. This is going to work itself out over the next few days. But you know, at this point in time, overtures being made. Jairam Ramesh just tweeting saying, look, you know, it was the UPA that promised special status for the state of Andhra Pradesh, and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was the one who promised that. So all kinds of overtures being made at this point in time. But you know, so far the NDA firmly united and together, and the count for the NDA at 295, India at 231.
No, absolutely, and you know, the count is it's been static, right, Shireen, for a while now. It's hardly moved. 295, 231. So I wonder.
Not for a while. It's been static for a very long time. So I'm not sure what is going on. I don't know when you know, this election is finally going to be called, but it hasn't moved. As I said, you know, we've barely seen a seat move here or there. It's been stuck at 295 for very long now. So you know, waiting to see when this election is going to be called.
No, absolutely.
Well, a long day for you, Shireen.
Long day for
long day for everyone.
I'm holding you guys back as well. I'm going to make sure that all of you are here also.
Nimesh nicely tried to slip it in. Long day for you.
He wants the US market open.
No, but I think we'll of course.
Well, guys, we have Priyanka Chaturvedi. You know, speaking of a long night and speaking of a long day, Priyanka Chaturvedi joins us. She's currently in the US. Priyanka, many thanks for joining us. It's a very early morning for you, and I would imagine that you've stayed up most through the night as well. But what do you make of the numbers that we're seeing on our screens? It hasn't been as per script of what the exit polls had thrown up, and not even as per the expectations of the BJP. What do you make of the verdict so far? And do you believe that it's going to change? The BJP spokespeople that we've been speaking to still believe that it is going to turn more in their favor by the end of the day.
They can keep living in hope, and I wouldn't want to burst their bubble simply because we were seeing what was happening on ground. The kind of arrogance that had reeked in with regards to accountability, with regards to answering people's questions, the inflation, the joblessness, and the absolute disregard to people's lives, and just hoping that they would win on the back of the Ram Mandir, has clearly shown that BJP had totally lost the plot. And I would say people have given a good, have taken a good decision. And the results show that people were not too happy with the kind of governance that was being provided by Mr. Modi. And the results are for all to see. It is a pleasant surprise, but it is something that we were speaking of and we were tuned into in terms of the discontent amongst the people.
You know, Priyanka, look, even at this point in time, the NDA is still firmly close to that 300 mark. So between 295 and 300 is where they might perhaps close their tally. The BJP at 244. So it is still the single largest party and the NDA firmly in place together at this point in time by all accounts that we've heard from the JDU, the TDP, etc. So what is the India Alliance hoping for, at 231, which is the number that we currently have for the alliance? What are you really hoping for? Because it looks like the Modi government will return for a third term, albeit as a coalition.
So again, I would just say one thing. From a government which was speaking of getting more than 400 seats, of a government which was totally reeking of arrogance, and Prime Minister giving various interviews saying that his third term would be better than the first two terms. And there's a surprise waiting for the people of this country. And with the sheer, I would say, contempt for the will of the people has proven correct as far as these numbers are concerned. Having said that, as far as being the single largest party is concerned, of course, nobody is challenging that. However, the alliances that they had stitched up, all these alliances are not the alliances that have stood the test of time for the BJP. A party like Shiv Sena was with an alliance with the BJP for 25 years. But look what their arrogance did. They tried to break away our party, and today Maharashtra has responded to them. The people of Maharashtra have responded to this kind of arrogance. Similarly, we saw Shiromani Akali Dal, we saw AIADMK, and now they have an alliance of those people who they had arm twisted through various agencies, they had arm twisted to get into an alliance. And now we're seeing that very soon, if they do not reach even a simple majority, the Bharatiya Janata Party, we will continue to talk to all their alliance partners as well as those who haven't really chosen sides, picked sides. And we don't know what the outcome would be. But however, if we do not succeed in that, we'd at least be a very, very strong opposition. We wouldn't have demonetization overnight. We wouldn't have an unplanned GST dumped on people. We wouldn't have 2,000 rupee notes withdrawn. We wouldn't have decisions taken on the basis of whims and fancies of one person who started to call himself an avatar of Lord Vishnu himself.
Priyanka, you said that you will, the India Alliance will reach out to allies of the BJP alliance partners within the NDA and others as well. But, I want to understand from you about Maharashtra, because it looks like what happened in Maharashtra, which, by the way, the pollsters were saying would be one of the toughest states to poll. It looks like the NCP splitting, the Shiv Sena splitting has actually worked against the NDA. It's worked in favor of the India Alliance. Is there room? Is there space for rapprochement as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned?
Let me repeat it like I've been repeating it all the time whenever this question is asked. Absolutely not. There is going to be no going back to a political party which backstabbed us at the time we were in alliance, which tried to split our party, which tried to decimate us, which tried to finish the existence of Shiv Sena, which went after our party leader Uddhav Thackeray ji. But we had the Prime Minister even call him the Nakli Santan of Balasaheb Thackeray. We had money power being used to decimate us. We had the central power being used to decimate us. We had even a Supreme Court verdict on our side, yet the central government, with the sheer arrogance, continuing to have an illegitimate government in power in the state of Maharashtra. There is absolutely no going back with the political party which tried to undermine the interests of Maharashtra. There's absolutely no going back with a political party which kept the, took industries away from Maharashtra. So we have fought this on our own. We saw the biggest betrayal come from the BJP, and we will continue to fight this fight. And assembly elections are not too far. Mahavikas Aghadi is coming to power with a thumping majority, and that would be the biggest response the people of Maharashtra will give to the arrogance of Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah.
Okay, so no rapprochement there as far as the UBT and the Shinde Shiv Sena is concerned. That is the unequivocal view there coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi. Priyanka, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC-TV18. I know, as I pointed out, it's been a long night and an early morning for you. But speaking of early mornings, we're now joined by Richard Rosso, Senior Advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and Mukesh Aghi, the President of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us. Mukesh, coming to you first. Clearly an unexpected result, an unexpected verdict. The exit polls had suggested a picture that was firmly putting the BJP in pole position and, 400 plus for the NDA, but it hasn't turned out that way. How will foreign investors read this victory?
Well, the BJP is still the largest party, and we expect the Prime Minister to come back and form the government. And we expect the reform agenda to continue, because you have to understand, it's not just about political parties coming and going within India. India plays a very strategic role from global geopolitics perspective. It is a country which is going to provide market opportunity as a $4 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy, and growing until 2047 at a much, much larger number. It is a market which basically helps de-risk from China and the supply chain. So the investor sentiment on India is still very strong. It will continue, because when you look at the other geographies, they're also in turmoil. And so India provides a sense of growth and opportunity for the US companies itself.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone disputes the fact that India finds itself in a stable position. Growth is looking strong. We just got off a strong Q4 GDP print as well. And the expectation is that the reforms that have, of course, been amplified will continue, and there is likely to be a continuity of policy. Richard, good morning. Many thanks for joining us here. How would you read this result? And look, India has seen tough economic reforms go through when we've had a coalition government in the center. This time around, it is going to be a BJP-led NDA. The BJP unlikely to be a majority party, much lower than the 272 mark. So a coalition in its true essence. What is the expectation that you have now, Richard, of an NDA coalition for the third term of the Modi government?
Yeah, I look at both drivers as well as partners. And when you think about some of the drivers that's really pushed the Modi government in the past to take some of the steps they've taken on announcing Make in India, the GST reforms, things like that, that's not going to change. India has an urgent need to create a lot of jobs, especially low-skilled jobs, for people that are going to be leaving agriculture, moving to cities, looking for formal employment. So I think a lot of reforms related to that are still going to be a front of mind, very much part of the agenda. And also, when you look at the partners, you think about the BJP's work in recent months to try to rebuild a few of the partnerships that had maybe flagged a little bit. The Janata Dal United, which generally hasn't meddled too much in international affairs and major reforms from Delhi, unlike some other regional parties they could have went with. And with the resurgence of the Telugu Desam Party, which I think, in my opinion, is actually the most reform-oriented political party in all of India. So having them part of the coalition, I don't suspect is going to put a brake on some of the aspirations, but the fact that it is a coalition, maybe some of the big ideas they might have had on, for instance, like major reforms to GST, that might get slowed down a little bit. And of course, the concern lingers overhead that, both the JDU and TDP have been in the coalition, out the coalition. They're going to have a very strong string. And if they don't like what's happening in Delhi, the ability to kind of pull that. So we'll be watching that, but you're right. I mean, the Vajpayee government got some big reforms like insurance and things like that. So coalitions can work if all the partners are pulling at the oars at the same time.
Well, as did the UPA coalition, did push ahead with many reforms as well, including that big FDI retail piece that was pending for long. But Mukesh, what in terms of prioritization with the verdict that's come in, what would the expectation be of the next government? We do have that big budget coming up, the full budget that will be presented in July. From a foreign investor's perspective, what are you now going to be watching out for to build on the momentum that we've already seen?
Well, you have to look at it from the foreign investors. They're looking for a sense of stability. They're looking for a sense of transparency. They're looking for a sense of level playing field. And when the new budget comes in, we expect the budget to continue with the reform, managing the deficit, improving in the banking sector, improving on the reform on the labor side, on the agriculture side. So we basically are expecting the reform agenda to progress much more aggressively. You have to understand, we have to create jobs in India, almost 1 million new jobs a month itself. And you can only create by attracting technology and investment from around the world. And that's going to come in because India becomes a much more better place to invest vis-a-vis other geographies such as China. But more importantly, you have to understand the geopolitics also plays a critical role for India. US companies are basically looking at de-risking from China. And I think as India reforms further, India becomes much more attractive. So we do expect from a US company perspective, the reform agenda to continue. And we expect the US company to keep on investing in India in the mid to short term itself.
Richard, I know that you do a lot of work on Indian states as well, and not just the national election. We've had 2 crucial state elections as well, where we've seen upsets. We've seen an upset in the state of Odisha with the end of an era, really, there as far as Naveen Patnaik is concerned as Chief Minister, and for the BJD making way for the BJP. And in Andhra Pradesh, it's the return of Chandrababu Naidu, the man who wooed foreign investors in a big way when he was Chief Minister, man who was on the forefront of digitization and adopting the digital revolution. So Richard, how would you see these state wins and these state changes?
With Andhra, we may see more of a whipsaw, right? Because the last time that the TDP ran the state, talking about redeveloping the capital, a lot of aggressive tendering on renewable energy, and a lot of that got shredded and torn up when the YSR Congress won the state. I suspect, that the Naidu government will go back to its wishes to want to try to rebuild this national capital. It's smart reform, sure, but at the same time, investors like stability, and this back and forth that you see is kind of dangerous. Similar in Odisha. Quietly, Odisha undertook one of the most significant reforms, bar any organization in all of India, by reforming and privatizing the entire power grid, something they tried and failed 30 years before. But the Patnaik government had done it again, and actually it's been a raging success. So just kind of hoping that you've got some level of policy stability, which is something that investors certainly want, not just reform, but stability. But the other angle to it that I wanted to touch on, and one of the areas I think the Modi government with this week in hand is going to have a real problem with, most reform that has to happen in India is actually at the state level. And some of the work the Modi government had done on challenging states to do better and improving the business environment. Well, when you're in a coalition government and you're ranking states' business environment, what happens if Andhra, what happens if Bihar are at the bottom of the list? Some of those pressures that they felt, even when they didn't have a coalition, on actually challenging states to do better, I think those pressures are going to mount. So a lot of the reform work, I think, at the states have to do. The Delhi government's going to have, the central government's going to have less of a hand in pushing that. That's one reason I have to pause in terms of what we might see post-election.
Yes, but to be fair, all states at this point in time are trying to press ahead and draw in investors, both domestic as well as foreign investors, whether it is, the easy availability of land, all kinds of concessions. There is, in fact, almost a competition on between states on who they can woo and who they can bring onto their own shores. Mukesh, how are investors seeing that? As I said, you've got Tamil Nadu battling it out with Gujarat, Gujarat battling it out with Telangana, Telangana battling it out with Maharashtra, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, investors benefit because you're going to probably get a much better deal with this competitive federalism underway.
No, absolutely, Shireen. The states have tasted the blood, and they know that if they want to draw investors, if they want to create jobs, if they want to grow their state economy, they have to compete. And we keep on hosting on a monthly basis more and more of state investment delegation coming to the United States. So I believe from a state perspective, anybody who comes in will have to work to draw investments internationally. And for them to draw investment, they have to compete with other states. That means you got to have a much more aggressive package offered to those investors. You got to have a much more transparent policy making. You have to have a much more reform agenda. So I think it's not just about India competing on a global basis. Now it's states competing on a global basis, and that reform agenda continues. And you'll see a much more aggressive stance as the state government take their position in a global order.
Yes, but you know, the next few days are going to be interesting to say the least. First, we need to close today. We need to call the election, which hasn't happened so far, and then the process of staking claim to form government, and then the process of actual government formation, the Council of Ministers, and so on and so forth. Richard, before I let you go, do you expect an even bigger Council of Ministers?
Yeah, I mean, the Modi government had consolidated, given ministers multiple portfolios. That becomes a lot more challenging when you have to hand out a number of other portfolios to coalition partners. So, I suspect it'll get broken up a little bit. And that's a bit unfortunate because, there's some natural complementarities on bringing together the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for instance. So some of these areas, there were natural complementarities on having a single minister kind of running both. But such is the nature of coalitions. India is not unique that way. Again, we've seen times in coalition governments that's been a relatively successful model. It all depends on how the boss managed to manage a lot of divergent interests and keep them all moving in the same direction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we will have to see how all of this plays itself out. Richard Rosso, Mukesh Aghi, always a pleasure for today on the big day for Indian democracy and the big day for our markets, for business and investors. Thanks very much for joining us to decode the election result. Well, what you are seeing on your screens is the Congress headquarters where Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge will be addressing the press in just a short while from now. Remember, the Congress at this point in time, the tally at 99, the India Alliance at 233. So within the India Alliance is the Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav scripting that massive upset in the state of Uttar Pradesh, 36 for the Samajwadi Party and 29 for the TMC. The TMC again, Mamata Banerjee halting the BJP juggernaut in the state of West Bengal. And of course, you have the Uddhav Sena, which is also part of the India Alliance. You have the Sharad Pawar NCP, which is also part of the India Alliance. So all of those numbers adding up to that 233 mark that you see on your screens. We will listen in to Rahul Gandhi as he speaks. I think that those are visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. Let's just cut back to those visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi coming in to the BJP headquarters. Well, we'll take a break. Don't go anywhere. All the action coming up right after this.
आपको संबोधित करेंगे। उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद। Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूँगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करें। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद। और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया। इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं। आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया। और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा, हम एक होकर लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है। प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए। मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, एक मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खड़गे साहब भी आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क्स से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
हाँ, जयराम जी राहुल जी, खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर 2 राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या है?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया,
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी मैं मोहित हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं,
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी के जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं। आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल, और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी
शुक्रिया साथियों, शुक्रिया, हो गया।
सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
2022, the NDA, the BJP and its allies will be able to stake claim to form government. That is the expectation as of now. Of course, conversations and talks on with allies, with partners like the TDP and JDU. Well, what is this going to mean for India? What is this going to mean for India's economic reforms? Joining us now is Christopher Clary, Associate Professor at the Rockefeller College. Mr. Clary, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC-TV18. It has been an unexpected verdict, to say the least. If you go by what the BJP was projecting or what the exit polls were saying over the weekend, a very different story playing out for the BJP and for the NDA. An upset for the BJP not being able to get to that halfway mark on its own. The NDA, of course, closer to that 300 number. And it is a reversal and a reclamation of sorts for the Congress party. Of course, a long distance still to go. But what do you make of the election verdict?
You know, most of us that are observing the results are stuck with a bit of whiplash after the exit polls suggested Modi might be in reach of his 400-seat goal. Instead, he'll need his coalition partners, it appears, to cobble together a majority in the People's House. That's a big change. But outside observers have become increasingly comfortable with an India that has coalition politics. India has shown for the last several decades that it is able to thrive in coalition, and the BJP has some experience. It's a little perhaps rusty on how to manage a coalition under these circumstances, but it will remember it soon enough. So I think this will not be a major change in how outsiders view India, though I think Modi, in projecting such ambitious hopes, may have misplayed the expectations game.
Well, you know, that was nicely put, a little rusty when it comes to dealing with coalitions, because it really hasn't been a coalition for the last 10 years. It's been very centralized power, and it's been the Modi government. It has been about the Prime Minister on the ballot box and the Prime Minister making that a very presidential form of election as well. Mr. Clary, just hang in there for a second. We have Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, speaking. Remember, the TMC, Mamata Banerjee's party, has managed to halt the BJP in juggernaut. All the exit polls predicted that the BJP would make significant inroads, but the TMC has ensured that the bastion remains intact. Let's just listen into Mamata Banerjee before we come back.
अब देखिए, जो अयोध्या लेके ऐसा कांड किया है, अयोध्या में हारा है. मोदी जी का सीट में क्या है? पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हारा था. मैंने जो सुना, पहले तो 5 लाख वोट में जीता था. अभी क्या हुआ? इतना अहंबाद किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारा लिए भी ठीक नहीं है. हम तो आज इतना आशीर्वाद जनता को मिला है कि हमारा सिर हम नीचू करने चाहते हैं. हम जनता को कहने चाहती हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का भाषा में कि हमार माथा নত করে দাও হে তোমার চরণ দুলার তলে, সকল অহংকার হে আমার ডুবাও চোখের জলে. আমাদের কোনো কৃতিত্ব নেই, সবটাই মানুষের কৃতিত্ব. আমি মানুষের চোখের ভাষা বুঝি. 2.5 মাস 3 মাস ধরে কোনো ইলেকশন চলতে পারে না. যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে, বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত, একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি, একবার লোকসভা, একবার विधानसभा, একবার बाई इलेक्शन, तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है. तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है, 147 एमपी को एक्सपेल करके, वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा. इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला. 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता. आप लोगों को पता है ना? पता है तो ना, पता नहीं है. जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है. हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हारा गया है रुपया देके, मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूंगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा. जो जगह में हम जीता.
Well, that is the indomitable Mamata Banerjee, their Chief Minister of West Bengal, halting the BJP's inroads in the state, the TMC holding on to its seats there. Mr. Clary, coming back to you, a coalition led by the BJP, which at this point in time seems to have about 240 seats, so will be the single largest party. Nevertheless, what's the expectation, in terms of a reprioritization perhaps of the reforms that have been undertaken so far?
My expectation is that ambitions have been quite narrowed in the last 24 hours. All eyes turn to state assembly elections in Maharashtra later this year. I think the BJP will be intensely concerned to find a way to reverse the setbacks it's faced in the Lok Sabha election so far. Coalitions constrain what governments can do. Sometimes the markets like that because governments can be predatory when they are unconstrained, and the markets like those checks and balances for the center. But I do think we will have a very narrowed economic reform agenda. The possibility of amendments to the Constitution, as the Chief Minister of West Bengal was just saying, are out of reach now for this coalition. This will be a smaller stakes game that's being played as the BJP tries to figure out a way to reverse the setbacks from tonight and looks forward to important state assembly elections for the next year.
Yes, important state assembly elections are coming up, and you're right in pointing out that Maharashtra, where you actually saw two parties being split, the Shiv Sena being split and the NCP being split, and that hasn't worked in favor of the NDA. In fact, it's worked against them, at least as far as this election is concerned. So that is going to be a point of concern. But Christopher Clary, the other unexpected reversal for the BJP, and this is nobody was expecting anything like this, is the state of Uttar Pradesh and what has happened there with the resurgence of the India Alliance, particularly the Samajwadi Party. What do you make of what has happened in UP?
The Prime Minister is very popular, but ultimately he's one man. There's 543 constituencies, and UP, I think, shows that. And sometimes there's very local concerns, but also UP, I think, reflects troubles that afflict lots of constituencies across India. Unemployment, especially for the youth, is a serious concern in UP. Inflation, which is a problem globally, not just in India, is a serious concern in UP. And then the local coalition politics, I think, which sometimes have been favorable to the BJP in prior elections, went against the BJP this time. And those combination of, I think, economic headwinds that were felt more acutely in UP than some other places, combined with the vagaries of putting together constituency by constituency coalitions, those shifted in a way that was unfavorable in the BJP, it seems, in the last night of results.
Yeah, that's right. So, Christopher, in terms of the big takeaways from the election result, we've also got two assembly elections that we've seen the incumbents being dislodged. In Orissa, Naveen Patnaik's reign ending, the Biju Janata Dal making way for the BJP, and in Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu making a comeback and Jagan Reddy out. What do you make of those two states and the way that they have voted?
There's the delinking of the assembly elections, the Lok Sabha elections, mean that there's always this stream of assembly results, some of them that do end up coinciding with the national elections. And that mosaic means that even in a night where there are some setbacks for the NDA, for the BJP in particular, there are also some positive signs that they can grab onto of future green shoots that might grow into larger plants later on. I think we are in a situation where there's not overwhelming BJP dominance, and that's going to make these state assembly results more at the front of the mind of political professionals in Delhi in the coming months. And when I was in government previously, before I became an academic, there was a sense that sometimes India would have to wait for those state assembly results before it could make big choices. And I think we will again see the caution induced by a nearly permanent campaigning mode for India that is likely to set in for the next year. So I think these results, we saw the India alliance leaders viewing them as a clear rebuke of the BJP, but I think instead we're in kind of muddied waters, and we're going to get some small ball politics for a bit as a consequence.
Yes, I would imagine that would be the case. You do have aspirational leaders, and there is space now for them to be able to exert their aspirations at this point in time with the BJP tally below not just 272 but below 250 as well. So it does give more leverage to the allies, to partners. But Christopher Clary, you were talking about a narrowing down of the ambitions as far as reforms were concerned. One of the big ones that the Modi government had promised was one nation, one election. With the electoral result that we're seeing today, do you think that that's now a thing of the past, at least for now?
Yes, I suspect that is a thing of the past, that we that was always going to be an ambitious reach, and there's certainly a logic to it. We just exited a very difficult and grueling 40+ day election. It is perhaps a little unhealthy to have elections so frequently that it makes it hard to have periods of governance in between. So the wisdom of the reform makes some sense. But in this climate, I think being able to link the assembly and national elections is going to be very challenging. That was already going to be a pretty daunting task, which is why they became delinked in the first place. And I think the results will also lead people, as you were indicating, to think about what comes next. The prime minister is healthy, but he's in his 70s, and by the end of this term in office, he will be in his late 70s. And I think a lot of attention will now go to considering who will be the next BJP leader after him.
Yes, all of those questions will require answers. I suspect we're going to have to wait to first see what happens as far as government formation is concerned before we talk about succession planning within the BJP. But before I let you go, Mr. Clary, a quick word on the Congress party, of course, improving its tally significantly over 2019, almost at the 100 mark, but nowhere close to, what the Congress was and what its relevance was historically. But with this performance and with Rahul Gandhi having steered the Congress to this performance in many ways, how do you see that?
These are early days. I think we'll have to see seat by seat to try to figure out what happened here. It appears that the BJP vote share, according to the initial results, stayed very similar to the 2019 numbers. What's happened is we've had a increasing strike rate for Congress in India, and so the BJP gained vote share modestly in parts of the country that it didn't win, and then it lost vote share in some of its core areas and faced crucial setbacks as a consequence. So this doesn't seem to have been a dramatic change in the relationship of the Indian voter to the BJP, but we have seen a successful strategy, or perhaps just a happy accident from India's perspective, that they've been able to convert votes into seats at a rate that is more meaningful than they were able to in 2019 when they suffered such a historic defeat.
Yes, early days, of course, this election result will have to be digested not just by the ruling party, but of course by the opposition as well. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge saying that they cannot reveal much, but indicating that talks are on at this point in time with potential new allies. So it's game in play at this point in time, though the BJP and the NDA do have the clear edge. Christopher Clary, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC-TV18. Appreciate your time. We are going to take a break here, but we've got plenty more coming up for you on the Election Exchange. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a moment. Well, that is the big story of election 2024, the reversal of fortunes for the BJP in that crucial battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. No one expected the result to go as it has in UP, and that has cost the BJP the expectation. And if you looked at the polls, every poll seemed to suggest that it would be close to a clean sweep, if not an entire clean sweep for the BJP. But it has been the India Alliance that has pulled off a stunning reversal, a stunning upset in UP. Samajwadi Party has managed to do the unthinkable. So at this point in time, the big headlines for the viewers who are just tuning in, just to recap what we have seen, no party has emerged with a majority. The BJP is short of the 272 mark. At 240, it is under the 250 number as well. The NDA treading between 290 and 295 at this point in time. So it does have a majority, the BJP and its allies. The Congress Party at about 100 at this point in time, and the India Alliance at 235. The two state elections, the comeback of Chandrababu Naidu emerging as a key kingmaker in elections 2024, that is going to be a key man to watch. Nitish Kumar, the other one, and already you're starting to see JDU MLAs talk about the possibility of Nitish Kumar getting a seat in Delhi. What will that be is the big question at this point in time. And of course, a change in the state of Odisha. It's the end of an era for Naveen Patnaik. And remember, the BJD has always been an ally of the BJP and the NDA. And today we're seeing the BJP dislodge Naveen Patnaik's BJD in the state assembly elections in Orissa, and Chandrababu Naidu replacing Jagan Mohan Reddy in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Mamata Banerjee has held on to her tough battle in West Bengal. The BJP juggernaut being stopped there, holding on to her bastion there in West Bengal. And that has changed the picture, the overall picture, the national picture for the BJP, because the expectations were that they would make inroads, they would gain ground in states like West Bengal. Maharashtra also not going as per script. This was going to be a tough one to start with the splitting of the Shiv Sena, the splitting of the NCP. It became a four-way fight between the Congress and its allies and the BJP. And of course, at this point in time, it is the India Alliance that has the advantage, that has the edge. Uddhav Thackeray reclaiming the Shiv Sena, Bal Sahib Thackeray legacy. Mumbai, the 4 seats that they contested, all 4 going in favor of the UBT at this point in time. So what does this election result mean for our politics? What does it mean for our economics? What does it mean for our fiscal trajectory? Joining us now is Rathin Roy, visiting senior fellow at Overseas Development Institute, and Brad Staples, the CEO of APCO Worldwide. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us here on the program. Rathin, we were chatting yesterday and you said, look, let's wait for the details, and we are still unraveling many of the details at this point in time. The fine print and the post-mortem is underway. But the headline numbers, Rathin, what do you make of the result?
Well, one, let me just say on a personal note, I'm absolutely delighted that the city I come from, which is Bombay, has voted to end bigotry in Maharashtra. It's quite remarkable. It's not happened since 2004 that 6 out of 7 seats in Bombay have gone to the India Alliance. And that sends a very strong signal, which I think is resonating across the country, that the attempt to gloss over the serious domestic economic difficulties India is in, headlined, in my view, by growth happening because of the excess profits made by a few Gujarati oligarchs. That is not acceptable now in rural North India in UP. It's not acceptable now in West Bengal. And in Maharashtra, I've seen that with my own eyes. Young people are fed up. They're fed up of large promises. They're fed up of charity. They're fed up of being labharthis, that is, beneficiaries. They want to be participants in the growth process. So in my view, this is a verdict that is a warning to both sides, saying that the country, especially the young in the country, are no longer prepared to, accept exclusive, narrow, broad-based corporate sector profits growth at the expense of wages. And they want to see a more inclusive growth across the country. They want to participate in the great Indian dream of an aspirational transformation and not just be charitable recipients of India's prosperity. That, for me, is the major message.
You know, and I just want to build on that, Ratin, because, you know, it's still the BJP and the NDA in the lead. And, you know, the Prime Minister in his blog yesterday reiterating what his dream for India is and so on and so forth. When you talk about this great Indian dream and in the context of the fact that after 10 years, you now have a BJP-led real coalition government where you will have to make space and accommodate allies and coalition partners as opposed to the centralized way of the Modi government and the Prime Minister being the currency and the calling card for everything. How do you see a reshaping or a reimagination of this great Indian dream that you speak of in the context of the political verdict?
Well, there are two dimensions to that. The most immediate one is the fact that both these states have aligned with the BJP, other than the fact that, you know, they were being harassed by the police and that sort of thing, which has become a commonplace in our country. For one thing, for one word for your listeners, and that word is package. Andhra Pradesh has for a long time been demanding a special package, which I actually helped design in 2014 when the state was reorganized. And Nitish Kumar has been demanding a special package for Bihar. So the first thing that's going to happen here is a lot of pressure on the FIS to deliver packages to these two states with the concomitant political resistance that you will get from other states who might equally feel they deserve a package, or they can see that this package will come at their expense. So I think that's going to be the first and most immediate thing happening. I think that there is, in economic terms, the support of the TDP and of the JDU comes with a rather large price ticket. In the case of the TDP, I'd argue that the package they would aspire to would be 5-6 lakh crores, yeah? And that's a lot of money. It's going to have to come from somewhere. And if you give that to the TDP, given Bihar's size, you'll have to give that to Bihar as well. And this could set off a cascade, a very different cascade of fiscal demands, which I think the government will struggle to meet with. That is one. The second and most subtle thing is this, that when you don't have a majority, you have to learn, like Mr. Gadkari did, Mr. Parikar did at times long past, to do business with people who may sit at the same table as you, but may not share your views or acknowledge your superiority. You'll have to try and work with different stakeholders as peers. I think the BJP has lost that art as it has become a highly centralized, highly personalized party. And they will have to now try and reach out if they're really serious about dreams and do that. The third thing that has happened, which I'm very encouraged by, particularly because my state, Maharashtra, has voted emphatically against the BJP. Manufacturing state Tamil Nadu has voted against the BJP. India's biggest state, UP, has voted against the BJP. And in Karnataka, the BJP has not done as well as it boasted. So these are 4 economic powerhouses. And then you have underperforming states like Bengal, which have also voted against the BJP. Sure, you have Orissa, who has voted for the BJP. Telangana, who has voted for the BJP. But these are relatively small states. So what's going to happen now, I think, also, given that these large states have said this, is the option of ignoring the economy or lying about it and not delivering real participatory and inclusive growth. Not just charity, not just feeding 800 million people or throwing a few gas cylinders at people. Real inclusive growth, which is all about finding good quality jobs and finding opportunities for the large number of unemployed young people that exist in all these geographies. If that challenge is not addressed, I think the message I'm getting from everybody is that bigotry is not going to be enough anymore. It is neither going to be necessary nor sufficient, and it is going to be punished. So I think now this government will have to up its performance in the economy and deliver on the economy, for which it will have to reach out to a broader range of stakeholders than just 2 businessmen from Gujarat, and we shall see how that goes. On a side note there, I was talking to people today in Hyderabad, and they were saying that this could mark the return of the South Indian industrialist. You know, they have lost a lot of business since the 2 A's have become so prominent under this government, and that's not going to be acceptable anymore. The South will want to have its fair share in participating in growth, and they will want to have a greater voice in the design of economic policy, and I think that's a very good thing.
Well, those will be the implications. And, you know, important point that Ratin Roy was making there on the special packages, because we've already seen Jairam Ramesh tweeting saying, look, the Congress and the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had promised a special package for the state of Andhra Pradesh, and the India Alliance will do that. All of this, of course, with the opportunity of trying to woo Chandrababu Naidu at this point in time. But let's see how that goes. Nitish Kumar, I would imagine, would do the same. But Brad Staples, many thanks for joining us. How are foreign investors going to read this election verdict and what it means as far as future investments into India?
Well, one thing I would say, in a year of many elections, this election is of truly geopolitical significance, and I think second only to the US, perhaps, in terms of global economic significance and importance. What we're seeing happen in India is truly testament to a vibrant and thriving democracy, a real indication of democracy in action. I think there are also, the result points to several things which are crucial to investors. They look for stability, it counts. They'll want to see this new coalition government form a strong and sustainable leadership. India has a strong tradition of coalitions working in the past, and I think for those who will take an adjusted approach by the BJP and its leadership, there is a strong tradition of coalition governments. For investors, many investors know that states count in India as much as politics at a national level, providing incentives at a state level or implementing labor laws and in other areas. So that's another constant, irrespective of the outcome of the national election. I think there's also many policy areas that count to business and investors that may remain stable and consistent in the areas of climate change and sustainability. India has defined its path. Also in terms of trade policy and security, like-minded nations and US and other investors in the country see India as a crucial part of securing their futures, particularly given the realignment with China. And India has become the trusted partner for Western investors to counter China's influence, etc.
No, you're absolutely right. And that picture doesn't change. The fact that the world wants India to be part of the global supply chain in order to de-risk from China, that story doesn't change. And we're already starting to see that take shape. But and the other point that you made about states, that's a valid one as well. And, you are seeing state government after state government going all out to woo foreign investors and domestic investors. Rathin was talking about Tamil Nadu. I mean, there's a battle on between Tamil Nadu and the state of Gujarat to try and bring the semiconductor makers into their own states, offering them, as sweet a deal as possible. So I think this competitive federalism is playing out, and it benefits investors, it benefits foreign direct investors as well. But what would the expectation, the near-term expectation be? We do have that big event coming up with the budget in July. What would the near-term expectation be of this coalition as and when it is in office?
I think the expectation is going to be that the coalition will define a clear and certain path. That's what investors will be looking for. I think Narendra Modi will, let's not forget, Narendra Modi, if he's forming this next coalition government, will find himself very soon amongst G7 partners in Italy. And when you think about those that he will be with, setting the stage for India in a new government, he'll be alongside Macron and Scholz and other leaders for whom and Sunak, for whom the future is much less certain. India's path with a new coalition government may look a little uncertain today, but in the context of global affairs and the elections that are taking place and politics on the global stage, India remains one of the fastest growing large economies in the world. It has a magnetic draw for investors, and the place that it's playing too in setting out a vision and an ambition for emerging economies across the globe is one that leading partner countries, like-minded nations, want to get behind, because there's a desire to see a new voice representing, or a strong voice representing, the interests of emerging economies around the world.
You're absolutely right. The Prime Minister is expected to be part of that G7 meeting on the 13th of June. So I would imagine that they will try and speed up government formation ahead of that as well. But, you know, elections across the world, you've seen that surprise verdict in South Africa. You've seen the surprise in Mexico. So, and, you know, you were talking about Sunak and, of course, that early election that's been called there. It is all happening at this point in time. But Rathin, you know, coming back to you now, and as far as the pressure on the fisc is concerned, you know, so far the government has sort of followed largely a prudent path on the fisc, in spite of COVID and so on and so forth. But you know, with coalition partners being accommodated, and if in fact they do need to dole out these special packages, etc., what would the expectation be as far as the fisc is concerned?
The fisc will undoubtedly be, the fisc will undoubtedly be under some pressure. It's a matter of political skill. There is no question that either side, probably Mr. Modi, has very little choice but to agree the terms and conditions under which a special package would be granted, and that package, as I said, will be fairly large. We're talking 3 to 4% of GDP for both the states of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. That being said, there are ways to do this across time. And the political skill will lie in making a choice, which I don't think this administration has been very good at doing. This administration has been very good at lying to state governments. They will have to stop doing that now, because they are sort of held by the short-term curtains by these two state governments, Bihar and Andhra, which coincidentally are the two that demand the special package for historic reasons most stridently. And they will have to therefore negotiate something that is credible if it is going to be multi-year. If they're not able to do that, and it becomes a big bang in year 1 or year 2 of this government, then we will have some fiscal stress. But again, I mean, that can always be managed. 3 to 4% of GDP, there's enough elbow room in India to be able to manage that. But if I may, let me sort of take that to assure foreign investors and others that this election points to 3 very good things. One, what I said, we have learned how to manage fiscal stress, and our external debt is very low. So you're not going to see a typical emerging economy, Turkey, stroke Brazil, stroke Argentina, stroke Indonesia situation in India. India will have to make tough fiscal choices because the amount we can borrow domestically is limited. And anytime you have to spend more and you have to borrow more domestically, that has domestic ramifications. But that's our internal problem. It does not spin across our borders. So that is one. I want to reassure people that, of course, this will raise a demand for specific packages and raise temporary fiscal stress. But as an economist, as a public economist, I can assure the international community it's fully manageable. So when Mr. Modi goes to G7, I think which is also being held by a leader that's rather remarkably right-wing and populist, right, to put it politely, Prime Minister or President Meloni in Italy, he will find himself amongst people who are going to assess him very carefully. President Biden has probably formed a judgment of him by now. I think the French presidency will be taking a rain check. And I think he will have to be able to look at Mr. Starmer in the eye and articulate most clearly, and not in this sort of rather aggressive fashion, why the repeated overtures the UK has made on the free trade agreement, why there has not been progress on that, and try and close that fast. At the same time, he will have to pay far more close attention to the one weak spot that he has brought to India's international reputation, which is decline in freedoms, increase in bigotry, and all the things that the international community has noticed, and that his government has, or the past government, has frankly been very shrill and defensive about. They'll have to find a more sophisticated way of doing things. But I think the international community should be reassured that the opposition has come with the full blessing and mandate of the advanced economic states. It has also come with the hopes and aspirations of India's second poorest state and a state that has deindustrialized like West Bengal. That's a great package for a very competent opposition to make a value proposition to the Indian public that would necessarily involve a coherent, macroeconomically stable, and inclusive value proposition that international investors can get into and take advantage of. So I think the message they should get is that crony capitalism is now going to be limited. Bigotry is going to go